Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing
these
good.
These games have been insane.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness! What was your favorite moment?
Actually, it might have been this previous game. I was so impressed from Mugi.
Give it up. Mugi moving on to our winners bracket semifinals. You know these guys have their eye on the prize, that $200,000.
Oh, the lightning from Igor with the perfect timing.
There's that right there, too.
And that thing, that
Yeah,
beautiful trophy behind us. Michifu will move on to our winners bracket.
The question is, does he care? Does he want this as bad as everyone else?
Man, it's not often that you see someone just going toe-to-toe with Mo and not flinching. There you go, the big-time celebration for Mohamed Light.
Oh,
the arrows miss!
Wow.
The arrows miss! Oh, my word! Morton knocks out Mini Minter!
We lost 4 players in Wallace, Vitor, Hajime, and Mini Minter, but we now have our top 12.
Winners are made every day, but this is about a more rarefied air. There are billions of people on this planet, and very few have a chance to call themselves world champions. Yes, this is about money. Yes, it's about that trophy. But more importantly, it's about the chance to become legendary.
From thousands down to 32, from 32 down to 12, and at the end of today, there will be only one. Welcome to day 3 of the CRL 2021 World Finals. I'm Andrew Guy, joined as always by Rich Slayton, and today is a day for history.
This has been an insane road, the most difficult in Clash Royale League history. We went from millions now down to just 12, and Andrew, their road is not over. It's going to be a crazy one today.
Absolutely. Let's talk about our format. You all know day 1 was single elimination. It is now double elimination for 4 players, but the remaining 8 only have 1 life to give in our duel format. What does that mean? In every single deck, there can be no repeat cards. We are playing best of 3s here today, and this is all to work through our bracket to get to that prize at the end of the road.
This is a stacked bracket from top to bottom. As Andrew said, there are 4 players in the winner's side of the bracket with that extra life to give, but 8 who are on the chopping block with absolutely no room for error.
2 world champions remain, 1 in the upper bracket, 1 in the lower bracket, and that is where we're starting off with our world champion here in our upper brackets. Igor Kazardy going up against the consensus #1 player in the world, Mohamed Light. Michifu and Mugi right behind them in match 22 here of the day. They are also still in the upper bracket with a life to give.
That's going to be a pair of insane matchups. You talk about ones you want to see. Mohamed Light versus Igor is absolutely insane.
Man.
And one of those 2 guys is going to play either Michifu or Mugi. The winner's bracket, of course, stacked. But again, that elimination bracket on the bottom side, still with an insane amount of talent and maybe even more stress.
Absolutely. You talk about the first matchup of the day when we take a look here at Morton versus Sandbox. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride is Morton's history. Can he change that in 2021? He'll be going up against one of the best Koreans we've ever seen. And you see there at the bottom of the screen, a Cinderella story in Francito going up against the greatest player in all of Chinese history and our former world champion in Nova Lciop. That is going to be an exciting lower bracket.
There is so much talent in here, and of course, so much on the line. There are so few world champions, 2 of them currently in this tournament, but only 1 person will be the solo world champion, the only solo world champion of Clash Royale League this 2021. They'll win this trophy, but Andrew, there is still a lot of this $1 million prize pool on the line.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that $200,000 to first place will even fit inside of this trophy, but one of these guys will have to let us know at the end of the day. Second place, you still get 6 figures at $100,000. Third place, $75K, and to round out our top 4, $55,000 to our 4th place competitor.
You know, Andrew, I get nervous just looking at it. We're gonna get down to our championship match. We may get down to a 1 game, 3 to 5 minutes for $100,000.
Don't say it.
It's so crazy stressful, and it's happening right here today, but we have a lot of Clash Royale to get there. And to kick things off, let's go to world champion coach Eric Benamou, CRL North American and Western champion Joshua A.C. Sharon. Kick things off, boys.
Welcome, everybody. It is Championship Sunday. I am so excited. Today, 1 player is leaving a world champion for the first time in 4 years. We will have an individual champion how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling great. We got our pocket squares. We are ready to go, and I hope Morton and Sandbox can say the same.
I mean, if there's one time to be ready, it is now. And we got the number 3 seed in Sandbox, obviously dropping down to the lower bracket after a tough defeat, but it was to Mugi. Mugi is that guy. Everyone expected him to be a world champion by now, and when I say by now, he's only played 1 season. So Sandbox, I hope he was able to mentally reset. We know he has what it takes, and to be honest, I think this is the toughest match either of them will have today up until getting there.
Yeah, and on the other side, we do have Morton. What a beast he is. Made it to day number 3. Look, day 2, he lost immediately to Lciop. Lciop, that set was great. What does he do? He bounces back, going against Mini Minter, and it was a struggle. He really struggled against Mini Minter, but look, the name of the game is resetting. He was able to do it. He came back right at the end. I'm excited to see what both of these players can do.
And it is that survival mode, right? You are in that lower bracket right now. Both of these players came into this weekend knowing and thinking they could be world champions. If there's one person that deserves it up until this point in their career, it is Morton. It has been second place after second place, 1 HP loss. Last year getting reverse swept, right? He is more mentally strong than anyone at this point. So if I'm Sandbox, I really have to bring my A game. I think up until the fact where either Igor or Mo lose, this is the toughest match for them. So whoever wins this should make it pretty far.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players so disciplined. And we see right here, both starting off with the Golden Knight. We see it used in most sets. We already know it's going to be used by both players. And it looks like game number 1 today could be a mirror.
I mean, It has to be a mirror at this point. They're also, it's not only a mirror, but they're, well, I'm not a mirror. Okay, so I'm starting off the day wrong already. It usually lasts about 30 minutes before I'm wrong. This time it was all about 30 seconds, but this is a nice pick out of Sandbox, giving Morton something that he would never expect. I like the surprise factor. When you play against someone as experienced as Morton, and look, he streams like 35 hours a day, right? And he has special days. So everything that's normal, he has already seen. If you're Sandbox, I love this. Give him something that he hasn't played against multiple times. He is coming out with the Ram Rider Furnace deck.
Yeah, Ram Rider, Furnace, Ewiz, Snowball, you do see him shake his head in frustration, so I don't think he likes the Zappies being in the deck. When we see that shake of the head, it's hard to say whether or not he is going to use a specific spell, but it has to make you think he could be using Lightning.
Yeah, every time you see Zappies and you're playing either E-Giant or Ram Rider and you chose to go Ram Rider with Lightning, it is the worst possible thing you can see. That's why you shake your head. I know it doesn't seem like a lot to most people when they see Zappies, but at this level, playing against someone like Morton, he gets so much value out of that.
Yeah, and right there, beautiful cannon cart. We saw yesterday him make a few minor mistakes. We kept seeing him misplay, place a card, 1 tile to the left, 1 tile to the right.
Yeah.
Is able to play it correctly, right in the middle, get the aggro of both lanes. Zappy is going to be able to halt its progress in time, and there we go, Snowball coming in. Both players now down to 35 seconds. A little bit of damage on both lanes, but, it's still anybody's game.
I have a feeling it's going to come down to a dash. It's going to come down to a Golden Knight dash. And Golden Knight is single-handedly responsible for me losing my voice at the end of this weekend. But it is the most exciting card we've had in Clash in a long time. And this is going to get on tower. There we go. The first big connection comes out of Sandbox here. You have to be so careful when you're playing cards in the back against a Golden Knight. But Mortar's on tower, another dash here, and Morton takes full control of the match.
Yeah, this game could be over just like that. Golden Knight getting onto the tower, getting it all the way down to sub 800, and the Mega Minion as well. 212 just needs to cycle the drill and the fireball. Oh my, the game is already over just like that in 1 second.
Yeah, so the damage from the drill will be enough to put it in fireball damage range. Fireball does 207. I believe the drill does around 15 to 20. So all he has to do is get that there, but he doesn't even need it because the dash of the Golden Knight put a turbo. It was like a nos on that cannon cart, and what a start to the day for Morton.
Sandbox again, I mean, he loses to these pushes that happen in a span of 10 seconds. We saw it yesterday. Sandbox lost to Mugi because he cycles the P.E.K.K.A in the back. What does Mugi do? He goes aggressive. We see it in this game. Morton just spams everything at the bridge. Look, the Golden Knight did get value. It was able to hit the cannon cart, hit the tower, and get a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The E was at the bridge. He took it out with a Mega Minion, and that's just too much going down the lane.
That was just beautiful recognition there from Morton, and it's as expected, right? He is the best player to touch CRL in terms of win percentage and matches played in 2v2, 1v1. And that gives you experience like none other, right? He sees something and it didn't even take him 2 seconds before everything was on the bridge connecting. And from the other side of Sandbox, maybe it is that inexperience. He made the same mistake yesterday against Mugi, which is really what landed him here in the lower bracket. I don't know, if you're Sandbox or you're Josevi right now, you're his coach, I don't know how to fix this specific thing.
Yeah, and one of the things that I want to point out is that it really comes down to the Mega Knight not getting the value you need when you're playing against these top-notch players. We see right there, Mega Knight comes down with the drill, and, you know, that is a positive trade. You know, it's basically like a 3 elixir Mega Knight, but the pressure that these pros put on, you can't place 7 elixir behind your crown tower and not expect them to be able to punish in front. Right there, everything going down, and the Zappies, again, just getting so much value. Rim Rider isn't even able to get to the tower.
Yeah, that was a really frustrating game for Sandbox. On top of the mistake, it also comes in the fact that Lightning for this deck is terrible when you're matching up against that Zappies deck. It is so tough to deal with. And also the small spell. Snowball is the worst choice when you're going up against this type of drill deck. It would have even been better if it was a wall breakers deck. At least a snowball buys you enough time, but against the drill, it's always getting tanked for, and those goblins are just going to do so much damage. Morton recognizing that really early, and very heads up play. What I will say, Morton has to be very careful. Whenever he goes up in sets, he tends to go to his comfort decks, and that is where he loses.
Yeah, he needs to continue to adapt using the mortar and the cannon cart already in game number 1, so it's going to be interesting to see how he approaches games number 2 and 3. Overall, very solid gameplay from Morton, and a slight mistake, but I really don't like the furnace in the deck. I think that's a huge mistake, and it's just not getting the value you need against, it's just not getting chip damage.
I like the furnace. Yeah, it didn't make sense in the overall composition. Right. If you're going to run Furnace, you need to be able to bait out something else with that Fireball. He had nothing there, and we're talking about resetting. This is the worst possible start when you're going up against a Hog to have that starting hand, because I'm sure it's not the fact that he doesn't have anything, it's the fact that really he got the bad starting hand. He had to overspend here, and now that was a really nice heads-up play with that Valk on the right-hand side. Forces out those dragons, no longer has to worry about a massive push here, and he had delivery out of cycle, so that is big for Morton.
Lava Loon coming down across the bridge. Tesla is going to be able to pull, and it's going to lock onto the dragon, which is beautiful, because that way it locks onto the Loon after delivery. Going to come down in time, easily clean everything up. 5 elixir for Sandbox, and this is a healthy counter push, and he can even go split lane, maybe go with a Hog opposite lane, Valk opposite lane. This is a horrible matchup for Sandbox. Archer Queen, delivery, Fire Spirit, Tesla, and when you're as strong a player as Morton, he can just pressure so strongly with the Valk and the Hog.
And we also have to take into account that the lava went down and Morton had no Hog Rider. If he would have had Hog there, that would have been so much extra damage. Unfortunate. A little bit weird that he didn't go ahead and log that before the Hog went down, but now he knows, and that's a problem for Sandbox. The fact that Morton now knows that every time he hogs, the only real defense is that Skarmy, you're gonna see some prediction logs at some point, and it's not like you could play it off to the side because you need it directly on there.
Wow. right there. Archer Queen struggles again. We've seen that by so many different players. They think that the Archer Queen has that range, and we see it time and time again. It just misses by just a bit, but it really doesn't matter. With 50 seconds left, tower down to 1859. But here's the problem. When you're going against these Hog, Valkyrie decks that can pre-log, your defenses are always going to struggle. You're always going to give up one shot, two shots right there. And with 40 seconds left, you no longer can afford that. It's going to be easy for him to Earthquake cycle at the end.
Yeah, and now in double elixir, he can even get 2 Teslas down by the time the full push comes down on the other side. He doesn't have log with him this time, and I think that is a pretty big mistake from Morton there. You cannot hog without that, and now he's in a little bit of trouble. He has to use the delivery. He won't have it for when the lava pops, and he needs to be very careful here. He does get the Tesla down. That Loon should go over to that, and the Tesla will reset onto it. A Fire Spirit can come down as well. But look at the tower damage. This could still not go in.
Just like that, the game, 65 HP, Fireball coming down. All of a sudden, Sandbox brings it all the way back. The lava, the Loon, the Fireball arrows combination on the Archer.
Yeah, that was such a heads-up play, but I was about to say, you know, in the next push, this could be over if Sandbox could defend, and somehow those lava puffs just take that down all the way to 65. It was going to be over anyway because he had Fireball, so all he needed was 207. But what a comeback from Sandbox. That one is going to sting for Morton. It was 2 times that he hogged into a Skarmy without a log. That cannot happen. You need to be on top of it. This is Championship Sunday. It has to be perfect gameplay if you're going to move on, especially against someone as good as Sandbox.
Yeah, and we saw that he had the log in cycle. He just cycles it right after. I did not.
He had it, and he had 7 elixir on top of that, right? It doesn't really make sense to me. I'm not sure what was happening, but that Arrow's Fireball play was phenomenal, and the heads up to know that will take it out. It wasn't a risk. As soon as he saw it, both of those spells came out. He cycles his Tesla here, but look how much damage those pups do. He is forced to go ahead and lightning, and it all really comes down to the fact that the miss on the Archer Queen forced the delivery early on, no longer has the delivery for the pups, and that put him in a terrible position. So offensive and defensive mistakes out of Morton after a perfect game 1.
Yeah, just not the bounce back we like to see from him. Sandbox, on the other hand, phenomenal game right there. These Lava Loon decks in these situations, it's such a scary decision, but we're seeing that it's the correct one. It forces out, like, you do not have to do anything too special.
Yeah.
You use the lava, you use the Loon, and then you just kind of have good defenses. And then it's the combination of, like, it's kind of a simple deck, but then, you know, both players are so good that they're trying to outplay each other. Do you want to go in with a pre-log? Do you want to go in, you know, how do you want to approach it? And you get to outplay with the Lava Loon.
I think also a big factor in the fact that Sandbox was able to win this game is the fact that Morton decided to go Lightning instead of Earthquake. If it was Earthquake, he would have been able to cycle so much quicker. He didn't need the log for the Skarmy. He was just going to go ahead and Earthquake that every time, do extra damage. That tower would have gone down. But even then, I still feel like it just slipped away from Morton. It was a game that he could have definitely won, and it all comes down to Sandbox took the biggest risk with that Lava Loon deck. We've seen it so many times where you run into an Inferno Tower, you run into a NATO deck, just so many possibilities where that does not work out. And I mean, all the props to him. That game, we thought it was over. We called matchup, we called everything. To have that mental fortitude, to know that you're 1 game away from elimination, you're down 1,500 HP, and still come back against Morton, he is set up and has all the momentum in Game 3.
Yeah, and like that's just not the deck choice we expect to see against Morton in Game 2. You know that he likes those Hog Earthquake, the Earthquake specifically, but instead runs the Lightning. It ends up not mattering. And then game number 3, everything on the line. Both players want to advance in day number 3 to get that cash prize.
All right, everyone listening right now, don't hate me for this, but you know what I want to see? I want to see that Golem deck that we saw day 1. I want to see someone pull that out, especially if you're someone like Morton and Sandbox that no one would expect it. That deck with the Prince and the Golden Knight was so strong. It added so much pressure, and I think that's what's needed today. You need to really think outside the box. This Archer Queen forces out the Hoggies early on, and he has Dark Prince Fisherman.
Dark Prince Fisherman, luckily for Morton, the Fisherman does lock onto the wrong troops. The Dark Prince is able to take it out, so that way the King Tower is not activated. The defensive Royal Hogs, we don't see it all that often, but we've seen it, I think, 2 days in a row at this point. And Morton using Royal Hogs cage with the poison. Sandbox noticing lightning is out of play. He can no longer attack the Archer Queen, and so yeah, I mean, Morton doesn't have an answer to a defensive Archer Queen because he only has the poison and the Barber.
Yeah, no delivery either. He has to cage every single time for that. So the positive thing here for Morton is that he has a Fisherman of his own. The Dark Prince should be able to be handled fairly easily. But when I'm looking at the other side, cage, Fisherman, Dark Prince, Log, and you have a Hoggies deck, it is not looking good.
Yeah. We need to see the last 2 cards for Sandbox, but you have to assume it's going to be an RG deck up top.
Yeah.
Morton, I also want to see the last card. I do not want it to be Mega Knight. I would be okay if it's, you know, P.E.K.K.A.
We're
or
about
something
to
like
find
that,
out.
but I don't think so. Fisherman coming down, should be able to yank it away, and there we go. We do see the Mega Knight. And let's see if the struggles with Mega Knight continue or if Morton's going to be able to win this.
It all really is going to come down to predicting that Fisherman, because when you look at Morton's deck here, the DPS is just not there. So as long as he can keep that RG going straight, not get slowed down by the Fisherman, it's all really about that. Sandbox is going to have to line up the perfect offensive play, because on defense, he's set. He has every answer. Again, Morton not going with Earthquake in this type of deck, which is pretty odd in my opinion, just because when you run into something like Cage that he knew was still available to him, it is very risky to run this type of deck. You will never be able to get rid of that Cage easily. The Hoggies are constantly going to be running into that, and this is all without King Tower even being activated. That was such a nice play there, but the Cage is down in time.
Oh! Huge mistake with the lightning, places it just a little bit too early.
Oh no, the Dark Prince mistake also. Flying Machine is on tower, and what a turn of events here. Mistake after mistake on defense. The nerves are kicking in. I genuinely believe this all comes down to nerves.
Yeah, and that's a fortunate interaction for Morton as well. Fisherman does walk to the opposite lane, so that way the Flying Machine is able to pick everything off, forces out the Mother Witch.
Wow.
But this is a pretty healthy push as well, getting the tower just under 2,000 HP, 1764 to 1456 with 126 left.
He's going to have to be very careful here, though, because Cage is going to be out of cycle now with this Mega Knight, and the Dark Prince actually connects onto the Mega Knight instead of the Hoggies. Now it's back rerouting onto the Hoggies, but that Flying Machine is being a problem for him. It forces out the Archer Queen up high. This Fisherman should come down possibly here to deal with it. I think he's giving a lot of poison value. Lightning value.
Yeah, right there. Mega Knight is going to be able to jump on top. We could see the Royal Hogs followed, but here's the thing. With 55 seconds left, and now that it's triple elixir, he can cycle the Dark Princess in the back, and I love this play. You have to pressure opposite lane in these scenarios because you're just going to give way too much value. Otherwise, this is the push. He needs to stop this.
Yeah, and that Dark Prince actually connects onto the Cage before it gets pulled, but he still needs to deal with this. Look at the left-hand side. He has that Archer Queen. He needs to make sure that doesn't lock on. Ability in, and that is a ton of damage if it wasn't for the Mega Knight. Mega Knight comes down early, but this is now a basic, like, half and half push.
Absolutely. 22 seconds left, getting really aggressive, and I do not like that play by Sandbox. The Goblin Cage on top is going to allow for an easy defense, and he can't place any troops in time. Fisherman going to yank it away. He just needs one more poison to win this.
Yeah, that's it. It's out of range where he can win now. Sandbox is eliminated, and that is the last Tribe player that was left. Tribe coming in with 4 players, leaving with none at this Championship Sunday. It was still a great run from Sandbox. It is a top 12. But SK and Morton moving on yet again.
Wow, what a match that was. That is so difficult for both players, really. Both players kind of hard counter each other. You know, the Archer Queen paired with the RG makes it so that, you know, the cage has to be played for basically both of those troops. On the other side, you have the Dark Prince, the cage, the log for the Royal Hogs, and it doesn't matter. He eventually gets through, and it's all about that split lane pressure. So many of these pros are so talented because they understand. He places a 4 elixir troop. He plays, you know, he's down 2 elixir. It doesn't matter. Like, I have to get aggressive opposite lane, and he was able to make the comeback because of it.
And I think the biggest weakness here for Sandbox, well, really two things. The lightnings just didn't get enough value.
And we see right there.
Yeah, especially that one that was mistimed, and that set him back a lot. That flying machine connected. The Dark Prince was on the wrong lane. So much damage here, and this is where he was able to take advantage of actually pushing that split lane that you were talking about. He got so much damage on the right that he forced Sandbox to actually switch lanes. And the other thing that I pointed out very early on, you need to predict the fishermans. He did not get one single fisherman prediction the whole game, and he was just toying with that RG the whole time.
Yeah, Sandbox, both times he loses, claps it up for his opponent. You have to respect that. I mean, what a run that man has had. But wow, Morton able to get a victory, and that I love watching Morton gameplay.
Coming into this weekend, we all had the conversation. Is Morton going to be at the level that's expected of him? He's been creating content for a long time. Maybe he's not as into it as he was before. He's had the toughest road of everyone, and he's still here. And I don't know if you want to break this deck down, but this was a fun first match.
Absolutely. It comes down to Zappies. Zappies force out, like, you cannot get any pressure whatsoever with the Ram Riders because he can pressure opposite lane. You have the mortar, you have the cannon cart. It's always going to force out a large response, and such a response that means that the opposing Ram Rider, you just can't build any kind of push. We see him try and go with Ram Rider in one lane, and then he just pressures opposite lane, and then Zappy's on defense.
Yeah, and this is that match that if Morton loses game 3, I think he's kicking himself for a very long time. Luckily, he wins game 3, but when you look at this matchup, it seems like he has everything. When you play Lava, you don't want to see delivery, you don't want to see that Fire Spirit, you definitely don't want to see a Tesla either, especially when you don't have Lightning, right? You have to overspend, but it all came down to Sandbox with the outplays. He was able to get that Fireball arrows down in time, got the Archer Queen off, and that was a beautiful game.
Game number 3, we do have MK Royal Hogs going against Cage, Dark Prince, Log, RG. The Dark Prince should have been enough if you're playing against a normal player, but he's not, you know? Split lane pressure, waiting. The patience that Morton showed in that game to utilize the cages correctly, utilize the MK on top, but it was also just, he didn't use the MK at the beginning. There was plenty of opportunities for him to use that early on. He's so good with MK and those control decks because he knows he can't play it too early, otherwise your opponent is going to be able to just to work around that.
And I mean, let's take a look at where things stand in the lower bracket. Morton moving on, and he will play the winner of either Hasiel or Basotto. That is still a tough road, but if I'm Morton, I was just preparing for Sandbox. Now it's just time to adapt. You have some time, obviously, before you play again, but the biggest thing was getting past that first match, and I think that's the way most of the experienced players play things when they get into this type of competition. You focus on what you have, and then if you win, I'll figure that out later, and we have Hasiel versus Basotto now.
Yeah, I'm going to take Basotto on this one. I mean, Basotto, so talented, but Hasiel, he has shown a lot so far this weekend. He is willing to use whatever in order to give him any kind of advantage. We saw it with the Golem, Lightning, Prince, and Golden Knight. I think, for me, that is the deck of the weekend. You need to be, if you want to give yourself a chance, and you're not like the best player in the world with this deck, you're not the best player with this archetype, or, you know, you don't have that to your name, you have to work around that. You have to do something, and using decks like that gives you such a big advantage.
Yeah, and look, I'm just going to let you talk about Basotto also because this is someone that not only do you have teammate experience with, but friendship experience with. And I think really what I want to know is mindset-wise, what does he have to do to win this? Because the talent is there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, Basotto, the talent is there. We've seen what he can do with Cycle. He's one of the few players you actually recommend in these kind of tense situations. Hey, still use Cycle. That is what you're good with. You don't... The nerves when it comes to like actual play style doesn't affect placements or anything like that, but you do have to think that it does affect his attitude. Maybe he doesn't think as clearly when he's trying to figure out what decks are going to be used. Right here, both players again going in with that Golden Knight game number 1.
Yeah, and I think this will probably be the way most games start. It is such a strong card. It is fun to use, fun to watch. This was my favorite card in the game for a very long time. I'm not as good as they are with it, but when you see the interactions they're able to pull off, it is incredible. Whoever gets the most value out of that card, usually when both of them have it, that's who wins the game. That one dash that can change everything and forces out extra defenses, and that right there is not what you want to see from Hasiel. Spending a full E-Wiz on a bar barrel is not the best option.
Yeah, pressuring correctly is Samuel Basotto, forcing that out. E-Wiz opposite lane, still going to take the aggro of the Brawler, and the E-Wiz is going to be able to work together with the Golden Knight. Should be able to take it out just in time, unless he chooses to dash. Looks like that's not going to be the case, and that's going to be a healthy E-Wiz forcing out another response.
Yeah, and it's a little bit weird because he was leaking anyway after that, so if you're going to leak and wait for the E-Wiz, you might as well just spend that extra elixir, get that dash in, lower the health on that, and maybe keep your snowball for defense. He decides to do it this way, and who am I to really judge when Hasiel has come out here and proven to everyone that he has what it takes to be in World Finals. This was not just a rookie that, you know, got lucky once or twice. This was a very smart player on the field and with analysis.
Absolutely. Ram Rider coming down, and that's going to be an opposing Ram Rider. This would have been a dash, but luckily gets the E-Wiz out on time. But that dash still gets so much value, forces out the E-Wiz. It almost, you could almost argue that it would have been better to let it lock and then try and reset. That's a great pressure from Hasiel. You know, he understands Mega Knight versus P.E.K.K.A. That's not going to be a good interaction, so let me pressure opposite lane, force out enough, and that P.E.K.K.A. staying alive just long enough to take out the cannon card.
Yeah, and there he got a little bit lucky in the sense that that lightning was going to come down anyway. It just got some extra value. It lowers the health on the P.E.K.K.A., and now that Mega Knight, you can basically trade with that P.E.K.K.A. Obviously, he's deciding not to go that route, and if he's able to really tank for this Golden Knight, he's going to be able to do some damage because that dash would be available to him. Decides to play it a lot slower, and the dash actually is available to him just in time. Mega Knight down. He knows P.E.K.K.A.'s out of cycle, and he can't go ahead and lightning once that P.E.K.K.A. comes down again because he's giving that Mother Witch value.
Samuel Basotto leaking a little bit, trying to get it so that the Mega Knight would cross the bridge. Doesn't happen that way. P.E.K.K.A. should be able to take out the Mega Knight easily and the cannon card as well, but solid pressure from Hasiel forces out certain responses from Samuel, not allowing any kind of counter push whatsoever. And Hasiel with a huge leads right now, 700 HP separating the two players. Basotto has not shown, you know, he hasn't shown anything that makes me believe that he can get past this defense of Hasiel. The cage is just so strong.
And there again, you see the slight difference. Hasiel timing the dash perfectly to where he got it first, and this is getting scary. You know that Ram Rider is going to end up connecting if he's not able to get something else down, and we have a connection here. The Mega Knight decided to go all the way back for some reason, but it's still really dangerous. Watch out for the P.E.K.K.A. on the left. Cage goes down, and Hasiel has full control of this match.
Yeah, this, I mean, we talked about it in the last game, the pressure that you can put on your opponent by going opposite lane. Bar Barrel going to come down, the P.E.K.K.A. at the bridge to stop everything. But I mean, this kind of pressure, it's too much.
Wow.
30 seconds left, and he's got this game as long as he continues that pressure that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and look at that. Golden Knight not going to be able to be used on offense. All he has to do is throw Cage down here. He decides to go Mega Knight instead. This might connect just because of that, but he gets the E-Wiz down, not taking any chances, and that's just the smart way to play it. At this point, there is nothing other than defense that you need. Hasiel proving yet again, I have what it takes.
Yeah, the difference in that game, besides it, you know, you would think P.E.K.K.A versus Mega Knight, the P.E.K.K.A is going to have the advantage, but it comes down to the spells. The Lightning gets so much value every single time. It allows him to get the Ram Rider to the tower. The poison on top of a Goblin Cage, what is that supposed to do? Nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we're seeing his camera right now. Have you ever seen a rookie in lower bracket look this relaxed? That's not normal.
That's not normal. It shouldn't be allowed. That is insane. And you just don't see that.
He looks more relaxed than Morton, and Morton has experienced this for 4 years already. He's sitting back, enjoying it, and that is also a big factor. When you're playing these big matches, you cannot forget that this is still Clash Royale. Play the game that you love, enjoy it, and have fun, because the second you switch off of that, that is where mistakes happen, and Hasiel had 0 mistakes that game.
0 mistakes. Both players using the Golden Knight, so it does make you, you know, adjust for that. The Cannon Cart also used for Hasiel, so, you know, all of these mortar decks are using that, so we can basically just throw that out the window.
Yeah.
And also the Lightning, so we have to throw Golem out the window as well. So he's kind of putting himself in a box with that.
Yeah, not only that, Basotto now has a free shot at using Archer Queen. There is no Lightning, so that means that Hasiel has to come out with delivery. That is his only real shot at getting value defense against that Archer Queen, because Cage is now out, which is the 3rd best defense, and Lightning, which is the best one, right? So you only have that delivery left, and if you miss it and you go ahead and use delivery now and he doesn't use that Archer Queen, you're in trouble for game 3 if you lose.
Yeah, I mean, then it forces you to go MK, and we've seen, you know, no, actually he used MK in the first,
yeah,
so he has to go
P.E.K.K.A.
P.E.K.K.A. So yeah, it's going to be a decision for him for game number 2 and 3. Everything is available to Samuel, though.
Yeah.
We know that he's great at cycle. We know that he can pull off any kind of defense. So the fact that he's used the poison, he's used the Golden Knight, yes, but everything else can be available.
It's not the Samuel cards, right? It's not the ones that really affect him. The one thing I will say about Hasiel, it seems like he's always had a plan for every single match. I have not seen him get caught off guard because he used these cards or those. His analysis has been his strongest suit since that Pompeo match. That is where we all really got shocked, and we were like, okay, he is not messing around. Obviously, the gameplay has been up to par with anybody in these World Finals, but if he could just get one more good matchup, it seems like he's going to move on.
Yeah, it's a scary situation for Samuel right there. Hasiel has just impressed so many people this week and definitely made a name for himself, locked up that top 12, but it looks like he's not done. Samuel, on the other hand, he's not content with the top 12. He wants to get that top 6, that top 4, that top 2, that #1 finish, especially since Lucas wasn't able to do it. You know, that duo right there, to get Lucas out in the first round and then Samuel out already, no one could expect that.
Yeah, these aren't players that are here to participate and to take part in the World Finals and they'll be happy with the 15,000. They're not playing for the money specifically. Obviously, the money is great, but when you have the legacy like Basotto has, you know, one of the greatest ladder players ever. He's won in CRL, in team format. This is where you want to prove, look, I can do it on my own. And I'm kind of hoping for a game 3 just so we can get... I hope every match today goes game 3, you know, all the pressure on everybody. But it's starting off very similar on both sides here.
Yeah, Hasiel going, and there we go, going in with a Hog Earthquake. That's kind of what I would expect from there. And you called it, Archer Queen available to him because the Lightning is off the table for Hasiel. And Hog and Firecracker, you have to assume it's going to be Earthquake. And we're probably going to be seeing that delivery that you were talking about.
I think he has to play delivery. He needs some sort of defense, because if not, he's going to have to overspend on that every single time. A nice log here. It doesn't really do much for him. King Tower is still activated, but he shouldn't really worry about that because there's Fisherman anyway. At some point in the game, that King Tower was going to be activated. Now it might even be a little bit easier to predict that Fisherman and get rid of it, as opposed to before. You can't really do anything without Lightning when that Fisherman is played all the way towards that King Tower.
Good positioning on the Skeletons allows the Dark Prince to get halted. So solid gameplay from Hasiel so far. Not going to pressure with this, just going to allow the Valkyrie to die. So it's going to be interesting to see if Basotto does want to go in, and right there, RG at the bridge, does he have the Earthquake? Or is he going to just let this push die? Because that Valk is going to get so much damage, even though it's invisible, taking everything out.
What great placement out of him, and he's actually running it without delivery because that last card has to be Earthquake. There is no way you play a Hog deck without a big spell. I mean, if he does that and he went delivery because he expected this, then I'm done. This guy is the best analyst of all time in CRL. But a nice log here. The Fisherman does come down. This should be no hits onto the tower. Dark Prince also down. A little bit of an overuse there of that Dark Prince, not too sure. And he does start with that RG in the back, and this is where you start getting a little nervous if you're a Hasiel fan.
Yeah. Goes in with the RG in the back on the right lane. That way he can set up with solid defenses. You know, you get that support troops on the left lane, and then you can set up with the left lane RG once the right side is down. We see the Firecracker and the Tesla. And Basotto just having to reset. This defense was too strong. Valkyrie on top, and then the log is also going to be really valuable. That Valkyrie should be able to fully take it out, especially with the Earthquake helping. Yeah,
with the Earthquake, that sealed the deal. But what I realized here from Hasiel is he has a very unconventional way of playing this Hog deck. Most people will cycle Earthquakes. He's been cycling logs onto that left-hand side tower since the first second this game started. Even if it's just on Skellies, he throws sometimes some prediction logs in. He is not scared to really focus on spell cycle here. And that RG going down on the right-hand side means this Tesla will get great value yet again.
Wow, Lightning coming down right there. RG should be able to get 2 shots. No, log is going to come down. But all of a sudden, this is back to being a game. 300 HP separate into 2. Can he pull off this defense? The Valk protecting the Hog can't can't go to Key Tower, and that's 2 shots.
Could be
almost a third.
Oh wow, he got really lucky that didn't connect. If that connects, that is game over. That is 2 Earthquakes and a log, and that would be it. GG, well played. Now he cannot afford a single Hog hit, and even then, he's still probably going to get outcycled and just Earthquaked out. Earthquake does over 200 damage. That is just 1 more Earthquake and 2 logs. That's it. He needs to be able to defend here, though, if he's going to take this, because this is still a massive push on the right-hand side.
He's given up a lot of damage on the right side, but that's more than okay. Getting aggressive, just needs to cycle the Firecracker, the Skellies, the E-Spirit, back to the Earthquake, the log. Game over just like that. 2-0 against Basotto.
I'm shocked. I am shocked at what we just saw from Hasiel. And when we think of Mexico and CR, we think Pompeo, we think Anaban, we think Wero. When it comes to competitive, it might be the time to start thinking Hasiel, because none of those players have had the type of run in competitive play that Hasiel has, and it's his first year.
Mega Knight Ramrider game number 1 coming in with Hog EQ game number 2. Great matchup in game number 1. Yeah. Great matchup in game number 2, but it comes down to how he played it. The beautiful pressure in game number 1, and then this one, the beautiful Valks. It's not like the most difficult thing ever, but everything was on top. It never allowed him to utilize that ability because the Valkyrie was always, you know, chipping away with the RG, and this is exactly what we want to see. We just didn't expect it to be from him.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the type of deck we expect from Basotto. This is what, if I close my eyes, or you really just told me the decks, I'll tell you Basotto played both of the decks that Hasiel played. And I mean, all the props to him. It is so important to choose the right decks in this type of World Finals. This is an individual format. You cannot rely on your other teammates to come in a King of the Hill style. Hasiel has predicted the right matchups, I think, more than anyone. We usually talk about Julesy and Mo, but he has to be right there with them, and I'm very curious to find out if he's the one doing it or if he has an analyst, another secret talent in the community, because Hasiel definitely was one.
Yeah, and, you know, that's something to look at, especially when you're trying to make these runs as these rookies, you know, as a newcomer fresh to the scene. It's hard to get a good analysis on these kind of players. And so, you know, it allows the other player to say, okay, maybe I go comfort, maybe he's not going to feel comfortable in these positions, and, you know, you get these outplays that we're seeing.
And I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit nervous. You know why?
Why?
Morton has to go against Hasiel, and Morton's weakness is matchups.
Exactly.
And now you have the guy getting the best matchups against the guy that usually gets the worst matchups. And Hasiel, if he's able to play at this level, he played perfectly. We noticed since the first 20 seconds, he realized, okay, I am just going to go ahead, log every single time that I can. And that's what put him in a position to really end the game when he did. If it wasn't for all that chip damage, those logs don't seem like a lot, but at over 80 damage, when it reaches that 10 logs, which I'm pretty sure he got to, that's 800 HP that you took away from that tower.
Yeah, we see it with these Hog cycle decks. We see it with these Expo, the Mortar, just that constant cycle, that constant pressure. Even with a minor chip, you need that 800, that 500 base HP with those small spells. And then, you know, the big spells can work out. But it sounds like Rich on the Telestration is going to be able to break this down.
Thanks a lot, guys. This was a great match. What a great kickoff already with our two first matches, really showing us high-level gameplay. And this one was Hasiel playing like the veteran against the more experienced player, Basotto. Let's take a look at this very important moment for game number one, where Hasiel makes some really experienced moves here. And you can see, let's go ahead and pause right here and take this back just a little bit before this actually starts, because this is, even the beginning of this clip is actually really fascinating. When we start out, you can see right here, look at all that Hasiel has on the board. And on the other side of it, Samuel has a whole lot fewer troops and plays that P.E.K.K.A. right here in the back when he's already down on Elixir on the board. Let's keep on going with this illustration. And you see right now, just doubling down on the right-hand lane is the MK, the Ram Rider, and you're gonna see all this get great lightning value as well. All this time, great expenditure from Hasiel, Basotto defending against troops, and here you go, plenty with this really, really nice cannon cart to defend, and then the Goblin Cage to pull the P.E.K.K.A. back. This was Hasiel recognizing that he had a good Elixir situation, a good position in this matchup, and Basotto doing what you think, right? P.E.K.K.A. in the back when you feel like you're up, but the feel wasn't quite there. So Hasiel with some great veteran play, recognizing he had the opportunity to spend heavy and still defend effectively, and that's why he's moving on to this competition. Great work by Hasiel. Now, of course, we have more coming up soon, and a big one here, as they just said, Morton and Hasiel facing off in the next round of our elimination bracket. So you go ahead and vote. Will it be the upstart rookie Hasiel, hashtag Hasiel, or will the veteran Morton continue that run towards a world championship, hashtag Morton? Get your votes in now. Let's go back to the desk for more Clash Royale.
Man, what an amazing start to the day. Did you hear us screaming over there during those first two matches?
I did not. I heard like a buzz, but I didn't hear the screaming.
They're
yeah,
pretty good headphones.
Really good.
Let's keep the action going here as we go into match number 3. It's going to be Line versus Surge TS. Line was sent down to the lower bracket by the Mexican that you just saw in Hasiel, who tore up the competition up until he was sent down here, and now he's keeping that trend rolling. Surge TS on the other side of it ran into the Mortar God himself in Igor, both of them trying to stay alive. One of them will walk away with $30,000, but you know you want to keep going for that 200K, Josh.
You need to keep going. 30,000, who wants that? Not me, not them. Surge TS, fantastic player. I mean, this is the battle of the underrated. Surge TS has played a great game. Decks are on point. You know, we thought that he was just an RG player, but we're seeing in this competition, he's willing to use whatever he believes is going to give him the biggest kind of advantage. And so far, it's been working. It just doesn't always work when you're playing against someone like Igor.
Yeah, very, very difficult there. And there was a couple things we saw yesterday. You know, Surge TS was very, very confident early in his games, in his set against Igor. And overconfidence got people in a little bit of trouble yesterday. We saw that with Wallace. We saw that set turn around for Surge TS. So let's see if he can stay locked and dialed in here. As you can see, Line just giving us the phone, and Surge TS giving us a little bit of a fun princess emote there. Here we go. Match number 3, day 3, CRL 2021 World Finals. Let's do this.
Royal Hogs going in for Line. Ewas up top, not going to spend any other troop. That is going to be 1,000 damage on the very first push. You have to be spending more against the Royal Hogs. Delivery going to come down, and that's going to be an easy cleanup. Line in a phenomenal position. That is so much damage to give up this early on.
That is an exceptional start when you talk about the fact that we've only seen 3 cards out of Surge TS, that Lightning being the 3rd one. Nice value there, takes the Goblin Cage off the board and does take the Goblin Brawler out of play. But down about 1 Elixir here with a Brawler away.
And he's already back to another set of Royal Hogs. Is he going to do it? And there we go at the bridge once again. Golden Knight going to come down. Is he going to try and utilize the dash?
Wow.
No, MK as well. So Surge TS just trying to set up, trying to overwhelm, but he doesn't have enough troops for that. It should be a somewhat simple defense, maybe.
Oh, but there you go, Josh. Golden Knight on the tower, MK distracting. Golden Knight going to town, still raged up, if you will, after that dash and getting tanked for. And we are back to a lead change here. Surge TS in front by about 300, exactly 300.
And it makes you think, if he had chosen to go in and utilize and use that Goblin Cage up high, it wouldn't have been able to dash onto everything. Just one simple placement of the Archer Queen, one simple placement of the cage, he could have a perfectly healthy tower. Instead, both players down to about 1,300, 1,200 HP.
You got to lock down that placement on those buildings, on the troops, anything when you talk about the Golden Knight. We saw it in game number 1 or in match number 1 today, where Sandbox had the perfect placement for those furnaces to make sure that Golden Knight was not going to dash on tower. And that's something that Lion has to be very cognizant of as we move through the rest of this set. 11:48 down to 10:61, 11:45 still holds strong for Lion.
These defenses are going to get really difficult now that we're in double elixir. We see the pressure opposite lane. If he doesn't respond, the cannon cart should be enough. We're going to see it lock onto 1 Royal Hog and then a separate one. That's going to be a clean defense, and this is so much pressure going down the lane. This Lightning could mean it's game instead. And there we go.
There it
wow.
is. MK does not get the lead. 8:28 remains. Surge TS goes for the big time min-max, eats almost that entire Royal Hogs on the left-hand side to create some great offense. And Line has to throw that AQ down on top of the cannon cart. That is tough.
That snowball on top of the Skellies, I was thinking there's a chance that gets no value and instead gets all the value. He was on top, doesn't want to allow the invisibility to happen. And going in with the pressure opposite lane, I really like that. He has to make that play, but he has to defend this. Gob Cage gonna come down just in time. And that's a lot of damage on the left lane.
Where's the defense on the left-hand side? There's no Mega Knight, no Lightning goes to the tower. There's nothing there. That's gonna be tower down. Wow, and you can see there, Surge TS knows he made the wrong choice. When you have enough Elixir to Lightning, that means you have enough Elixir to Mega Knight in double Elixir. You can hold for half a second longer, you can drop the MK down, you can play any defense. It was okay the first time, but what about the second and third?
Absolutely, we saw early on the E-Wiz gave up 1,200 HP. What happens when you don't E-Wiz and you just let everything run through? It's going to be easily 1,200 HP. I don't understand the thought process behind that. It doesn't make sense to me.
It's got to be nerves, right?
Yeah.
It feels like that's the only thing that someone at this level could have that type of decision-making. Surge TS goes for the min-max one too many times, sacrificing tower damage to create offense. Problem is those offenses were not orchestrated completely correctly. The one that we saw, the biggest hit that we saw was, honestly, it was right here, and that was really more about the bad placement of the cage by Line than it was about Surge TS creating an opportunity.
Yeah, Line, after that, played a very solid game. A lot of creative looks. He went in with aggressive Royal Hogs when he had low amounts of Elixir. It was a very impressive way to do things, and we saw, like, you know, we can say at the end of the day, Surge TS made a lot of mistakes and, you know, gave away the game. But what you have to do in any scenario, even going against these pro players, is just give yourself a chance.
Yeah. And
right there, he gave himself the chance. The cage came down just in time. Beautiful defenses. And then, again, the creativity. Right here, he goes in with a Fire Spirit. How does he follow that? With the defensive Earthquake in order to halt that progress.
What a great play there on the defensive EQ, just giving enough of a window to get that damage in on the left-hand side. Line bounces back after his 0-2 set to Hasiel yesterday, picking up game number 1 here against the Brazilian Surge TS. And honestly, it looked like it was his game to lose. It truly was, and that bad decision-making late game is what cost him number 1. So we'll see if he can bounce back here in game number 2, but that's got to be a blow to your confidence. You could even see on Surge TS's face, he knew he let that one go.
Yeah, you have the Lightning, and you have a great deck for overwhelming. He doesn't really have any strong defenses. He has the Cajun, he has the Archer Queen, but both of them give way too much value to Lightning. Even if you can only catch one of them, even if it's a 6 for 4, you're still getting the tower and you're pausing the tower's shooting, and that's so much coming down the lane. You can't stop it in those situations. He was just never able to get in a situation where he was able to overwhelm.
And you know, being a pro, when you see Earthquake as your big spell in your opponent, what do? Pile up, especially when you have the MK, when you have the Golden Knight. That is a lot of HP on the board. That's all you need to tank up front, stack something behind. You know the EQ is going to come in. We'll see if Surge TS can right his wrongs in game number 2. Line seems to be handling his nerves very well. As we mentioned yesterday for a little bit, Line does struggle with his nerves. He says that's his greatest weakness as a player, and now he is back on camera and maybe feeling pretty good after game number 1.
Yeah, no longer showing the hands, showing the face at this point. Surge TS, you know, taking deep breaths. He has to get back in this. That's, you know, you got to reset.
A $30,000 game here for Surge TS. Line still has 1 game to give. We can go to a game number 3. First 4 matches of the day, all worth $30,000. The following 4 worth $35,000, and then it goes up exponentially from there.
Both players not really willing to play the card. Surge TS going in with the Dark Prince in the back. And we see the Zappies. The Zappies this weekend have been so powerful every single time.
The exact same thing, man. It feels like they've been a secret MVP of the weekend. I think we all expected the Golden Knight and the AQ to come out, but the amount of work that Zappies and Cannon Cart have put in over our 3-day competition has been incredible.
It really is a battle between those 2 cards, which one can get more value. We saw I think it was yesterday, that Surge TS used his own Goblin Hut deck. It didn't have a lot of success. He actually was able to lose at the very last second against, I'm pretty sure, what was a Wall Breakers drill spam deck. The Huts, they struggle to get that value, especially later on in the game. Early on, you're going to get a lot of chip. You're going to get, you know, 1, 2, 3 Spirit Goblin shots onto the board. But then once double elixir happens, there's so much on the board. Those Spirit Goblins don't really get value. And a lot of the time, they give a lot of value to your opponent, the Mother Witch, or it allows the Mega Knight to just keep leaping. So it's an interesting choice that he uses that for game number 2.
It is an issue when you talk about the Goblin Hut and the Furnace as defensive buildings, right? They're so great at creating offense, creating pressure, which is really more of an issue in single elixir and at lower levels of competitive play. That Dark Prince is getting tanked for. Arrows have to come in as a desperation move. Now you need to see Line overspend on top of that Archer Queen. Zappies come down, now out of cycle. And look at that, great log there.
Dark Prince coming down just in time, put the tower down to 2248. We're still not totally sure what Line is using. It's likely leaning towards what's probably going to be a graveyard deck. We often see that, and you know, that's what makes sense with the Goblin Hut. But he's stacked 2 Goblin Huts at this point, but just 1 Tesla is able to pretty much make that a non-factor. It really just isn't something that he's worried about. It is going to allow the Mega Knight to jump, but tower already down to 1676. He has to make a comeback.
Yeah, Tesla is a great +1 trade there when you talk about that interaction with the Goblin Huts. Then the second one on the board. Nice MK tanking here for that graveyard. Good arrows coming in. MK leaps on the tower, and just like that, Line could be taking this set. That's it, Josh. That's going to do it. Arrows plus poison. Surge TS has been eliminated.
251 HP left. Poison coming down. Not even going to go in with the graveyard. Probably just going to cycle the arrows. We see the celebration. Surge TS waving goodbye. Unfortunate situation for him. He just can't do it. Giving a little shout out to what's likely his favorite streamer.
Yeah, Rockstar, a lot of love for that guy out there. Surge TS has been eliminated from the competition. Line stays alive with the great 2-0 set. You called it early on. It was going to be graveyard. I think we all saw it coming as the cards slowly unrolled, and he was able to just get 1 graveyard in for the win. You said 1676, he needs to create offense. That's exactly what the South Korean did.
Yeah, just a late delivery and just not the cleanest gameplay from Surge TS. Just a lot of mental mistakes, a lot of micro mistakes. And yeah, it's just not something we expected from Surge TS after the performance that he put up. Right here in this replay, we see the poison coming down and we see the late delivery. Gets the jump, arrows value onto nothing, but it doesn't matter because the Mega Knight already got the jump, tower locked onto the MK, and Skeleton stacking, getting it all the way down to 251.
Absolutely devastating. Then you talk about being at level 11 as opposed to level 9. Arrows plus poison going to do more than seal the deal. And here we go, 4.4 average elixir cost to 3.3. That's why you saw a lot more damage coming in for Surge TS throughout that single elixir and going into double, and then Line just needed one great graveyard to send Surge TS packing. He will be moving on and facing off against the winner of our next set here in the elimination bracket. And oh man, we're about a quarter of the way through the day and there's still so much action to be had. Here we go, game number 1, Dex number 1 from both of these guys. Josh, talk me through it.
Yeah, so we do have the MK Lightning Cannon card. What do? You're supposed to stack. He just never was given the... Well, he had opportunities. It came down to Line made some great plays, a lot of creative plays going in with the pressure. Even though he had gotten the right tower fairly low, he switched his entire attack setup and started going in on the left. But there was a lot of opportunities for Surge TS. Just after that one strong push with the Lightning Ram Rider Mega Knight, he kind of fell away from it, never set up that second attack.
And you look at the amount of responses from Surge TS just not being used correctly as we hop into game number 2 and talking about responses once again, Josh. Poison, Dark Prince, Log, Skellies, Delivery that came down late. All of those good responses to the graveyard. You had to expect it was coming. You should have held maybe just a little bit more elixir in your tank, or the timing of that delivery just off by a hair. Line capitalizes once again, and that's one of those interesting things where you talk about it. We saw it earlier today with Morton, at least in my opinion, playing through tough matchups. You know, in Line there, it seemed on paper that both of those were relatively tough matchups, and he played right on through them. Let's take a quick check-in with our lower bracket here as we're almost through the first round of it. You know, we have 4 matches to start off our lower bracket, and then of course 4 players moving on forward. Morton, Hasiel, that'll be a lot of fun. One of the most vetted players in the entire game. A lot of people's favorite streamers, including Lucas X Gamer and Mohammed Light. SK's Morton going up against Hasiel. Line will be facing off against, I mean, does it get... When you talk about Morton versus Hasiel, and then the other side of it, Lciop versus Basotto, 2 guys that have no business being here, and then 2 guys that have been at numerous World Finals. This is going to be so exciting.
Absolutely. Lciop is definitely the player that surprised me the most this weekend. You know, Igor, he has shown flashes where he can pull it off, and so it's kind of like, you know, are we going to get it? And then he was able to pull that off. Lciop, no one really believes in him anymore, and he's showing why that's a ridiculous statement to make. Lciop has impressed everybody this weekend. I mean, first round was able to pick apart Morton, and those were some great games back there. Just overall this entire weekend, he has been impressive.
Yeah, he's been absolutely exceptional. And then on the other side of it, you talk about Basotto and who he has played through in his run. Obviously on day 1, beating Ruben, which was a big time shocker. I don't think anyone saw that coming. And then you saw him play through Line as well, but then he really did struggle in his last set against his opponent, where I believe he was 0-2'd, which was the first time we kind of saw maybe a little bit of a weakness in the young rookie here. And when you talk about this matchup, Lciop versus Fram, I think nerves are going to be a very big part of it, and let's hope their analysts put in the work.
I want to see Lciop use a lot of control. You know, I need to see Miner come out from Lciop in this. Basotto, he showed that he was willing to use Sparky Goblin Giant, and that's not a deck that a lot of pros are willing to use. I don't know if it's a combination of he's used it a lot and he's well practiced and he knows the matchups, or he doesn't really believe in what he can do, because even though it's kind of not something that takes a lot of micro skill, it has a lot of bad matchups. It's kind of a coin flip whether or not you're going to get the right deck, and so to use that in a competitive event, it's good, but there's a lot of negatives with that as well.
Well, and honestly, that game that he played, the Goblin Giant Spark, it looked like it was over until that final moment when he was able to overwhelm, and you can see him giving a little bit of love out there. Lciop is dialed in as always as Fram drops this mortar down. AQ to respond, and our former world champion, the greatest player in all of China's history of Clash Royale, Lciop top of your screen, and young blood on the block, Basotto at the bottom.
going in with Royal Hogs already, getting the left side all the way down to 22-16. The Archer Queen is so strong, and especially powered up, it does so much damage, but when it's not, it can struggle for that DPS. We see time and time again the Royal Hogs just doing so much damage, even when there's a lot to respond. Fire Spirit coming out late, and that's going to get 2 shots onto the tower. Frustration from Lciop right there.
Yeah, Lciop down to 26-02, but he is in the lead. 22-16 is the lower of the 4 towers here. Thinking Royal Hogs, Mortar, probably EQ at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, we've seen this deck a few times. Going to be using Cannon Cart as well in this deck. Mortar low to be able to take care of that with the help of both towers and the Cannon Cart. Should receive no damage. We could see one of the Hogs get to the tower. Not going to be the case right there. Lciop just kind of resetting, using the Goblin Cage up top. Just kind of waiting to see each other out. Lciop could be running Earthquake, could be running Lightning. There's so many of these decks where we're just not sure because of how the dual format is set up, because of how strong the Archer Queen is. We don't know. You're basically saving the Lightning every single dual format.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lottery, just hoping that you can hit correctly when your opponent uses the right card and you have the right spell. And there you go. Once again, Lciop just really struggling with the timing of that Archer Queen. It's something that a lot of us have had to adapt to, and today Lciop really struggling with that interaction specifically. And this time he's going to take that on his own and get some damage in on the right-hand side here. Nice EQ to come in on top of those Spear Goblins.
You have to use your building in these situations. You are giving up way too much damage. You're allowing your opponent to get all the way down to 790. All of a sudden, this game is completely flipped, and the defenses from Lciop are going to be very strong. He can't go, he can't split lane pressure anymore. He has to kind of go after that left tower. We're seeing the switch to Mortar on the right lane, but I don't like the usage of that building. He's also going to have to defend the Archer Queen, so he's throwing away 4 Elixir, and then really solid pressure. I'm surprised he's going on that lane.
That's a really nice strike here by Lciop. We saw him he was very happy to sacrifice one lane's damage for the other, and here he goes, hitting hard in both lanes. Now Royal Hogs down again. That cycle is devastating. High Mortar, it misses 2 pigs. That's it. That's it. Earthquake coming in.
Game over just like that. Earthquake coming down, not gonna matter. You don't place the building, you get way too much damage, and then all of a sudden Lciop, it seems like his elixir, or his cycle was, 9 elixir. At the end, he had multiple Royal Hogs up.
That's the thing about this Royal Hogs AQ cycle deck. It's insane. The moment you think you're done defending the Royal Hogs, another set comes out. And I've talked to Eric about this before. I'm going to talk to you about it, Josh, being a former pro, being as seasoned as you are and having as much success as you've had. You go for the 100% defenses. You don't go for the things, I hope the Spear Goblins plus the Knight works out. I hope that's going to happen. I hope he doesn't Earthquake. Why wouldn't he? You got to get that building down. You called it early on. Mortar plus both Princess Towers plus Cannon Cart. Perfect defense. Why sacrifice what you know works?
And this replay was interesting right here. He was able, he swaps lanes completely, forces out a lot of Elixir, and we see the Cannon Cart right there. Has to be played, and Lciop has shown time and time again he's willing to go opposite lane. If there's one pro that is, has shown that he's impressive when it comes to swapping lanes, it's Lciop.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw a lot of that between his matchup with Morton. Both those guys very happy to swap lanes, and Lciop came out on top. I will say I'm very happy to see from Framcito that he's got a smile on his face after game number 1. Yesterday when he was playing against Mugi, you could see he was tilted from the very beginning, whether it was the spells that he had in play versus the cards that his opponent had. Today it seems like he's recognizing, all right, I played through rough matchups. I've lost. This could be the end. I could keep going. There's a lot of things that could still happen, so don't throw in the towel yet mentally. And I was very happy to see Fram stay locked in, and of course, Lciop is robotic.
Yeah, if there's one thing we can count on, it is that Fram using the Mortar and the Royal Hogs. So taking those off the table, and then on the other side, Lciop no longer with Royal Hogs. We're seeing so much Royal Hogs this tournament, and the Earthquake just pairing with that is so strong because you get to save that, fireball arrows, you get to save that lightning. And now that the Archer Queen is gone, do you still want to use lightning?
Yeah, that's a really, really tough call. It does not get as much value, but then maybe you could pair it with something like a Ram Rider, like a Royal Giant, to just create a little bit of space and to talk about kind of the path that Lciop has had already, going up against Hire, going up against Morton, but then running into the brick wall that is Mohamed Light. Mo Light has been untouchable, and we're very excited to see his match. I believe up next is going to be Mo Light and Igor, which I cannot wait. But first, game number 2 here between Nova's Lciop and, of course, Framcito.
Both players mirroring each other. It's insane how many games already today we've seen where the first 4 or 5 cards are the exact same.
Yeah.
Not going to happen in this one there, right? Going in with the Miner, Fisherman on defense from Lciop, and Baby Dragon. I was going to say, we usually see the RGs, we usually see the Golems with this kind of deck. This one could be Lava? I don't know the combination between Miner, Poison, and Baby Dragon.
There you go, 2654 remains on the top tower, 2840. A little nudge there from that Piggy as this Barbell tries to come in. Mega Minion in response on both sides. Just a quick correction there from the booth. We're going to be going back to Morton versus Hasiel, staying in our lower bracket. My apologies, but Igor and Mo is coming your way in just a little bit.
Lciop cycling the RG in the back, going on to the right side. The cage should not be a problem. It should be able to pop before the RG gets there, so that's one less card you have. And you already don't have a lot of DPS. The guards are going to come down, and if it locks onto the guards, that's a really good situation right there. Needs to go with the Mega Minion on top of the Baby Dragon if he wants to get the boost, the little soul right there. Mega Minion on top, going to clean that up nicely. Not in time, and there we go. We are going to see the lava from Fram. I like this because, we've seen a lot of success from the lava recently at the beginning, especially through all these monthly, qualifiers and all that. The lava wasn't very strong, but we're seeing a lot of these players be able to pull it off this weekend.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Lava guards late in the season. We did not see a lot of Lava Loon, which we have seen a few times here this weekend. And as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, no monthly finals appearances from either of these gentlemen. Of course, Framcito had to play through the LCQ. Lciop on the other side of it, the lowest seeded player, or I guess the highest seeded player that had to avoid the LCQ. And as I'm talking, that tower on the left-hand side has just completely fallen with a great send there from Framcito. That lava was more than enough.
Yeah, no response to the Mega Minion on top of the tower. Uses the Mother Witch, but allows it to lock. Mega Minion not going to come down, and this is going to be a fairly easy defense at this point. Something special needs to happen if he wants to come back, but this game should be over. I'm surprised to see him defend it that way. He went somewhat aggressive with the RG, but you have to pair that with the Mega Minion plus Mother Witch. I want to go back to that because I just don't know why he doesn't choose to go the Mega Minion on top.
Yeah, the defense was pretty questionable there from Lciop, maybe feeling the pressure of needing to get back on offense. And as you guys saw the cameras there, Framcito celebrating his game number 2 win. Lciop trying to calculate what exactly went wrong, and maybe we'll be able to break that down just a little bit more for you guys. But we've seen Lava a couple times today. It's played very, very well. We saw it have success in our first set in game number 2, and now we're seeing it once again here, doing pretty well. This time without the Loon, instead Miner guards, which was really, really popular and ended up playing great.
Yeah, Lava guards, you have that control, and he didn't struggle against the RG pushes even when he didn't have the cage in cycle right there. Cage going to come down. This is a great defense. The bar barrels and the guards were used so well by Fram in this game.
Yeah, the DPS there is just absolutely insane with those units, and you saw in what you were talking about earlier during broadcasts and afterwards, AC, is that Mega Minion getting on top of the tower there, and you see the Mother Witch come down, but that is not substantial enough single target DPS. Cool, you get a Piggy out of it, you end up taking away the Mega Minion, but you end up trading a tower there, and then at the end of that regulation timer, we just saw Lciop piling everything up at the bridge, hoping something would happen. No way, no how, and we're going to game number 3, and the idea that Fram would eliminate 2 world champions in his run is just insane to think about.
I would love to be able to go back 3 days ago and have a one-on-one conversation with Fram and just joke around with him that could be a possibility.
Right?
He has to be so proud of himself, ecstatic that he's in this kind of situation. And, the bounce back from game 1 to game 2 was impressive. you got to feel like he feels like this is his time.
I mean, not only is he bumping shoulders with the best of the best in all of Clash Royale, but he's beating them. He's winning. He's taking games. He's taking sets. So we'll see what happens here going into game number 3 of our 4th matchup of the day. And this is an exciting one. You know, you have someone who has been there before. They've climbed the mountain. They've been at every single CRL World Finals. And then you got Framcito.
Whoa, but we have no idea after this. Like, who knows? Fram could be, you know, that no longer the underdog. We just have to see what happens as this goes along. Lciop, I don't know. I want to see what he pulls out in game number 3. The RG deck, it didn't feel like he was well versed with how to play against certain matchups.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you bring up. It did feel like he did not know when to commit over on offense or spend more on defense. Now, obviously, that deck isn't great for air defense anyway, but the way that you can play it, still, he could have gotten a lot more out of his air defense than he did. You know, not using the cards that he needed on that lava, trying to get more out of that offense, not creating the pushes that you need to with the Royal Giants. So we'll see what he wants to pick as his win condition here in game number 3. And if I'm Lciop, I go for what we've talked about a lot in the past with these more experienced players, which is go for outplayability. Fram on the other side of it. Wow, okay, archers in both directions. So could be seeing Graveyard, most likely not going to be seeing Expo.
Dark Prince from Fram, got to feel good about that. So yeah, we are looking at what could be Cannon Cart, Graveyard, Mortar. On the other side, Fram going in with the most aggressive push I've ever seen. But look at the Dark Prince on the left lane, getting the tower down to 2060. This is insane damage from both lanes.
Both lanes, major misplays in defense there. You see the Cannon Cart going off of its wheels right next to the Princess Tower. AC pointed it out. Dark Prince connects for a massive amount of damage. Well, only 17 less damage done on that right-hand side when you talk about that aggressive Ice Golem plus GY. And I know Rich Slayton is cheering somewhere, finally seeing his little guy, his little 2 Elixir best friend showing up here at CRL.
I always forget about that, and I just laugh so much.
There's something so wholesome about it. Archer's coming out as defense here on that Cannon Cart. Going to need to spend just a little bit more on those arrows, and Fram now in trouble. Cannon Cart tanking for that Graveyard. No spell in hand, no Elixir in hand. Fram has his hand on his head, and he's just going to give the tower up. There's the Fireball, finally ticks to 4, and Lciop screams back into the lead, back into this set.
No arrows, no Ice Golem, no Skellies, and apparently no archers as well. Has to use the Fireball on top of the Crown Tower. All the skeletons piling up. What a turnaround right there. And, you know, that's when it comes to, you know, the aggressiveness early on is great.
Yep.
But, you know, the reason why so many pros don't get that level of aggressiveness is because it puts you in those weird situations where you just can't defend and you end up having a Fireball like that.
Excellent call. It's pretty much took all the words right out of my mouth, Josh. When you talk about overspending that much early on, when you take that much damage and you didn't overcommit, you just misplayed your defense, you know you should be able to punish. And now Fram is trying to make something happen with those arrows, takes the archers off the board, does get some good damage in here with the skeletons piling up. Cannon Cart connects on the right-hand side. Valkyrie does not on the left. 888 to 896. Wow. And just like that, I believe Lciop should probably switch lanes here, getting that tower down to 1356. I don't think he wants to play in the same lane as Framcito.
Yeah, the Tesla's getting so much value. It's such a hassle for you to take out these archers. But right here, we see Fram being the one to switch lanes. Valk on top of the Dark Prince. Arrows are going to come down, and there we go. Art is able to hit the archers, but a nice little cleanup. Ice Golem to protect,
nice
not allowing the Cannon Cart to pass.
We'll see what Lciop wants to do. He does pull the trigger on the Fireball. Now skeletons piling up at the end. He does get a little bit of lucky RNG there. 312, 207 plus whatever Snowball does now in a level 11. Not going to be enough. He needs to get around twice in spells, getting another Graveyard down on the board.
Not going to be able to protect that at the bridge, but not going to be the end of the world. 653, and we see the Mortar. I was really expecting that he was going to go in with the aggressive Graveyard, but really good patience right there.
Oh my God, Tesla's not on the Mortar. So now Skellies have to distract. Fireball in, that's it.
Snowball.
Lciop stays alive and moves on. 2 world champions remain. Igor and Lciop both still here. Framcito, for a guy that no one thought was gonna make past game 2 of day 1, just walked away with $30,000.
Yeah, props to him. The road was tough. Ruben 2-0 And then just to follow that game and game again, just props to him. What a run he had. Lciop, on the other hand, survives. We see it in his face. He didn't celebrate. He wasn't happy. He wasn't pleased at all. I don't think he felt good about what he did in that game. I think he knew that he made too many mistakes. There was a time where he defended a graveyard with Inferno Dragon. There was a lot of errors in his game.
It's because he knows that if he wants to win this thing, which you know is the only thing that Lciop cares about. He's a world champion. That's the only way to get an up here is to get another world championship. He knows that he's going to have to clean up his gameplay. We saw a lot of mistakes in game 2. We saw a lot of mistakes in game number 3. He knows that Igor, Michi, Mo Light are not going to allow for those things to happen. So he does stay alive. He does move on. He will be facing off against Line, but a very close set here between him and the rookie.
Absolutely, Fram definitely has to be pleased. 13 4-card cycle. He cycled pretty slowly, and that's the problem with those graveyard cannon cart decks. You know, you have to be careful, and that's why that Ice Golem graveyard push at the very beginning of the game was so strong. You know, if you cycle the cannon card in the back, which he was able to abuse with the Dark Prince over there, but you know, you get the arrows early on into the archers, you get a ton of damage early on, and then you can kind of just halt the progress from Lciop. Lciop eventually was able to overwhelm them.
Yeah, and overwhelm is exactly what he did. After that big hit he took early on, the Dark Prince connecting, that's a bit of bad luck. The Ice Golem plus the Graveyard is just a bit of over-aggression, and he did exactly what you have to do in those moments. Recognize the overspend and return that punishment. Fram got those archers out very early on in that Graveyard defense to try to stop the cannon cart. That is not what you want those archers to do. You want those archers to be back by your King Tower, way behind your Princess Tower, and cleaning up those little Larrys piling up from that Graveyard.
Yeah, the archers just... Fram had such a good situation because Snowball, Fireball were the spells for Lciop, but just wasn't enough for him. Sounds like Eric is going to be able to help us with a deck breakdown or telestration. Not actually sure.
Who knows? He's over in the analyst booth. He can do whatever he wants. EB7, how you doing?
Thank you. I'm actually going to go ahead and do a deck breakdown, but before I get into it really quickly, I just want to congratulate Francito on an insane run. Obviously, it does end abruptly here, but when you look at these decks, Lciop's so smart here. He realizes that he does not have the same offensive power that Francito has. Francito has that mortar that's going to add some more aggression. So what does Lciop do? He sits back for the majority of the time, makes sure that that mortar is never going to connect, and that one time where he decides, okay, I'm going to go in, he just started out-cycling him, using that to his advantage late in the game, and obviously a mistake there from Francito, missing 2 of the Hoggies. So when it comes down to decks and matchups, I genuinely don't think there was a big gap here between one or the other. It was just an understanding of how to play the matchup, and that is where Lciop really took advantage here. And moving on to deck number 2 now, this is where we see a complete change in style. You get RG versus Lava. And why was this a very smart pick out of Francito? It is that poison and the fact that he did not go with a Loon deck, a Lava Loon deck. That would have been a lot tougher. He knows that mortar is still available. There's a lot of graveyard still being used, so he covers himself with that poison. It was a very smart choice. Unfortunately for him, the graveyard did not come in until deck number 3 here from Lciop, and this is very odd to see. Usually when we get 2 people running graveyards and the quicker cycle loses, it is because of a mistake, but I genuinely think it all comes down to that Ice Golem. That Ice Golem that was supposed to kite over for that cannon cart, he misses it, forces the archers out from him as well, and then does not have anything to defend that graveyard. But it's time to go to the game, and before we do that, do not forget to vote. Hashtag Hasiel, hashtag Morton. Will the underdog continue the road to victory, or is it Morton's time to shine and finally get that world championship under his belt? And now it's time to get into the game with Rich and Andrew standing by at the desk.
Thanks a lot, Eric, and we're about to pop into what an amazing matchup. On one side, a player who needs no introduction, a player you've seen since the beginning of Clash Royale League, a player who's been built around, built upon, but now has one more thing to do, and that's win a world championship. Other side of it, a young player who maybe people who follow competitive Clash Royale exceptionally closely know how good he is, but who's making his real international debut here this weekend.
And what a debut he is having. He's played through some of the best, and why not add Morton to that list? The best German player and arguably I guess the second best player in all history of Clash Royale. We'll see if he can take that #1 spot at the end of today. And even though this does feel like a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup on paper, Hasiel has really proven himself. Let's take a look at our predictions here from the talent squad. I guess that's what they call us. I don't know why they call us that. I feel like we're barely staying alive here.
Yeah, we're a squad, though. We're all together, and we all have made our picks for this one. You won't be super surprised when you see the results, but you know, look, here, even though you'll see the results, probably you have already guessed which way we're going. Hasiel is a very, very talented player who has made a big splash this year in events like the Queso Cup and the Bren Chong Cup and dominated, and I mean absolutely dominated the North and Central American region in those group stages. 12-1 results in the Bren Chong Cup in the Queso Cup spring split. It's amazing what he's done, jumping into the scene, kind of being an unknown.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about that. That's probably why we got the numbers that we did. Hasiel getting 28% of the votes, Morton getting 72. No surprises there. Honestly, I think the biggest surprise is that Hasiel has almost 30%. But I think, again, he's really, really proven himself this weekend. He had a great showing earlier today, and he's going to try to keep that train running against the German phenom that is Morton from SK Gaming. This is going to be an absolute blast, and you got to talk about pressure. They just played a minute ago for $30,000. Now it's a $35,000 match. That is an incredible amount of money, but you know both of them want this guy right over here. This one.
What, that thing?
This thing.
Right here?
Right here.
This thing right here, yeah. Oh, I want it. I want it too. Can I have one? Can I get one of those things, or no, you have to win
no.
World Championship
I'm getting word
for that
you
one.
cannot.
All right.
I'm sorry.
All right, I guess you do.
It was quick. It was a quick response.
Yeah, both of these guys have a chance, though, and, you know, the 28% voting for Hasiel, I'll say this. I understand, and that should be the vote. In fact, the vote should be, like, 90% people voting for who they want to win. Morton is a hugely international popular player. I don't think that these numbers, if we're talking about, I think, the chances, I think Hasiel has a good 40% chance here to win this matchup.
I mean, you saw what he did against Basotto earlier today. Everyone was thinking Samuel Basotto. I think most of us here at the broadcast team probably picked him to win. And how could you not? And once again, he is the underdog going into this game. He's been the underdog going into every single game. We'll see if things change here at the end of these potential 3.
Hasiel opened up cycling Snowball, log in the opposite direction. You know, Snowball, at one point, Snowball Bar Barrel dominated the meta. It was all a small smell meta. And of course, Balloon was fairly popular then. Snowball, of course, has been moved around a bit, changed in terms of how much knockback it has. And of course, Balloon not being as popular these days. It's kind of surprising to see as much Snowball as we are, even in duel mode.
One of the standouts that I think we saw today was just the fact of the decks that came out in game #1 from both Morton and Sandbox were incredibly innovative and different. And that's an odd charge there. It does not take the Fisherman out of play. You figure the dash damage would have done it, but now Morton going to capitalize on that interaction. And the Fisherman missed with that Mega Knight drop. Now RG on the tower. Fisherman still alive to get some DPS in.
I don't even know if that was a half HP Fisherman who did so much work, and I think what happened there was that he actually did get the pull and slightly stunned.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. So it looks like a crazy, doesn't make any sense interaction, but that's what the Fisherman can do.
And that's why you've got to play this game inside and out, 10,000 hours in, just to understand interactions, especially with these new champions. Not only do you have to figure out the range of the dash and how it works with connections, but also what does it do when a bandit dashes into it, when a Fisherman pulls it. That's an excellent point you make.
It looks like Hasiel is playing in the room Morton's in before they added all the technology.
You'll get that when you, go to World Finals a couple times, Hasiel. I know Morton's background is pretty sweet. We haven't talked about it at all. We talked about it off camera, but I'm a fan.
Looks like he's playing from the future. That would explain a lot about how good he's been for so long.
Gameplay. Yeah, absolutely. Golden Knights duking it out on Morton's side of the river, and 29.94 the lowest tower for the German, 20.44 for Hasiel.
Very healthy Mega Knight, cycled all the way in the back, and you do have the Mother Witch and Fisherman on board. And that's a no, not as nice of a lightning as you would have thought.
It's because that cage came down. Morton was waiting for it. That's a great pull there, although the Ram Rider will dash on through, should connect to tower, but not with that charge. And with Morton 6 elixir in the tank, we'll see if he wants to capitalize on this push.
I'm pretty sure Night Owl's asleep, so lucky him didn't have to see a Ram Rider connect no matter what.
And a Brawler plus Golden Knight in response here for Hasiel. High RG to turn things around.
Yeah, very aggressive Royal Giant play from Morton.
Good lightning there.
So final 10 seconds of regulation so far. It is the German in the lead, 24-62. Doesn't touch. Log comes out and still fairly even on elixir, up by about, let's call it 1 elixir. Was Morton with that Brawler.
I like that play of the snowball. Gets that log out from Morton, makes sure the Ram Rider does not connect, just has to spend a little bit more than he is comfortable with. And Hasiel, I love the aggression that we've seen from him, because that aggression, it translates into confidence. It shows how confident he is in the way that he plays.
You know, one of the big differences in this matchup right now, Andrew, is that Morton's been consistently getting lightning value on tower. And Hasiel's been getting lightning plays in the middle of the board, except for the last one that we just saw.
Yeah.
But those middle of the board lightning plays haven't translated to results.
And now Hasiel may be feeling that pressure, feeling that damage difference, and that's why we saw that last lightning go up just a bit higher. Morton doing it again this time, taking a page out of Hasiel's book. Doesn't get damage on tower, but does free up this RG for a handful of shots. Doesn't get the 4th, but down to 753, and a beautiful log to take that cannon cart off its wheels.
Yeah, Hasiel is in a world of trouble, and there is no good reason for Morton to lose this game here in Triple Elixir.
And knowing Morton, he's going to just cycle from the back, set up defenses. There we go. Exactly what you'd expect. He knows he doesn't need to get another Royal Giant in unless there is a awesome opportunity. Otherwise, defend, and get that lightning value.
Mega Knight pulled in deep. That's a decent bit of lightning, but all the way back around to cage here. Triple Elixir doing its job.
And that's the point you were just talking about, Rich. You saw Hasiel go up high once again with that lightning. Doesn't get the tower damage. 2145. Felt like it was there forever. And Morton breaks on through. The veteran capitalizes on some great pressure at the bridge and some excellent lightning bait plays.
Well, you've seen us in a matchup where the decks are so similar. There's so much on the board that's kind of going both directions. You see Morton get ahead early, and what you see is Hasiel start trying to force the issue.
Yes.
Start trying to force his way to tower because he knows he's behind, and if he plays the same game continually, he's going to keep falling behind incrementally. Well, what does that do? It opens up the door for even more damage for Morton.
And, you know, we heard our co-casters in AC and Eric applauding Morton for his patience earlier on today. Yep. We saw Lciop do the same thing. We've seen the veteran players, or honestly just the guys that have come out on top. We saw it with Line as well. Sit back, wait, make the smarter play, let them come to you. And then Morton, when you do that, you have the elixir to think, all right, what is my opponent going to do? He needs to go in for a lightning here. So what am I going to do? I should block it.
Yeah, and that's just experience here. And of course, you talk about nerves. We've seen nerves from everybody, and I don't think Hasiel's particularly nervous. He's been pretty consistent this whole way through, but again, this is an exact moment we're talking about. Yeah. He was playing off his back foot, Morton playing the offensive game, and Hasiel playing the middle of the board game, and it just didn't turn into Ram Rider connections.
And just to commend these younger players, you know, you heard me talk about it with Fram. You and I talked about it yesterday. Fram was really in his head, and in that last set, even when he lost game 1, you still saw a smile on his face. It didn't end up translating to a victory in that set, but same thing goes for Hasiel here. I have been so impressed by his confidence and his composure more than anything here at this level.
Yeah, but that, I think that speaks to the experience he's put in a very short time this year.
Yeah. Right?
We talked about it. Both of the Queso Cup splits, both the spring split and the fall split. You have the Bren Chong Cup. He's been mixing it up with top-tier players all year. And, you know, you talk about CRL experience. Well, CRL experience is one thing. Yeah. But if you are playing and knowing and proving throughout that year you can play at this level, that carries over to a day like this.
It's a great caveat you threw in there of top-tier players at the Bren Chong Cup, at the Queso Cup, at Royale Masters he wasn't at, but in those competitions, that is the highest level of gameplay you're going to see, including CRL, because it is only those notable pros or people that have really earned their spots. There's been a lot of great amateur competitions, a lot of great semi-pro competitions over the years. There still are, but those competitions that you're talking about specifically, you see all of the names that we've seen in CRL. They're bumping shoulders and trying to duke things out, and here we go. Hasiel, Morton going into game number 2. The goated German player up 1.
And you do see lightning out on both sides, so the big question now, of course, is do we start seeing the Archer Queen on both sides of the board?
I feel like you have to.
And a little different from yesterday. Yesterday was Miner Fest 2021. I think it was actually a requirement of participation that you had at least one miner in your dual deck set. Have not seen as much today, but here we go from Hasiel.
Nice Dark Prince to block. Mega Minion there to make sure that AQ does not connect. Morton took a little bit of damage on that right-hand side. And
that's going to turn into, wow.
Yeah. That's a rough Fire Spirit, so you see the overspend having to come out from Hasiel.
Only puts him about a half elixir to elixir behind, but significant in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, that damage hurts a lot. Now we see miners both direction this time going same lane. That AQ range is so tricky.
Well, I think he also didn't expect Hasiel to go to that low inside corner. Hasiel with a great recognition that he's not up against the tornado this time around. And so any of the other three positions, I believe the middle position behind that tower would have caught the Archer Queen.
Hasiel's decision-making keeps leaving him just a little behind in elixir. It was just a half a moment ago. Now it's about 1.5 to 2. And Morton is great at tracking his opponent's elixir. Nice cheeky miner to the inside, knowing that NATO is not a factor.
So both guys recognizing early that they have a wide variety of tiles, and now Hasiel goes to the same spot twice in a row. Poison down as well to make those spear goblins not as effective, but now check this out. The elixir advantage plus almost 4 for Morton.
So he goes with an aggressive Archer Queen. Going to be nice royal delivery value there. And we'll see what the idea was here with Morton, and that's exactly it. Get the royal delivery out, activate, make him overspend, now punish. This time the Fire Spirit a little bit more on point.
Yeah, definitely did the job this time around, but with that Earthquake, now going to be ahead by about 900 HP as Morton sets up this next defense.
Miner Poison going up against Morton with the lead and with the confidence is a lot of trouble. You see him already going in with these hyper-aggressive miners. He does get that miner into tank for the bat. Mega Minion is there, but the Earthquake cycle is also coming in. The lead just keeps getting farther and farther away for Hasiel.
Look at that support Tesla behind the Valve, when he can play this way up high. And now you're seeing Hasiel go with 7 elixir spends every single time.
Yep.
And look, there's a mostly healthy Valkyrie on the board, plus 1 extra elixir in the tank as we go towards sudden death.
And I actually really love that Morton didn't double down on this push. He had the elixir to throw bats behind, whatever he wanted, but he wanted to see if Hasiel was going to overspend again. A great miner catch here from Hasiel, but not quite the one we saw yesterday.
No, not quite. EQ cycles down below 900 HP. Hasiel gets to 10, spends his poison.
Yeah, just a straight up naked poison. You don't see that often, but knows that he is down in damage. You can see on his face, he's starting to recognize. Yep, he knows that this is most likely all sewn up. He's going to need a miracle or a massive misplay from Morton, and that is not something that Morton is known to do.
Well, this isn't a deck that can force a lot of damage very quickly, right? Morton has the advantage of both minor bats and minor spears pushes, and Hasiel doesn't have that. He has the Dark Prince as the big damage dealer behind that, and that's much easier to control.
And that's why you're seeing minor poison paired with Golden Knight so much. It allows you to create those massive hits that you just can't have with this deck normally. You have to, again, have your opponent make some massive misplays, and that's just not going to happen here. Earthquake comes in. Morton's going to start cycling rapidly. There's the zap. We haven't seen a lot of zap. Miner going to go in. Earthquake going to come down. That is it. Morton is moving on. It looks a lot closer on paper than it felt like watching that game.
That was brilliant, and you saw a really veteran move that built towards that final moment. It was the miner being played on defense and the bats being played to defend the opposing miner. Rather than forcing miners on tower, he just made sure, look, I understand where I am with my spell cycle range. Let me control the middle of the board, not give up some ridiculous damage piece right now, and set this thing in motion. So great play by a great veteran, and Morton's moving on in this tournament.
Yeah, it's really tough. You talk about those defensive miners. They're really fun to watch, and they're really hard to pull off. I mean, I don't even really try them that often because miner is the only real way that you're creating great damage, right? You know the poison's going to get damage in, but you need those miners to get on tower every single time they're in cycle unless it's a straight desperation play. And I feel like those desperation plays are when you have to play them up in front of your Princess Tower to catch something charging in, as opposed to trying to stop your opponent's miner from being on tower.
Well, it was really great play here from Morton. Let's look at the replay, and you can see the miner being used up high there against the Dark Prince, which allowed the Valk to cover the front of the Princess Tower and bats on the back. And one thing to talk about here, this wasn't miner poison, this was miner zap EQ. Yeah. There's so much fast, direct, and powerful tower damage. Morton did the math, knew that as long as he didn't give up too many miner shots, he had this game won, and made the right decisions.
And, you know, Morton has been kind of scolded, if you will, for his deck choices in the biggest moments. Yeah. And I gotta say, we're seeing some really cool, innovative, different stuff from him that is still on brand, right? He's still playing the pickies, he's still playing miner control, but he's changing it up just a bit. It's working out.
Yeah, it's working out very, very well. Unbelievable play here from Morton, who's going to be moving on. Hasiel did a great job, and it started here in game number 1 with Morton getting the better of the lightning value here. Yes, it's RG versus Ram Rider, 2 different looks, but the lightning value for Morton was always playing offensively, and Hasiel was stuck trying to win the bridge battles.
Yeah, when you talk about those offensive lightning, so many of them were on tower, and the ones that weren't created great space for that Royal Giant to connect. As we go into game number 2, decks number 2 from both of these players. You guys just saw it go out. Miner poison on one side, and as you just said, Rich, miner earthquake zap. But what is that? Direct, rapid damage with an insane cycle.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those kind of decks that it's not quite getting, you know, that, I don't think this is quite 2.0, but this is one of those, like, really, really fast miner cycle decks that you see a pro win a 12-win grand challenge with, and you go, what do you, how? Why? Right?
Bag? Is that you? No, this time it was Morton.
No, it feels like a troll deck when you see it sometimes, but in the hands of Morton in the right moment, it wasn't a troll deck, it was a great decision. Yeah. He played it very well, and that's what you expect, and now he's going on in our lower bracket, continuing on the elimination portion, and now he's going to be awaiting, I believe, I might be corrected, I believe he's awaiting the loser of Mohamed Light and Igor. So, man, no matter what, we are going to get a world-class matchup for Morton in round 4.
And then on the other side of it, Line and Lciop is coming your way in just a moment. Winner of that match will play the loser of our second upper bracket match. My goodness, this is so incredible. We're still going on. 2 great players here. Line from South Korea going up against our former world champion in Lciop. Line looking good, looking strong in his first set out.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the place where we're at now in this tournament. Is every single matchup is a world-class matchup. So here you have the no-tilt world champion, the guy who beat Air Surfer to take that solo championship last year, and now we have him against a former world champion, one of the few remaining, one of the 2, by the way, remaining in Lciop, who, you know, we've talked about it so much, but the word that associates most with Lciop is champion. This guy has so many trophies on his wall, he might not want to win this because he doesn't have room in his apartment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he does. I mean, I'm pretty sure at this point he has an entire trophy room, whether it's winning basically every season of CRL East with Nova Esports all the way up into 2021, where now obviously we're in an individual format. Line on the other side of it, an exceptional player. He's won our monthly championship. He won exactly what you're talking about in the No-Tilt Worlds, taking on Air Surfer, who he beat in that monthly championship, I believe, twice as well. So not only does he have the kryptonite from one of the best out there, but also he's been able to keep that momentum going through our finals. Still alive, no surprise.
Yeah, no surprise at all. And then, you know, you talk about the things that Lciop has done in terms of his CRL China Championship, CRL Eastern Championship, CRL World Championship, and then of course, you talk about champions, also no-tilt world champion with China. Yeah. So he, representing his team, China, he goes up and wins international competitions. So this guy, again, it's just, I don't know why that shelf is showing books and a shark. Put all the trophies there, man.
I think his desk is maybe made out of trophies.
Probably.
Lciop, bottom of your screen, Line at the top, Korea versus China here in our lower bracket matchup.
So fairly quick cycle from Line right out the gate. Only 4 elixir to get around the horn. We'll see. And now, wow, this is a quick cycle. 7 elixir. It's probably the fastest cycle unless Line is playing another 2 or 1 elixir card. And this looks a lot like it might be that Royal Hogs Archer Queen deck that was dominating the 20-win challenge.
Yeah, it was everywhere. It cycles so insanely quickly. I actually like that miner defensively. It's not what Lciop wanted to do for his cycle, but he does keep that Fire Spirit damage off the tower, which is so substantial. The Fire Spirit, the Furnace, all that is something that you just really cannot ignore. And Lciop looks like he's playing an old version of the game. Miner, Valkyrie, Musketeer.
Musketeer, hello.
And Bomb Tower. Yeah, wow, and you know what? Not a bad call. Bomb tower plus delivery plus those skellies going to be great as this game moves on. You can see Line kind of nodding his head going, okay, man, I see you.
Yeah, Miner with the EQ, and no bats this time, so it's going to be just about Miner and EQ damage, maybe some log cycle, but you want that log more on defense with these hogs.
But Rich, when you look at what Line has to defend against Miner EQs, he doesn't have great response. He's going to have to play that Archer Queen up high, or he's going to have to drop that delivery, but he's going to probably want to save that delivery for when Valkyries come across the bridge with Musketeers. So we'll see what he does here, and that's going to be the key to victory for Lciop. Just get those miners in rapidly once we get into double.
Yeah, that's the big question, is will Line be able to make any good positive elixir trades? Shout out OJ with the skeletons on the Musketeer, maybe.
Nice log there, maybe looking for the skeletons, but delivery catches the delivery. Skeletons in the center of the board, and here we go. Earthquake cycled on top of that bomb tower. Nice late skeletons.
Yeah, good coverage here. Log to the right-hand side. We're pretty close, 2137 to 2197.
Yeah, 60 HP separating these two. We haven't seen Lciop get too aggressive with his miners, recognizing that he's probably going to have to use that as a tank a lot of the time, this time knowing he can go in for it. And there we go. That's exactly what we're talking about. Delivery has to be used to pick up that miner, but skellies were also spent.
Log to that right-hand side. Musketeer high going down very quickly. This is a lot on the board for Lciop to defend against.
Nice royal delivery there, getting such an insane amount of value. I mean, you talk about this matchup, and it is really, really tough for Line to create any good offense. And there you go. Skelly's in again, Earthquake in as well.
And the Fire Spirit in front of the pigs there. But a little bit extra damage, just trying anything he can, but this so far going all the way of the Nova champion.
It's just really tough to keep up with the cycle of Lciop, which is a shocking thing to say when you talk about the deck that he's going up against. But the fact that Lciop can cycle just as fast means he can always have that bomb tower ready. He can always have the skellies ready, and you see it right here. Valkyrie with the bomb tower as well.
Great delayed bomb tower there. Not giving the full EQ value. Line staying in it though, not out yet.
And there you go, the early delivery comes in, so now he can go in with a miner for free to the back. There it is.
Piggies to the right-hand side, Valk playing defense, and much closer than you think. 11:05 to, well, now that EQ changes things.
Did that EQ just go off 7 times? I don't even know. 697 to 11:05. Did he cycle 2? Am I crazy?
I don't even know what universe we're living in, Andrew.
Nice delivery up high here with the bomb tower. Easy defense once again, and this is just a cycle race, man.
And you see the little pre-EQ there as well, just making sure the damage gets on, the skeletons get taken care of, and that's going to be a GG well played. Very, very nicely done. Best he could do for Line, but Lciop just had his number.
Yeah, Lciop looks dialed. He looks scary right now. I mean, it's so crazy. We talk, going back to day number 1, we were talking about him as the quote-unquote underdog against Higher.
Yeah.
We never saw Lciop in an LCQ, or excuse me, at the monthly finals. He just escaped the LCQ, and he went up against our round 8 monthly final champion in Higher.
Sure.
On paper, it felt like Higher was supposed to be the favorite there. It felt like Lciop was supposed to be the underdog. Obviously, in our minds, a little bit different, but here we go. Lciop looking just like he did, well, look like he's always looked.
Yeah, well, that's one of those things where, you can't discount experience.
Yeah.
And Lciop has been at the 2018 World Championships, the 2019 World Finals, the 2020 CRL World Finals, every CRL Eastern China final. When you've been there so many times, that's an X factor you can't replace no matter how good you are.
Yeah, a true veteran of the game in all of its meanings. Here we go, 3.0 to 3.1, and that was really it, right?
Yeah.
Lciop being able to beat him out by that 0.1 elixir. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Once he saw the matchup early on, he was already cycling those naked earthquakes, and then every time miner plus earthquake send, you're going to either catch the skellies or the recruit. Either one, that's okay.
Yeah, nicely done by Lciop. Line certainly in a tough spot here. Has to win 2, of course, to get back in this one. But, you look at match number 1, and already having played the Archer Queen on the side of Line,
Yep.
Now he takes a huge tool out of his belt. And it's an interesting question because now you're trying to figure out, okay, I used a deck, and this is curious. We have seen that deck a lot in 20-win challenges. I think we've seen that deck, this might be the first time, or at least very few times, here in this competition. And one of the reasons why is it takes so many tools out of so many decks. Look at what's in that one. Fire Spirits, Log, Skeletons, Earthquake, Cage, Archer Queen, Hogs, and Delivery. Think of how many different decks you just cannibalized for one.
Yeah, and honestly not working out here, and I think that's another great pick here by Lciop going with the Earthquake and Log in game number 1. It frees him up to still have Fireball, to still have Lightning. So what does he know now? I probably don't need to use Lightning in game number 2. I'm going to go with Fireball in game number 2. I know Royal Hogs aren't in play, but that Lightning, you could use it as an X factor in game 3 if you do decide to go for something like RG. We've seen RG Lightning work out a lot today. We just saw it in our previous set with Morton, and we'll see if we see more of it as this day continues.
You know, I'm curious if Lciop maybe goes to the skies here with both Archer Queen and the Delivery both being out. That opens up some really good opportunities.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent call, and we already saw success in the skies in different fashions, right? Lava Hound plus Guards plus Miner, and of course just classic Lava Loon, somewhere Eric's celebrating. I don't think we'll be seeing Lava Clone, thank goodness, you know. But I do actually really like the call of going to the skies. Lciop will probably be, Line will probably still use a good defensive building to look for that. But, you know, not having those cards in play is a really big thing to pay attention to.
You know, there haven't been a lot of big clone moments at CRL World Finals, except that I believe it was Lciop on the receiving end of one. Someone will tell me if I'm wrong here, but I believe it was Expo Master playing Golem Clone for, at the time, King Zone Dragon X. And I think it was against Lciop and the pop in the room when it did happen. That's one of those ones where, okay, you're playing clone, there might be some cheese to it, but in that moment, it just felt like a fight brilliance.
And especially pulling it off against someone of this caliber. It was just an incredible moment in CRL history. And right now we're seeing a couple Mortars duke it out. I am so happy as a Mortar fan how much Mortar we have seen at World Finals and how much Mortar we're seeing in the meta. And looking like Lion gonna go quick and baity there with the Spear Goblins behind.
Well, Mortar fits in so many places now, right? I mean, there was a time when it was pretty much, you know, Mortar Miner, Mortar Bait. There were only a few things that really made a lot of sense for Mortar. Yeah. But now it's, you know, sort of found its way into so many pieces of the game, and it's because it's not just an offensive card. The defensive utility of Mortar has really become a centerpiece in this game.
So Graveyard most likely at the bottom of your screen. At the top of your screen, we could be seeing Minion Horde in there as well, knowing that it is baity, but instead we see Guards. Okay, I like this. I've seen this deck a couple times. Maybe not here at CRL, but it has been climbing up in the GCs and on top ladder.
So lots of answers for Graveyard here, and lots of answers that Line can stagger, right? He can drop the bats, and then the arrows come out and drop the Guards or the Spears right after.
Yeah, a lot of great bait here, and that's going to be tough to target with those arrows, wondering when to pull the trigger on them. You saw it going with the bats, and then Spear Goblins come down immediately afterwards.
First minute 40 away, and neither one has taken a big lead yet, but it does feel like a good position for Line overall.
Lciop taking a quick stare off screen, maybe just looking at one of his 30 trophies.
They're so distracting the way they glint. I think it was SML from Royale API making the point on Twitter earlier is Lciop is one of the few players who plays with an iPad holder, which allows him to use fingers on both hands at the same time for placement.
It is just crazy. I mean, even when you talk about using an iPad with this type of high interaction, high skill level, I'm always so impressed by the precision of those guys like Lciop, like Morton, like Michifu.
But freeing up the fingers on both hands certainly gets to a point where maybe you're offsetting that, the giant screen.
Fireball in on that cannon cart, and we'll see if arrows come down. Yes, nice set of arrows there. Takes it off its wheels, gets rid of that bait. But that bait is really nice to clean up. You can play bats, you can play Spear Goblins, you can play Guards in sequence, and those arrows are not going to take care of all those units. So you talk about actually getting them off the board. Arrows plus Fireball is 7. You add in that Graveyard, that's 12, and you're going to need a tank up front.
Slow start here as we go into sudden death overtime. Both towers getting close to level 9 range on their HP.
Yeah. Oh, how long ago. And nothing to catch the mortar. There we go.
Gets down just in time, although those Spear Goblins should distract the first shot there, and they do.
And nice use of the bats there to keep that mortar alive, and now bats coming in with a miner to tank.
And that was the big question I had with every time that Lciop's been controlling the offensive mortar. At what point does Line control that defensive mortar? and keep his on the board a little while longer, and there we go.
Nice fireball there from Line, expecting the pile up at the bridge, and there you go. Spears behind. Nice block up front. This is just a really, really tough spot for Lciop to figure out how to take away the Graveyard defense.
He's just doing a great job of spreading. He has the bats high, the spears low. Arrows only get so much. We saw that yesterday.
And he doesn't really have the luxury of going on offense with his mortar because he needs to use it to hold defensively against his opponent's mortar. So here we go. Line changing lanes and changing right back.
And Lciop is choosing to go opposite lane pressure here. The bats are high this time, so arrows can go right on the defense instead.
Now guards in. Yep, guards are in from Line, so does get a little bit of great RNG there. A couple skeletons do connect, but down by about 800 is Lciop.
Look, this is where Graveyard can win games, and you have a healthy Cannon Cart going to the left-hand side, and Cannon Cart playing defense this time. Fireball in, arrows right behind, and the spears get picked up almost entirely. One does get through. 15 seconds, no, 12 seconds left now.
And what great decision-making by Line. He goes miner at the bridge to stop the Cannon Cart from crossing. Great sacrifice of getting back on offense there. And we are going to game number 3. Again, you see Lciop with his calculated look on his face, wondering what went wrong or how he was supposed to break through, and Line happy to be alive.
Yeah, Line just shut it down, and this is one of those situations where Lciop, you know he's not frustrated or tilted. He just knows, hey, I was in a bad situation. I made the best of it that I could, but trying to break through against a player of Line's caliber was never going to give him the opening to get that big graveyard in.
It's just so tough when you play against those decks with this archetype. When you have graveyard against those decks with that much bait, you don't know where to use your spells. You don't actually have enough spell power unless you have poison, right? Poison's really the only thing that is going to do that work for you, where you can just drop it on that Princess Tower. It'll take care of the bats, it'll take care of the guards, it'll take care of the spear goblins. But in this situation, it was so easy for Line to completely control the board and also defend for an incredible positive elixir trade almost every time.
Well, that's what the addition of the Mother Witch of this game has done.
Yeah.
You can't just be like, I play Graveyard Poison, because then Mother Witch happens and you get ruined. So you put the Fireball in there. But then what happens is you go up against a deck where you go, oh, Poison would be really cool right now, but I don't have that, so what do? Rough spot for you.
Yeah, Poison would be cool, but you know what would really be bad is if I ran into Mother Witch, so I have this Fireball. So stuck between a rock and a hard place was our former world champion going up against Line here. We're all evened up at 1 going into game number 3, and hey, maybe now we go to the skies.
Yeah, maybe.
Arrows
this is
out
a
of
good
play.
spot for it. You know, you could go Lava. I don't think he used Miner yet, did he? So, no, he used Miner in game number 1,
2.
so he can't. So I was going to say, Lava Miner Poison might have been a good spot, but no Miner. So, yeah, going to the skies could be interesting here. And if we look at the game number 2, we just saw Mortar play, we just saw Spear play, just saw Bats played. So even going old school Lava Loon could be the move in this situation.
Yeah, or, you know, again, we've talked about it today. We've seen success with it. RG Lightning. Lciop has been very conservative with his spells early on in sets because of, I think, just that. You know, goes Earthquake Log in game number 1, so we can see what he wants to do with Fireball plus Lightning in games 2 and 3. He ends up going Fireball in game 2. Wishes he had Poison. We'll see what he comes out with here in game number 3. Both of these guys putting in all the analysis right now as they are building their decks for the most important game of their careers. I mean, it's crazy to say that, but Lciop is our former world champion, but he did it with a team. He's done it with Nova. He's always had those great players around him to get him to the top. Now, this year, as a quote-unquote underdog, he is proving why he's been there every single time. Yes, there's greatness in Little Chen. Yes, there's greatness in those other players around you, but I can do this on my own.
Well, and that's important. You talk about Little Chen because Lciop missed out on CCGS due to Little Chen in 2017. So, you know, you talk about missing out on that big solo championship, that solo competition. That's the other big one. You know, people talk about it all the time. And of course, what did he do after that? He, you know, brought Little Chen onto his team, obviously.
I mean, that's what, if you can't beat him, join him.
Yeah, Nova Esports, I guess the Golden State Warriors of Clash Royale.
Team Liquid might have something to say about that.
Clean little King Tower activation here from Lciop. And he's also almost kind of, that was clean to slide that through the Goblin Cage.
Yeah, yeah, really nice there. Baby Drag, Mother Witch, Goblin Cage here from Lciop. those goblins already a nice choice for line. When you see that there is a NATO in play, that's not going to take goblins off the board. Would work against the skeletons, but not a factor.
And due to the bar barrel, the low-played Goblin Cage does get the counter there. You can directly counter a solo hog with Goblin Cage. Played middle, played same lane, but halfway between the tower.
And as of right now, it looks like that Firecracker is going to be a nuisance for Lciop, as it is for most people that play against him. We'll see what he has in his bag of tricks to deal with it.
Well, you know, no fireball, no arrows. Pretty good call there for line.
Yeah, great call there from line. Baby Dragon high, gonna get another NATO here.
This has been some very aggressive hog play from line, and the game has shifted so much over the years where hog play focuses more on EQ log damage than it does on hog damage, but this is kind of a throwback in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see line going so aggressive here, recognizing his opponent's probably gonna be a lot heavier, so he's trying to get that damage early on, but Lciop not letting it happen.
Yeah, throwing the goblins there with the Valkyrie, maybe not the best idea, as the Golden Knight takes care of business.
We see an Electro Giant come out here and working down the right-hand lane. We'll see what line has in response, but those Firecrackers and Teslas and how quick his cycle is going to be really, really difficult to create a lot out of these Electro Dragons. He's going to, or Electro Giants, he's going to have to make some great NATO plays, and there you go.
Goblins get off the board, snowball resets the Baby Dragon. That's going to be a good amount of Baby Dragon damage on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Firecracker gets a shot in to mitigate it just a hair. 24-61 is the result to a 26-98 from Lciop as we see a full send from line. That's a great snowball.
Yeah, that's a beautiful snowball. Gets one shot from the hog, and just like that, line takes the lead back.
We are now into overtime. One of these players will be eliminated in the next minute 55. Will it be Lciop, our former world champion, or the South Korean phenom in line?
You can't be NATOing to the middle and still giving up that hog shot. That's a rough one for Lciop.
Yeah, that's a devastating shot there.
And a nice lightning as well.
So we'll see if line is going to change lanes at all, or if he's going to keep going right into this. Lciop may set up an Electro Giant in the same lane, and he takes another shot here. Lciop, you can see, is bothered by this. He's not getting his defense locked down. Line just creating great opportunities. And speaking of opportunities, that's a really nice lightning.
Yeah, nice lightning. Bar barrel not there for the Spear Goblins, and more opportunistic play, and there you go. This time the NATO gets the job done.
And this is exactly what I was just talking about. You can see this swinging in favor of Lciop as more elixir pours, as we get into triple, and line seems to be committed to this lane. We'll see if that ends up paying off. And that's another easy lightning.
Two Teslas stacked up. Snowball misses the Golden Knight. Not what line was going for here. I think both players feeling the pressure in this Game 3 with 40 seconds left.
Lciop looking to create a connection there with the NATO. Does not get what he wants, but does get a lot of elixir spent defensively and defends adequately.
High Tesla trying to stay out of lightning range, or at least make lightning not as simple for him. Here we go. Electro Giant at the bridge, 24 seconds left.
Looking like line's about to get overwhelmed here. Electro Giant is in. We'll see where that Tesla goes. It's up high. It's a good call on that Tesla, knowing that Lciop is looking for the NATO connection.
Defensive lightning here from line. Offensive from Lciop. Lciop has to defend against the Hog Rider here.
Snowball. Where's the snowball? NATO is in. Where's the snowball? Where's the lightning? Where's anything? Anything. Nothing.
And
There's the lightning.
There is the lightning. Oh my God!
Has been eliminated. What composure from line.
My word! Lciop got the cage down, but nothing else to help defend. That clock at 0, 0, 0, and line slides on through to the next round.
You and I were just hanging on that moment, waiting to see what was coming in. Was the snowball going to get dropped in? No. He recognizes the time. He recognizes his elixir. He waits, waits, waits. Lightning for the win. Line is moving on.
Unbelievable, and I think that Lciop might have fallen asleep there for a second. I want to see the replay and figure out what the elixir situation was, because he could have gone for the block there. The cage gets down, but nothing else. else, and there you go, kaboom.
Overwhelmed, panic. That's what happens at this level. So much is going on, so little time. You hear the music, you see the clock ticking down, you think you might have it, and Line steals it in the final, we'll call it a millisecond for fun.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be what it was, right? So here we go. The Lightning gets in on defense, and so you feel like maybe there's no Lightning, right? 10 seconds left, but the cycle so fast from Line. And look at this, he just gets it all the way around. Yeah, I know, we're both watching so closely.
I know, NATO comes in with that barbell. 1 second left on the clock. The Lightning comes in, and Lciop cannot believe it. A heartbreaking photo finish for our former world champion. But you know what? He's got the gold before. Line still hungry for it.
Yeah, and you look at that elixir was at 3, and I don't know what was in cycle exactly. I think the Golden Knight might have been in cycle, so Lciop was 1 elixir away from the lightning block.
My goodness, 4.4 to 3.3, and there you go, Rich. There's that elixir you're talking about. Just a step behind, takes 13 to get back around as opposed to the 8 from Line. Cycle, cycle, cycle. Win, and he's moving on.
That's the kind of finish that makes you love Clash Royale. Line moves on, Lciop goes home. Of course, Lciop goes home with a great performance, but Line will move on in this amazing competition. And to break things down a bit further, let's go join Josh over at the analyst booth.
Whew. What a game that was. My little heart can't take it. Game number 1, we have Minor Earthquake going against Royal Hogs Earthquake. It's actually kind of a simple game right here. What does Lciop do? He defends with Bomb Tower pretty much every single time. Goes in aggressive. I loved what he was doing with the Miners, always following it up with an Earthquake. Skellies aren't going to be enough, and he's able to eventually pull away. Just great defense from that. We can actually go to game number 2 already. Game number 2, different story. Here we go. It is Mortar and Graveyard going against Mortar Minor Guards. The Guards got so much value. How did Line win this? How did he get away with this? Well, we talk about it all the time. It's that pressure. If he pressures enough, you know, the Spear Goblins at the bridge, the Miner, the Bats, followed by, you know, the Cannon Cart in front of the Mortar, it allows him to use Guards on defense, Spear Goblins on defense, Bats on defense, and he doesn't have enough to make that one good push where he can follow it with the Knight, the Graveyard, and the Arrows. When he pressures, it sets you up to fail, so that way Line was able to defend easily every single time. Phenomenal deck choice. I think we saw it out of Michifu a day before, so I really like that deck. Game number 3, what a game it was. Firecracker got so much value throughout that entire matchup. Lciop was in this lightning cycle. Line started lightning cycling at the very end. The Hog got a lot of damage, and a missed NATO allowed a Hog to get through. Who knows, if he was able to get that NATO down correctly, it could have been an entirely different game. Wow, what a set overall. But we are not done. We have so many more matches for our next game of the day. We do have hashtag Mugi, hashtag Michifu. Who is it gonna be? I know this is crazy. I know this is wild. I know this is insane. But I've actually got Michifu in this one. He has been so impressive this weekend. I think he has a good shot at taking this. Anyways, let me bring it back to the casters. Eric, Rich, let's go.
I mean, Josh might as well just go on Twitter and said he hates BTS for all the hate he might get for voting against Mugi in this one. But, of course, we'll have to get to that Mugi and Michifu matchup. Eric Benjamin joining me back on the desk for this one. And what an appropriate match to have the world champion coach here because, of course, it is your former player, a man who made his name at CRL World Finals, Igor, going up against the #1 player of 2021, Mohamed Light.
This is the best match the whole weekend so far. These are the front runners to take home World Finals. It wasn't like that at the beginning. I didn't think Igor was, you know, I love Igor, he was my teammate, but when you look at most stats, everything he enters, he wins. And at worst, when he has a bad tournament, it's a top 3.
Yeah. Well, that's one of those things you look at. where Mo's been so dialed in competitively, and Igor's been Igor. He's been kind of off in space for a little while. You know, we've talked a bit about how at No Tilt World Championship last year in his qualifier match, you know, played the same deck 4 times in a row against Jupiter King, just kind of doing Igor stuff. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on, but Igor is so insanely dialed in, and more importantly, he's playing like himself in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, he's working with the new analyst. I don't know if I'm supposed to say who, so I'm just not going to, but I've been talking to him. He's working really well together with his analyst.
Yeah.
And I think it helps not using the same deck 4 times or the same type of decks the whole time. I went through that in practice with him.
Sure.
Sometimes he's just so fixated that I think duels format is actually an advantage for him because he can't repeat the decks.
It forces that versatility, and that's obviously been good for him so far. It does feel like the winner of this matchup might be the overall eventual winner of this championship.
I genuinely think we have the world champion here. This is going to determine a lot. And even if, you know, we might get a rematch at the final match. I think either one of these players could make that lower bracket run, especially now. I mean, you know, there's a ton of amazing players, but Lciop is gone, so that experience is no longer there, while Igor, I mean, I think he's Mr. World Finals at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's when he shows up. The rest of the year, he does whatever he wants, but then World Finals, that's when Igor turns it on, and Igor with a very nice gaming chair, but of course, in all the matchups, he found himself against the one chair that's always going to beat you, and that's the golden one.
Yeah, I'm highly considering a golden chair this offseason. You know, I'm just going to get to work, find the right golden chair, maybe talk to Moline and see where I can get a similar one, because ever since we've seen that golden chair, it's all gold to follow that up for Mo. So obviously here, he does have to be careful. I don't think Mo has played someone with Igor's level in this specific World Finals. Igor has shown better mechanics than anyone else. Even some matches, I would say he's played better than Mo.
Sure, I mean, he has been, some of that Rocket Cycle game he played earlier, I think that was yesterday, was one of the best performances we've seen all year in any individual game. So Igor's certainly on point. And with an interesting deck choice here, going with the Pigs Recruits. So a kind of a off Igor choice for game number 1.
Off Igor meta for sure. We usually see him with the quickest cycle version of any archetype. He can use anything, but he always goes to the quickest version of it. And this time around, he decides to go with basically the slowest version you can get in these Royal Hogs. He has the Golden Knight, he has the Recruits, Zappies, but what I like about this deck is that he knew it wasn't going to be easy, and it gives him a lot of control over the matchup. He's able to dictate the way the game is going to be played. He can add pressure on both sides. The only issue is he still has not been able to break through even for 1 HP damage.
Well, 3-3 split here on the 6-man for Igor as we go into double elixir time. And that flying machine's going to be a real issue for Mohamed Light, as we do see Poison is the card and gets back around to another one here to control the middle. And now Igor takes the damage on both lanes. Gets himself back into this fight.
Yeah, and very fortunate there for Mo that the archers were targeting that Golden Knight, because if not, it was going to be a dash over to the archers, which then would have connected onto the tower as well. And Igor continues to do the same thing. You're going to miner, I'm going to recruits all the way in the back. Yes, I'm going to take a couple shots, but then I'll build this massive push that he's working towards here yet again. And this is where he needs to be careful with the Golden Knight. He isn't able to get the dash again, but a beautiful poison there. This flying machine does get taken for by the Knight, and so far so good for Mo.
Yeah, look at how fast Mo's getting back around to poisons, right? This deck does cycle very quickly. 7 elixir, the fastest way to get around the horn. And he has just been putting poisons on at about as much as anything.
Yeah, and we're probably going to see another poison come down now. He might be waiting for the flying machine because he knows that that is his real weakness. And there he throws a miner, so no offense. He has to wait for a full other cycle. And I'm very curious to see when Igor is going to build. Oh, wow.
That's massive. That is huge.
That's
so pigs everywhere. Golden Knight in, Firewall on. Igor is all over that left-hand tower. That's GG. Well played. Game number 1 for Igor. And look how fired up he is.
I have not seen Igor that fired up ever. This shows me that he really came to win our World Finals. He is not here just to say, you know what, I want to make it far. I'm already a world champion. He's here to win it twice. Mo won 2 monthly finals. Igor's saying, step aside, I'm winning 2 world finals.
Wow, just absolute wow. This is, you know, we talked about this off camera a bit because we've been hanging out in between these long days here, and I'm of the opinion, I think you agree, this is the best Igor we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is, he had 1 or 2 specific 2019 World Finals matches that you were just like, all right, this person's not human. But overall, the gameplay that he's had this weekend is the absolute best version of Igor we've ever seen. Look at this dash. I don't think he expected it to dash onto the archer. It helps out quite a bit. And the fireball in the specific spot where those archers come in as well. Igor is dialed in and very scary right now.
Yeah, very scary indeed. And, you know, you talk about playing against Mohamed Light. You're actually playing against 2 people, really, right? You're playing against Mo and you're playing against his coach, Julesy. And the deck picking there has always been so on point. Igor has been so unpredictable with decks this weekend, and you have to imagine that's very much impacting how Mo and Julesy have approached this matchup.
It is 100%, and now what do you do? Because you have to be careful with Mortar. We saw Igor play Mortar against that Expo, and it was a masterclass of how to do it. So now you have to go ahead and line up against Mortar, but Igor, like you said, has been so unpredictable that he can show up and go lava, and you prepared for a Mortar, and then you're in the worst position possible. I love what Igor is doing with everything. Gameplay, decksmanship, and attitude. You know, he's usually someone that's just very reserved. I love seeing the emotion and really getting into the match. And you know, if he wins this and Igor gains that confidence, even Mo's gonna have a tough time in a bracket reset or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, if he does end up winning that winner's bracket final, makes it the top, you have to beat Igor twice at that point. Of course, we have a lot more road to get there. We're not gonna call this one this early, but the confidence, all those pieces, you have to look at that very closely.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I get excited, I get ahead of myself. This is a former teammate, like a little brother to me. But Mo is someone that I'm a huge fan of, and when I'm coming down to it this year, he has gone down 0-1 so many times, and then just comes back like it's nothing and dominates 2 games. So that is where it's tough. You want to get excited that you're up 1-0, but Mo can turn it around quicker than anyone else in this game.
That's very true, and looking like it's quick cycle this time out for Igor, and Mohamed Light with the not as much used this year Electro Spirit. It was the most popular spirit for a minute, but now things have shifted a bit, and both Fire and even Ice Spirit getting in the mix a bit more.
Yeah, Ice Spirit getting a little bit more use here than the Electro Spirit, but that ever since that Fire Spirit buff, that is basically what we see. And you want to talk unpredictable from Igor? This is about as unpredictable as it gets from Mo.
Yeah, the Giant Skeleton is fascinating, especially because Miner's already played. So this might be Giant Skeleton, Royal Giant, and there you go.
And this is where Julesy and Mo have made their name. I don't think Igor was expecting this. He does have NATO, though. He does have Tesla. He has Mega Minion, and if you look at that, yes, there's Musketeer, but other than that, there's nothing really to take care of that Mega Minion, and this Fire Spirit is not going to connect onto much. Overall, though, really nice defense from Igor to hold on.
Well, Tesla, Drill, NATO, that's a whole lot to stop Royal Giants. And that time used the Drill on offense, but he will not be afraid to use that Drill on defense against the Royal Giant if needed.
Also, the Valk there to tank for the Giant Skelly could take out that Musketeer if he's patient enough. Once that crosses, the Giant Skelly crosses, toss it in the middle, and then other than that, he doesn't really have anything else. But Mo is starting to cycle Earthquakes this early on. Is he just going to set up defensively is my question. He does have a lot of answers. He has that bar barrel for the Drill if he wants to use it. Musketeer high DPS, obviously Fisherman as well. And oh, the NATO does not catch that Musketeer to get it down with that Valk, and that could be a mistake that costs him the game.
High Fire Spirit, and he has to control the right-hand side. Good pressure here from Igor on the left. Nicely done by, from Mo on the left, nicely done by Igor to hold on. I think he NATOs the RG back here, and yes, he does.
Yeah, and that was such a smart play. He focuses the right more than the left because of the damage that was already done there. He knows he can go ahead and absorb one hit. He forces out the Fisherman with just a Fire Spirit. I love those Fire Spirit on the bridge plays. You don't always have to get insane value out of it. All you need to make sure is that he has to use one of his defensive units. And now, this is where it's going to get really tough. You might see an RG behind here, and Igor is back to rockets. But does he get caught off here with that extra elixir that he just spent?
But here comes that defensive drill I was talking about, and then Tesla will be right behind this one. NATO's it back. Tesla going to go to the middle here, I believe, to pick up that Royal Giant. Doesn't need it. He goes Skellies, does take the shot. Mohamed Light, this is a really fascinating pick from Mo and Julesy. Obviously not one that you're prepared for. And of course, Rocket versus Zappies, kind of a weird spot for Igor.
Yeah, it's such a nice NATO there. Forces out the bar barrel, sets it back on Elixir, and gets some damage on the way. He's going to have to go ahead and Tesla on the right as well. Decides to go with Valk also just to assure that no extra damage is coming in. Beautiful NATO there as well. Does this get a hit? No, it does not. And Igor is back in the game. He has Rocket, and he's not really worried about rocketing the left-hand side. He just doesn't want to deal with that Musketeer.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good call because that Musketeer can make both the drill and the Tesla disappear a whole lot faster. And Mo knows it. He's putting so much pressure on the board. Giant Skeleton, Royal Giant, 3 Zappies, and there you go. He misses the Giant Skeleton. Does he NATO away from tower? Can he? And he does, but that leaves the Royal Giant on the left-hand side.
Mo is, that's it. Mo wins this game. Such a big mistake there. That too high on the drill. Giant Skelly comes through. You see Mo kind of a sigh of relief. That game was getting away from him really, really quickly. He is able to take it, and we have a game number 3.
This is what you want. You want Mo and Igor going all the way to game number 3. And again, the deck picking here, I'm wondering if they, here's the thing about Rocket on Musketeer. That's a -2 every single time. And I'm wondering if Julesy and Mo were in the lab going, hey, he's been playing Rocket. He's the only one playing Rocket, and he's Igor. He will play Rocket, so let's go ahead and pick a deck that takes advantage of that.
This is a battle of brilliant minds. You saw deck choice number 1 from Igor was perfect. Deck choice number 2 from Mo, he's like, hold on, I can do the same. Now what do you do for game number 3, though? Do you go your Mortar deck? You don't have Rocket anymore. But this push at the end was so smart. This one obviously doesn't catch that Giant Skelly. He decides, I'm just going to pressure as much as I can. He has to NATO. He doesn't have a choice. And then he's out of Elixir, cannot go ahead and get any defense onto that RG. Mo taking advantage of a mistake. That is so important. We have seen it so many times where players make a mistake and their opponents just don't capitalize enough on it. We've seen it where they stay back, they leak Elixir on top of it, they don't realize that they're up. Mo forced that mistake first of all, and then just capitalize completely.
And great pressure. And this is interesting because you have the Giant Skeleton matchup here. This is why I really like in the NATO drill deck the Magic Archer as that last piece rather than the Rocket. You give it the ability to have a big spell, obviously, not have as much direct damage, but in that particular matchup, you pull the Giant Skeleton with the drill, you NATO it back there, you NATO the RG back there, get the lineup, and you get so much damage. So the Rocket is such a weird choice, but it is the most Igor choice you can make.
Yeah, that is about as Igor as it gets. It can even get, if we somehow, some way can get a skin on there with the name Igor, I think he's the only one that uses it competitively anymore. I don't think I've seen it out of anyone else, even people like Michifu, who used to be Ice Bow all the time. He does not touch that. So, I mean, Igor loses with the Rocket, but as casters and everyone at home, we're as happy as can be. We're going to a game 3.
And this is actually a really great spot for Mohamed Light in his deck picking at this point because you use Poison game number 1 and Giant Snowball, not super popular. EQ and Barb Barrel, sure, okay, there are some decks for both of those. But look at what you have left for yourself. You have Fireball, you have Lightning, so you have tons of options there on Big Spell. Not to mention, you could always go Rocket, and then on top of that, you still have Log and Zap.
If he goes Rocket, that would be the biggest mastermind play. Like, I can do what you do. Don't get ahead of yourself. I would love to see it. I would love for Mo to, really show him up and be like, you know what? It's my turn. But it is risky. I love the fact that he has Lightning because it means Igor cannot play Archer Queen. That is done. if you play Archer Queen, he has Lightning. It's almost a guaranteed loss in the sense that you're never going to get value, and every time you play it, you have to play it alone, or he's going to get extra Lightning value. So Mo definitely in a better position than Igor right now.
Well, Fireball is also out for Igor, and he doesn't really love to play a lot of Mega Knights. So that also does open up some possibilities on the Royal Hog side over there for Mo as well.
Yeah, so if I had to be in one of the two players' positions in being able to use the cards, I think Mo has a way bigger advantage than Igor here. But from what we've seen this weekend, it seems like they have a 3-game plan.
Sure.
Every time Igor has come in, it has been very obvious their plan, even if they've had one deck choice that's a little bit odd. And talk about comfort. This is as comfort as it gets.
Well, talk about odd also splitting wall breakers behind King Tower instead of at the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna question Mo.
Sure, yeah, I agree.
I can't.
I'm with you.
And we don't see Musketeer at all this weekend, and now we see it 2 games in a row. Igor coming out with Musketeer now. He tries to get that miner in, but he's gonna have to. That delivery is late. Ooh, wow.
And that's some nice Magic Archer lineup there for Mohamed Light. Yeah, there he goes getting the good damage, some mortar, but the mortar will lock now. So here you go. You want to see these two guys do what they do at the highest level? You have Mohamed Light playing wall breakers, and you have Igor playing mortar miner. Let's go.
I love being a caster, but right now I just want to sit back and enjoy this Rich. This is Comfort Deck versus Comfort Deck, the 2 best players in the world so far. That delivery is late. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's like you can see him there just so relaxed. If I toss that delivery down, I would be, holding my breath, but he has it down to the T where it's just about to hit, and he needs to get something down. What a beautiful Musketeer there from Igor. It's like he knows how to play mortar better than anyone else. That mortar is now on tower. Miner gets in as well. Mo is struggling right now.
Yeah, that was just way ahead. That Musketeer came out before that bomb tower was conceived of.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it's just really understanding your deck. It is understanding the perfect way to play it. I don't know if it was just a prediction for the bomb tower. Maybe it was for the Magic Archer.
Yep.
But it worked out, and that's all that he should care about. Now that high mortar to take care of the wall breakers. Nice change in defense there. Forces out the Magic Archer as well. This is not looking good if you're a Mo fan.
Wow, absolute wow right now as we go into the final 40 seconds. 21-61 to 11-61. Igor pulling way ahead for the moment, but now pressuring both lanes from Mo Light.
Oh, beautiful Magic Archer there as well. The delivery will take care of it, but still, wall breakers connect on the right, which means he can now really force that dual lane pressure. Miner coming in here, and this is going to reset the bomb tower, which is a big deal.
That Ice Spirit was absolutely brilliant out of Igor. And now Poison continuing to do its work. Musketeer comes down to protect.
Yeah, this Magic Archer, not what he wanted. He needed to go ahead and log there. This time, he's not taking any risks with that, but he doesn't have delivery or wall for the wall breakers or log, which means that he needs to get that mortar down.
Very cheeky NATO attempt there from Mohamed Light, and that's usually a killing blow move as opposed to a mid-game move, but he had the elixir for it. 618 to 1458, and nice Valk Magic Archer out of Mo.
Yeah, this Magic Archer, like you've said so many times, is the reason he's still in the game, but he is 1 poison away from taking Mo to the lower bracket. That is it. You have to defend against the Magic Archer. That is the only way you lose right now. You have to be careful. The Magic Archer comes in, but he's ready with the log, and Igor takes down Mo.
And look at how pumped he is right now. We haven't seen, when Igor was sweeping OG and Entis in CRO World Finals and 2-0ing Javi Catorze, we never saw this. He just said, Mortal God. That was all we got out of Igor. Yeah. And now we are seeing he is so excited, so pumped, and he is playing, again, we're going to keep on saying this. He is playing the best Clash Royale we've ever seen.
Yeah, this is the top of the top when it comes to Clash Royale. And his 2 mortar games have been a masterclass on how to play it. He didn't just play anyone. He just played Mo with Mo's type of deck. Mo is a wall breakers player. He is this quick cycle player. Obviously, I think Igor had a decent matchup there.
Absolutely.
He had, you know, you can stop with the mortar. You have log. You have that delivery. But playing it versus Mo is so different. How many times have we seen someone lose with hard counters to this type of deck from Mo? And really giving props to Mo, those magic archers were beautiful.
They were great. They were absolutely beautiful, but this was just so difficult for him on the defensive side of the board. The mortars connected so often. They were on the tower all the time. And you know what? The minor play as well. We don't see a King Tower activation until that late in the game.
And it seems like that King Tower activation was actually bait from Igor.
Sure.
He throws it all the way there to assure that the NATO is not coming in with the Magic Archer, because if he has that with the Magic Archer, he can NATO back that Knight. Even if you log the Magic Archer, it's going to be back in time, and then you lose the game. So it's all those things that he's 10 steps ahead of everyone else. We see it now in the replay. When we saw it in the game, I wasn't even thinking about it. He decides to do that specific play. So smart, well-deserved, and he could be a two-time world champion, man.
It's totally possible. He does have to go ahead into the winner's bracket final, which will also be a difficult matchup, no question about that, against either Michifu or Mugi, which we'll find out who that will be very soon.
Yeah.
On the other side of it, keep this in mind. Mohamed Light going to drop from the winner's bracket down to face Morton.
Wow. I mean, can we just have this go on forever at this point? I just want to see every player that's still in here compete against each other, because imagine the fact that we're going down to the lower bracket and we get Mo versus Morton.
Yeah.
World Finals and Clash has never had these types of matchups, and that is why I love the individual format.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a lot during the course of the year, that this format, it did really give us pretty much the 32 best players on the planet.
Yeah.
Give or take one here or there. There were a couple outliers, the exceptions that prove the rule, if you will.
Yeah.
But this is the most stacked event we have ever seen. And you look at this upper bracket, there you go. Igor moving on to the upper finals, where he will await the winner of Michifu versus Mugi, which we're bringing to you in just a couple minutes.
And when you look at Michifu and Mugi, these are people that Igor has played against at least 10 million times.
Yeah.
The three people we have left in that upper bracket are all ladder champions.
Sure.
They are people that, you know, really grinded and came from ladder before competitive. So that upper bracket finals is going to be so much fun to watch. And Michifu, I think, is that hidden 10th seed, right? Not a lot of people talking about him before World Finals. We didn't really know what to expect, but he is holding true to his seed, and he's been so impressive after not seeing a lot of him in the past couple of months.
Well, you talk about Michifu, right? You're looking at one of the obviously best Icepo players of all time, a very talented young guy out of Spain who, you know, he had a sort of a weird outing in CRL. Played with Pain Gaming for a little while. It didn't quite turn into what he'd anticipated. Took some time away, came back with Cream for a little bit. He was kind of all over the place, but the talent has always been there. The question has always been, can he translate that talent into competitive success?
Absolutely, and we could say the same for Mugi.
Yeah.
Everyone knows he has that talent. He started off his CRL career in perfect fashion. I think he was undefeated for the first couple of weeks. No one could stop him, and then he got to the World Finals, and Ruben showed up, and he was just on another level. Mugi could not make it happen in World Finals. This time around, Mugi's still in it, Ruben not in it, ironically. So I want to see if Mugi can finally put everything together, everything we always hope for from him, and maybe make it happen this year.
Well, let's go ahead and see who your casters picked in this matchup between Mugi and Michifu. And you see 3 players for Mugi, and you know I have been a Mugi doubter in the Mugi versus Ruben conversation a lot, but I can't not pick him in this situation. But I'm going to call him out. Josh, where are you at? Josh, the only one picking Michifu in this matchup.
I have a feeling he picked Michifu because he wanted to be the only one.
Sure.
Because I think everyone is predicting Mugi here. But as I say that, Michi is still someone that could definitely take down Mugi. And when we talk about Mugi this World Finals, it hasn't been smooth sailing.
Sure.
That first match where he got the win over Raykart, it was not great gameplay. He could have still moved on even if it wasn't through the forfeit, but game 1 and game 2 were not perfect at all.
Not at all, but you know, you saw a 75% choice from the 4 casters for Mugi.
Yeah.
You watching at home, 90% of you picking Mugi in this matchup. That is That's a lot. I think
10% is just Josh in the chat continuously typing Michifu so that it doesn't look like he's actually the only one. But I'm telling you, this is going to be way closer than that indicates.
Mugi versus Michifu, and Mugi, of course, with his patented no eyes hairstyle, looks like he maybe put Michifu's name in his death note.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I don't watch it, but I know what you're talking. I got the reference. I don't get a lot of references, but I got that one. And early on, hi, Mother Witch. I always like when they take advantage of that Skelly cycle. If you do have Mother Witch, go ahead and toss it. Anyway, you're going to have to probably cycle it, and at least you force something out of them. Mugi, be careful where you put those Valks, because if he activated that ability and that Golden Knight started charging, that was on tower.
Quick cycle here from Mugi. So far, we see now a 7 elixir round the horn.
And if that ghost can stay hidden, which it does. Oh,
what a kite there with the fire spirit.
It keeps the firecracker alive. He kites it with the fire spirit. Just the perfect play, but the ghost is still on tower. Danger averted momentarily, but the damage is still done, and a defensive Ram Rider here from Michifu. That is one of the most frustrating things that can happen to you as a Hog Rider player. You think you're going to get some damage, Ram Rider, and you're just stuck in time.
And it still connects there as well after all of that. And you talk about damage averted, maybe not damage averted, damage delayed.
Yeah.
And here you go one more time. This Royal Ghost has been an absolute problem for Mugi.
Yeah, Mugi is having a very hard time, and on top of that, he gets a dash. This is game. I don't see him coming back. So many different defenses, right? That Snowball can always push him back. You have the E-Wiz to slow it down, the Ram Rider to hold everything in place, and the Golden Knight on the defensive dash. And as if that's not enough, he doesn't just have He doesn't have Mega Knight, he has P.E.K.K.A, which is even better in this specific matchup when you're going against Valk.
Yeah, this is pretty brutal here from Mugi. Michifu maybe silencing some doubters here in game number 1. Obviously, the matchup certainly a part of it. And the Royal Ghost has been the MVP of this one so far.
Yeah, and he's silencing a lot of people. To be specific, 90% of the people that are watching, he's silencing. But, I mean, this is as good of a matchup as you do get. He played it perfectly. He put Mugi in the worst spots possible. This Hog Rider was a nice intention, but even then, one snowball, he earthquaked and everything, and it still didn't get a hit. Mugi has to just erase this game completely from his mind. He never had a shot. It wasn't that he played bad.
GG, well played. Michifu now up 1 in our winner's bracket semifinal. Mugi has to regroup here, of course, no longer against Lightning, so that does open up some nice options.
Yeah, it definitely does, but Michifu just looks dialed in.
Yes,
like,
sir.
super dialed in. We've all seen him in person. He's not someone that really shows a lot of emotion until he wins. Unfortunately for him in that CRL, like you were mentioning before, he was always one game away from playoffs, one game away from being the best at 1v1 win rate for that season, whatever it may be. Is he going to be left one game away from moving on again? This seems like he's not going to let it slip. There are a lot of players that we don't know what the future holds for them, right? We've spoken about Morton, Lciop, and I think Michifu is one of those players as well.
You think this might be the last ride for Michifu?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't see him on the same ladder runs, right? We don't see him on the same grind as before. And if he can't make it happen this year, he's already talked about it in previous years. I don't know if I'm going to play or not. So you see them really putting it all on the line. Morton, Lciop, Michifu, those players, they're playing like it's their last World Finals.
So game number 1 does go to Michifu, who ends up playing Lightning Giant Snowball. And of course, that makes you feel like maybe you go Archer Queen game number 2. But as we've seen, Archer Queen, lots of ways to control her.
Yeah, delivery, amazing. Cage, another amazing defense. As time has gone on, everyone kind of just figured out the best ways. It is a lot easier to predict when that ability is coming in. Early on, it was just a panic. Everyone, tapping that ability as soon as it's ready. People are a lot smarter now. But on defense, they've adapted to it. Everyone has kind of caught on to the patterns. And even on the defensive end, when you have the Archer Queen, you've seen a lot of the predictive fireballs. You've seen the snowballs just to get it further away and have their troops connect onto their opponent's towers. I think the Golden Knight is the actual problem for people now.
The Golden Knight has been pretty brutal this entire way through, but of course these champions keep getting balanced and changed, and we'll see how they evolve over time. You know, speaking of the rest of the cards that were being played by Michifu in Game 1, Giant Snowball, E-Wiz, and Ram Rider all gone. Balloon starts to look a little bit better.
Balloon starts to look really nice, and you know what? I wouldn't mind to see a little Expo action out of Michi.
I mean, who wouldn't want to see Michifu play Expo? We have, of course, seen some success this weekend with Expo out of Hasiel earlier, but obviously it's not the go-to move. Of course, if Michifu does end up winning the winner's bracket and has the chance to play with house money in the championship, maybe we'll see him go for it to try to, you know, do that, not just win the championship, but win with content.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only time I would advise against it is if you are playing in the finals against Igor, because we know what happened when he used his Mortar versus Expo. I think that was one of the most frustrating things to watch. As, you know, as someone that you put yourself in the other person's position, you're like, how can he not break through? What is going wrong here? But I wouldn't have minded Michifu going in with Expo right now. No one expects you to play it. You are one of the best players in the world, and you have a game to give. And if you could catch someone like Mugi off guard, you would have been in a great position. And really, when you look at it, if you have your log, you have Tesla, you have Expo, the defenses would have been amazing.
And here you go. You see the Archer Queen doing short work there on the Inferno Dragon and the Cannon card. So great value here for Mugi, and that will leave them even on Elixir. Slight lead, though, for Michifu as we pass the midway point of regulation time. 25-68 the mark on Mugi's bottom left-hand tower to 29-94, plus that snowball to take that down to 36.
Yeah, and a lot of great defense, a lot of high DPS coming from Michifu's deck. You have the Mortar to just basically stop everything, but the Cannon card is a super high DPS card, and when you play those archers together, they do a ton of damage, and as if that's not enough, you have the sizzling of the Inferno Dragon that's always going to require that Archer Queen. He doesn't have anything else for it, so he's going to have to go invisibility early. There you go, pops the ability, and now this Cannon card is just going to be able to take it out with no real danger to the tower. That is what Michifu is doing so well. The Inferno Dragon isn't there to get massive value. It's there to force out the Archer Queen.
And so far doing its job in this matchup as we are getting about 35 seconds away from sudden death overtime. Ram Rider goes right past, and that Mega Knight doing a good job tanking all that damage from the Inferno Dragon. And look at that Ram Rider switching lanes here with a full-on charged connection.
Yeah, this Ram Rider definitely had, you know, the Tesla update, the self-driving, because it started off all the way to the left. It wasn't even in the middle. It was all the way to the left, ends up on the right. I don't know what happened. It was that same positioning. Somehow it turns out to go to the other lane, but this is going to connect up the tower. And Mugi is back.
Wow, the Electro Spirit, perfect timing there, gets all the way in. And this deck construction for this MK Ram Rider deck, so fascinating. You have the Archer Queen mixed in there, and people have been doing Golden Knight a bit more with their bridge spam decks. Snowball and Electro Spirit definitely earning their keep here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are Michi, good news is Archer Queen's done. You have more of a way to really see what you think Mugi is going to play. We knew it was going to be tough. We knew that he should be using that Archer Queen. He decides not to go with delivery. He doesn't have any great defenses for it either. He just had to keep baiting it with the Inferno Dragon, but that is a very expensive bait when it comes to, you know, trying to get a card out.
Sure, you know, it's one of those things that's kind of curious where we talked about how AQ was so likely here in game number 2, and maybe Michi was betting that because it was likely it wouldn't get played.
Yeah.
But he didn't have any true counter to the Archer Queen in this deck.
Yeah, I would have loved to see him maybe split up delivery and cage, right?
Sure.
I'm going to use cage game 3, but I'm going to cover myself with delivery in game 2 just to make sure that I do not just simply lose to Archer Queen. And yes, the Archer Queen was not what took down the tower, but it is what put him in that situation. He continuously had to overspend. Inferno Dragons were going down really quickly to that ability, and then that Mega Knight push with the Ram Rider, obviously the Ram Rider on the other one going the other lane. also forced out some archers. You know, it was all beneficial there for Mugi. Everything that could go right went right.
Yeah, a lot did go right. And now, you know, we talked about Balloon possibly being the call in game number 2 from Mugi. Now let's go through the balloon counters that are out for Michifu, right? Giant Snowball, E-Wiz, the Ram Rider, Fireball, Inferno Dragon, Archers, Mortar. There are so many counters out, it feels like this is the way to go.
Can you just tell me what's left?
Inferno
Because
Tower,
I
but who
think,
plays
I think
that?
it would have been easier because he used everything. Maybe go even Lava Loon at this point. Yeah, Lava Loon is a little bit more risky, but if you really can get the matchup with Lava Loon and you're the skill level of Mugi, it's over.
Well, the issue here with Lava Loon is that you both have the delivery and the Archer Queen still available on the side of Michifu. So
That's true.
that does create kind of a challenge there.
Yeah, Archer Queen is actually brutal against Balloon.
Yeah.
So having that left is like having a mobile Inferno Tower that sizzles quicker. When that ability is played on your defensive side, it almost always completely defends that Loon. You don't even need a structure. You don't need anything. So maybe shy away from it. But I think if I'm Mugi, I just play what I want at this point. I trust in myself. I trust in the fact that I am considered the best player in the world. In my mind, he should be considered the best, right? If I'm sitting there playing and I'm Mugi, I say, you know what? I just saw Igor play Mortar game 3. I saw Mo play Wallbreakers game 3. Why do I shy away from it? Go for it.
Yeah, go for it. So we'll see if Mugi does go comfort here in game number 3. And Michifu, you know, very interesting choices so far. Of course, Expo really not on the board now with what he's played so far. So very curious to see how Michifu goes in game number 3. But of course, he has a lot of work cut out for him here against Mugi.
The difficult thing is, I was just thinking comfort for Mugi, what would he play? And then I realized Mugi just plays everything.
Yeah.
He's like Ruben in that sense. Ruben, you know he does not have a comfort deck. He can turn any deck into a bridge spam deck. We've seen it.
Yeah.
It could be a 30 elixir cycle and he still manages to bridge spam with it. But they are two players that comfort is just what they're feeling at the moment. So if you're Michifu, where do you go from here? And like you said, Expo not available. Archers have been played, and I highly doubt he's going to play an Ice Wiz version of Expo. I don't see that really as viable in the current meta, but he starts off with a Fire Spirit.
Mugi replies with the Mega Minion, and there we go, going to be Hog Cycle for Michifu.
Yeah, Hog Cycle, but Bomb Tower is still a great answer. Obviously, it's not what it used to be, but you see it there. He is able to mitigate that damage completely, and it's Michifu taking a page from earlier today and just cycling logs since the very beginning. We saw it work out, and I'm just curious to see what Mugi's thinking here with that Bomb Tower. It's a good building, but there's so many matchups where it would have been bad.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was thinking Royal Hogs, and that seems like the most likely reason why you put Bomb Tower here, obviously. And look at the opposite lane pressure right now. AQ goes to the right, and Golden Knight going to the Tesla. EQ have to be played on defense right now from Michi.
Yeah, and he dashes there, which doesn't really do much. This ability is not available. Yeah, it is not available, so, you know, Mugi recognizing that, but still, now Hog Rider on offense. Is he able to get anything down with it? No, he's at 2 elixir. And Mugi, so far, looking so good.
About a half elixir advantage right now for Michifu. The Spaniard playing an interesting variation of Hog EQ with the Archer Queen and, of course, the Goblins as opposed to Skeletons as they were used in game number 2.
Yeah, and I think looking at this deck, if Michifu can survive long enough and he can get a good cycle going, look at the choices from Mugi. He decides, well, he can't use the Snowball, but he goes Barb Barrel. And when you have Barb Barrel, that means you're going to have to use your big spell to take care of the troops on the graveyard. And those troops are the Goblins, which are very cheap, which means you're almost always going to get a bad elixir trade. He's still going to be able to defend fairly easily. And this time around, he doesn't have enough for Bomb Tower. Now it's available to him. He decides not to go with it. And the first Hog hit of the day for Michi is in. And we got a really close match.
A very interesting one, of course. The longer this goes, the more it feels like it starts to shift Mugi's direction. Michifu not getting an early lead in this one. And of course, Graveyard Poison late game, very valuable for Mugi.
Yeah, this is a great play here from Michifu as well. Just securing that defense. You know he cycles quicker, so at the end of the day, all he cares about is getting to that triple elixir. Triple elixir, those hogs are gonna start raining down earthquakes and logs everywhere. And if I'm in Michifu's position now, the only thing I focus on is defense.
Golden Knight gets taken out by the Tesla as we go into sudden death overtime. The lead for the moment being held by Mugi by a very slim margin crosswise, top left to bottom right.
Yeah, and here we go again. Log, just every time the log comes down, he makes sure it connects the tower. And first lead of the game finally coming in here for Michifu. A very nice bar barrel there just to distract that Tesla for a little bit. But Cannon Cart goes down, which is not all that bad. That means no hog can come in. If the hog comes in, it's going to go to the Cannon Cart. It's a waste of time. So we'll probably just see an Earthquake be the one that goes into rotation at this point. He waits it out, but this hog is still taking a detour, and I think that was just the wrong play.
Yeah, that hog right into the Cannon Cart. And, you know, you see the Tesla down a little bit lower this time than the last cycle for Michifu. And you start to think about that Cannon Cart being played high and on purpose, hoping it goes down to off its wheels in that middle part of the board.
Yeah, that was actually, if he intended that, and we are, oh, wow. What a dash. He was down HP at the start of that. He was down big time in the game. Now he's up on Elixir. He's up on damage. Absolutely just a win for him overall. Earthquake comes in, but it's a little bit late. This is not going to do that much damage.
Oh,
that Mega Beam is there. And
oh, boy. Graveyard Poison right onto those stab goblins, and just like that, Michifu in a lot of trouble with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to continuously cycle the earthquakes, and this time around, no bomb tower until the end. What a smart play there from Mugi. That is what differentiates him from everyone else. He knew what was coming. He knew that the earthquake had to happen, and he decides not to go ahead and defend it. On top, you get another poison, and that is it.
We have an amazing winners bracket final coming your way later today. Mugi moves on to face Igor. Unbelievable the kind of action we're getting here.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that match. And I want to say I'm so excited for that match, but then I think, okay, I'm also excited for Morton versus Molite, right? Yeah, and now Michifu's dropping down as well. This is, I don't know who I want to watch. I just want to watch everything. I want to cast everything. I am enjoying my time so much right now. And Mugi, congratulations to you.
Yeah, this is a very, very big win for Mugi and for all the big Mugi fans out there. I know there's millions upon millions of you who are big fans of Mugi. And now we're going to get, no matter who you are coming from the lower bracket, the danger you face, because it will be either Igor or Mugi as the winners bracket champion, and that means they will have that buffer, that extra life to give in our championship match.
It's going to be so tough to beat either of them in a bracket reset. You might be able to reset it, but to actually beat him twice is going to be so difficult. And yeah, Mugi does have a lot of fans. Luckily for me though, ever since day one, I've been, you know, an advocate of Mugi. Even though Ruben was my friend, I would always say, no, I think Mugi's the best. So I got them all as fans and as well, and I get the love.
Yeah, certainly you did. And of course, I just want to shout out that 3 of us picked Mugi in that one, and 1 of us didn't. So well done, Andrew. Well done, Eric. Well done, me. Josh, you know, maybe pick it better next time.
Yeah, maybe don't try to just be different in a match. We know what we're doing. You know, we don't always get the predictions right, but this time, easy.
Yeah, Josh might not have got the prediction right, but I'm sure he will get this analysis down cold. Let's go to the analyst booth where Joshua Sharon is standing by.
You know, it's probably good that Michifu lost because I had a 2-minute flex off planned. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Right here, let me introduce the clip. This is game number 2. So right here, a big mistake occurs. Archer Queen down the lane, and this is going to spell trouble. This is going to be a lot of damage, but he uses, let's start this replay. He uses the skeletons right here. There was actually no invisibility left for the Archer Queen, and let's pause it real quick. And so that usage of the skeletons right there forces it into a situation where he has to cycle to the skellies. He has no knight, he has no Dark Prince, he has no Golden Knight, and it's a difficult defense to pull off. Let's resume the clip right now. Ghost coming down the right lane. Mortar is going to be placed high so that way it gets the action. And then let's pause it one more time. So we have the Mega Knight, we have the Ram Rider, Bandit, Ghost, everything down the lane. The Cannon Cart can do a lot of damage, but its DPS isn't great when it needs to attack multiple troops. 4 big, heavy troops down the lane. Let's resume replay right here. Inferno Dragon can only do so much. Ram Rider is gonna go straight to the tower. Fireball is gonna come out and game over just like that. He wasn't able to do anything when that entire push was set up. The entire game was kind of set up for that moment. The deck that Mugi was running is so strong, and as long as it doesn't go against lava or any heavy air target unit, it's going to succeed a lot of the time. I wouldn't be shocked to see a lot more, or this deck used quite a bit more as this, as this tournament develops. Anyways, that is it for the telestration. Let me bring it right back to the casters, Andrew and Eric.
Wow, we are set up for a matchup that needs absolutely no introduction, Eric. It's incredible when we look back at all of our monthly finals that we never actually saw a Morton-Mo matchup, but here on the biggest stage in the world for one of the biggest matches, one of them is going to be going home after this best of 3.
That is the most impactful part of everything. We all wanted to see this matchup, but we thought we were going to see it in the upper bracket.
No.
This is it. Best of 3, we're losing either the greatest probably in history of CRL, specifically in Morton, or we're losing the clear front runner that has been the guy that wins everything this year. I have no idea where to go at this point.
It is so hard to pick a horse in this race. You have no idea where either of them are at. The only thing that you can hold on to here is that Mo's coming off a loss, Morton's coming off of a win, but it is the first time we've seen Mohamed Light lose, and it is against what is a very scary looking Igor.
Yeah, I mean, if Teams format was back around next year, I'm definitely being the first one to sign Igor back. And I'll tell you, what, take the year off. If we get to Worlds, just come back with the same energy. That's all that matters. But what you say is true. Momentum is a big factor. And right now, the momentum is on Morton's side. He's coming off pure victories today. It is just wins for him. And on the other side, Mo has to be a little frustrated. He ran into a wall.
Yeah, and that is not something that he has met a lot in his career. Obviously, this is a $40,000 match. One of them will move on and ensure that next big jump in the prize purse, but $40,000 up for grabs right now. Morton and Mohamed Light, we haven't seen him yet at CRL. We're going to see it today. We're going to see it here in just a moment. And this is an interesting conversation about experience. Mohamed Light, he has not been in a position where he's been behind the 8 ball almost ever in his career as a professional, whereas Morton, he's lost on the biggest stage so many times. This is just another day in the park for him.
Yeah, for Morton, he lives on elimination day, it seems like. He lives in this world where if I lose best of 3, I'm done. And also there's another factor. People don't understand that CRL experience is not the same as World Finals experience. It is very different. I had that shock. I thought it was just going to be another game day when we walked into World Finals. And when you get in there and you realize what's on the line, it really hits you. And Morton's been to 2 of them. And he's been to the end of 2 of them.
And you saw yesterday playing through that incredibly difficult matchup with Mini Minter, going back to that same deck in his later set. You saw online on Twitter, he talked about not having a lot of time to build that deck, so he had to go right back to it. He was able to play through another difficult matchup. And what does that mean? I've said it before, it's all about that composure. It's all about that mental fortitude. You can see right now, they are both dialed in, but momentum in favor of the German.
Yeah, absolutely. And this should not get any hits. Perfect defense, nice log, great Tesla positioning. It starts off as expected, but look, it wasn't flashy, but 800 damage lead already.
Yeah, that's a really great point that you make there on the right-hand side. 24-27 remaining to 2 untouched towers on the side of Morton.
The one big plus that I see here for Mo is that Ghost. It just forced out the Valk, which means that he no longer has that main tank for the defense when he needs it. Obviously, when you look at that cycle, it's, you know, Ice Spirit, Skellies, Bomber, Log, he can always get back to it. But if he can continuously force out that Valk with the Ghost, he might be able to do some serious damage.
Drill to the back, Ram Rider in defense. Electro Wizard does get on tower here. That's already trouble for Morton because he's got to focus on that Ram Rider, definitely the bigger threat. Ewiz going to town, I believe 4 or 5 hits in, 1952 to 2282 as the momentum swings in favor now of Mohamed Light.
I have this weird feeling where it's going to be like that all match long until one tower disappears. We're just going to get continuous, you know, lead changes over and over and over again. These are two players that understand cycles better than anyone else, and now he does have Valk. He has everything he needs for this. A nice Mother Witch there, because if you put it on the right side, you're just going to give up poison value, so you might as well force, even if it's just one elixir on the left-hand side, it's still something.
And here's the poison being used at the bridge. Eric just talking about that poison value. Perfect example here where Morton does not want to use it. He doesn't want to have to use it at the bridge. Would have much rather been able to play it up higher, get that tower damage, but still damage in. 2232 to 1952 as Mohamed Light is now working down the right-hand lane, and look at that. Golden Knight on the tower, charged up 17-18, and now Morton is going to want to probably change lanes once again. Not a great fireball there, though, from Mohamed Light.
Yeah, I think he thought the Tesla was still going to be off by the time the fireball reached there, and that is a 4 elixir waste. That is a big deal, but so many answers on the other side. You have the Ram Rider, you have the Ghost, and then if you still need something, that Barb Barrel could come in and clean up all the goblins that do spawn up, and that is another hit from the Ram Rider. Morton is in a terrible spot right now.
High Skelly's there. He knows his trouble because the Mother Witch is in tow, but the skeletons are what you need to get on top of that Royal Ghost, just like you were mentioning before, ED7, about that Royal Ghost just demanding so much. Those skeletons plus Ice Spirit is a great response. You don't want to have to use your Valk on that as Mo Light piles up here at the river.
Yeah, and he has to be careful here with any sort of dash. He cannot play anything behind the Tesla because that would just force the dash. And those Skellies, I'm not too sure about.
Yeah. A little off. Would have been nicer to have him play a little closer to the P.E.K.K.A. Valkyrie has to come down as well. Mother Witch turns the Valk into a piggy on this side of the board. Ram Rider is in. Barb Barrel should get a couple swings. Log has to come out.
Yeah, but Morton is uncomfortable right now. He's down by 1,000, and it's not only that he's down by 1,000, he hasn't been able to find the way to break through, and even though he's not going full out on offense, he's still struggling defensively as well.
And you see Fireball coming in from Mo, knowing that Morton's going to be playing those skeletons around that Royal Ghost. Now a dash coming in from the Golden Knight. Goblin Drill goes to the back left-hand side as a Ram Rider comes down here on the right. Nice Ice Spirit to lock it up, keep that Tesla alive. But the high Mother Witch here, and what we're seeing out of Mo, Eric, in this game is patience, 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 and it is working out.
Yeah, it's working perfectly, and on the other side, Morton is just, yeah, and he's not changing anything on his offense, which is the frustrating thing. If it hasn't worked yet, Mo is not going to switch it up when it's working. If there's one person that understands the way this game works, it's him. So Morton obviously doesn't have a lot of ways to change it up, but I would have loved to see something.
It's not often that you see Morton be outclassed, and it really did feel that way in this game. You called it very, very early on, talking about that Royal Ghost and what it demands out of your opponent. When you look at Morton's deck, really the only great response for that Royal Ghost is the skeletons plus either a Tesla that's already down or an Ice Spirit to help assist that Princess Tower. You never want to have to use the Valk on that when you're talking about the Golden Knight and the P.E.K.K.A. being in play.
Yeah, the problem is if you go ahead and use the Valk, you put yourself in such a bad position defensively because there's so much coming your way. If you have that Valk, you're able to do a lot of damage to multiple things, and that is where you can really try to gain an advantage. But sometimes that Ghost just demands it. The Skellies will disappear. You cannot just Tesla because the Tesla won't rise until that, you know, that Ghost is actually showing.
Yeah.
So it is a pretty frustrating matchup overall for Morton, even though his cycle was way ahead.
Yeah, you look there, the cycle 1.2 elixir ahead. It only takes 7, almost half of that of Mohamed Light's to get all the way around. And that's what I liked seeing out of Mo Light here. It was surprising in that final game against Igor. I'd never really seen Mohamed Light reach to make things happen. He was doing that a lot in that game number 3. Not at all apparent here in game number 1 in this set between him and Morton. Composed, calm, playing the game that he's best in the world at for a reason.
He looks comfortable.
Yeah.
That matchup looked comfortable to him, and maybe it is a little bit of that intimidation factor. Maybe 2 years ago you show up against Morton and you're like, oh, okay. I'm playing the best player in CRL right now. But Mo right now had more to fear with Igor than what he's seen from Morton. Morton got away with one against Mini Minter yesterday, right?
That's a good way to put it.
So Mo sees it from his perspective, and he's like, okay, Morton's almost lost once or twice. It's not Igor. I almost beat Igor, who has been on a tear. I got this. And he shows up, and he plays like Mo. Last series, he was not able to play like Mo.
No, not at all. And then, again, you have to credit Mohamed Light for being able to find that wherewithal and go, all right, I'm in the upper bracket. I got dropped down. I'm okay. It's the first time I've lost all weekend long against 31 of the other best players in the entire world. You've got an extra life to give at that point. He loses it to Igor. He comes down here to the lower bracket, and he seems to be dialed in. Him and Julesy working well together. I like the deck that we saw out of him. I loved how slow it was.
Yes. Yeah, it's deck choices that make sense.
Yeah.
That is the biggest key here. I don't even know. I would love to go back and see how many times a deck just lost because it doesn't make sense. You don't have to be the mastermind and go for a snipe, but just make sure it fits in with the current meta that's being played in World Finals, and that it caters to your player's abilities to really get him in a position to be able to outplay, and delivery coming down first card. And Morton not too happy with that.
Yeah, Morton not super happy about that delivery and what it may mean for him crossing that river, or like you just saw there on top of the pigs, Mother Witch does get dropped in an opportune spot, but that lightning is nice. Not a typical surprise coming out of someone that gets their Archer Queen lightning off the board, but Mohamed Light looks like he's very comfortable, as you said just a moment ago.
Yeah, he's not worried at all, and look, I get excited when I see lava. Rich gets excited when he sees Ice Golem. I think Josh gets excited when he sees randomized decks, because I think that's what he plays. And for you, it's Mortar. And
absolutely.
We've seen a lot of Mortar, but when you see it in the hands of Mo, it's a lot more fun.
Absolutely. You talk about guys like Igor, like Mo, playing that Mortar and having it completely locked down. You love to see those interactions. And now we see E-Barbs coming out, I believe, for the second time in the entire run of the 2021 World Finals. And we'll see how Morton wants to capitalize on that. I do like how different this is, that we're seeing this different look out of Morton. And again, that delivery, you called it early on, great value there.
Absolutely. The delivery is one of those cards that I think in the right matchups is the MVP.
Yep.
It doesn't get enough love, and I think it is one of the most undervalued cards in general in the game. I know it does take a little more timing. You have to be quicker when you're playing against bait, but the right matchups, it gets more value than any other card in the game.
It's incredibly high skill cap. You know, we saw it earlier with Igor getting those royal deliveries in just in time over and over.
Yep.
And then again in game 2, I believe, again with Morton, in that lava matchup that he ended up losing. When that royal delivery was out of cycle, that's when he lost his tower.
Yeah, and I don't have the skill for it personally, but these players do, and you really see what the value of it is. And this cannon card is actually close enough to take down that Mother Witch, and this could be some damage on the board for Mo Light finally.
Yeah, Mo Light getting some good damage in. Does take one of those E-Barbs out of play, but E-Barb sneaks in front of that Royal Giant. Should have a decent counter push coming in here from Morton. Where does he want to capitalize on? Hard for him to pull the trigger on the Lightning with that cannon card there, knowing it's going to delay his RG from getting on tower. And that sequencing from Mohamed Light just got a wow out of my co-caster. Great stuff there.
That was beautiful Clash, and I've said it before, I now enjoy beautiful Clash over flashy plays.
Yep.
And what Mo did there was absolute perfection. You were right. This could be a massive push. It should have been, it looked like. but it ended up not even getting near tower, and it ended up with Morton on the back foot somehow.
Talking about Morton being on the back foot, he is 1 minute and 45 seconds away from being eliminated if he cannot turn things around here in game number 2 against the Prince of Egypt. The GOAT of Clash Royale may be eliminated once again.
Yeah, this is incredible gameplay out of Mo. He's just, it is such a big difference from what we saw 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That it was literally night and day from what we saw. You see that he's playing with a lot more confidence. Also, when you see his face cam, he just seems relaxed. Against Igor, he was very tense, which is not something you usually see out of Mo. But
look at that. Archer Queen right on top of that Royal Giant, all charged up, going to get that ability in. And I think it's exactly what you said before, Eric, about the intimidation factor from Igor in Mo. I think Mo was knowing he was going to go into a very, very tough matchup, and he got just that. Whereas right now, and it pains me to say it, he is just putting the work on Morton.
It hurts. It does hurt to say, but this Earthquake should buy him enough time to get a couple Hoggies hits, and now 821 on the board there on the left, and as long as he's able to survive pushes like this, he should be okay. The biggest issue is once it comes paired with the Lightning.
Yep, and now we finally see that Royal Giant connecting. A lot of damage in, but not going to be enough. 21, 31, 2005 on the other side to 821, and it appears that the GOAT from Germany, the second place finisher time and time again, one of CRL's best players in history, is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, what a rough match for him in general versus Mo. Not just this specific one, just a general overall look on this match. Has to be one of the most frustrating things Morton has played, and we possibly are saying goodbye to him for the last time in competitive play.
Yeah, you know, you guys at home might be wondering why there wasn't some explosive finish here, and while we're incredibly excited for Mohamed Light to move on, that exact thing is hanging in the back, I think, of all of our minds, all the fans of Morton out there, and all the fans of Clash Royale, period. You can't really talk about Clash Royale without talking about certain players like Lciop, like Surgical Goblin. You cannot mention Clash Royale without talking about Morton. And Eric, it would really break my heart to see this be the end of what is a fantastic career.
Yeah, and look, if it is, I understand it, because I only streamed and I got burnt out. He streams, has 2 different YouTube channels with 2 languages, in German and English. There is a lot, and he does seem to enjoy it. But what I will leave everyone with is, in my opinion, Morton was the face of CRL specifically. Yeah. We have the GOATs of Clash, but when it comes to CRL, Morton was that guy. I'm not sure if it's retirement or not, but Morton, congratulations on the best CRL career anyone has had.
Absolutely. Nothing but love for you, Morton. Congratulations on your $40,000 prize purse that you took away here from our World Finals. Not a bad day for you, but someone having a great day, that guy at the top of the screen. No surprises when you see him working his way to our grand finals. I think everyone was expecting Mohamed Light to be there. He ran into a very tough matchup with Igor, your former player, your former world champion, and Morton. His path ends here with Mohamed Light moving on. Mo will play the winner of this next set coming your way. But first, let's break down these decks that we just saw. Great changes here for Mohamed Light, slowing it down.
Yeah, this was beautiful from him. If you take both of these decks, you would expect Mo to be the one playing the drill deck instead of the P.E.K.K.A deck. And Morton is okay playing P.E.K.K.A, but Mo takes a page out of everyone's book on this one and says, you know what, this deck has actually been working quite well. Why don't I use it? I understand how to play it. Morton was not expecting that, and he took full control of the match.
Yeah, I believe that was an incredibly high-played deck on day one with a great win rate as we go into game number 2 here. Morton, you got to give it to him for innovation today. He did not come out being very predictable. He comes out with Royal Giant Lightning E-Barbs. Golden Knight in there as well. You figure you got to use that guy. Morton, a big fan of him. But on the other side of it, Mohamed Light going with a bit of a swerve or a bit of a change-up on the typical Royal Hogs Archer Queen cycle with Earthquake. It works out phenomenally. Slowed down just a bit from that other makeup.
Yeah, and I have one issue, though. I don't think this is the time to be creative, right?
That's fair. That's fair.
Morton is so talented that when you put yourself with an RG deck, there's not that much outplay ability. It is so tough, and if you get in the wrong position here with your deck choice, you can't do anything about it, especially against Mo. So I would have loved going back in time to tell Morton, you know what, play something that you know that you can win a hard counter or something along those lines. Unfortunately for him, all the highs from his career have been mechanics, understanding of the game, and all the lows have been matchups.
Let's go and check out our lower bracket as we say goodbye to Morton. Mohamed Light moves on to our lower bracket semifinals where he awaits the winner of Michifu and Line. Michi struggling a bit there in our upper bracket, but he still has a life to give. Well, he did have a life to give, and Line does seem quite dialed in. We saw him take out Lciop earlier in a breathtaking finish.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't get closer than that. And I've mentioned this before. I'm going to say it again because, you know, he talked about his nerves. He has been so composed. I mean, you cannot make that play if you are freaking out.
No, you can't. And I think we will see that as the competition continues to move forward. But look at this match.
That is such a match.
I want to grab my phone and vote. Obviously, we all know where my vote is going. But don't forget, if you are in chat, to get engaged and vote. Hashtag Mugi, hashtag Kazardy. It does not work if you do hashtag Igor. So make sure you get that spelling right. Check the bracket, check Twitter, wherever you want to check. You will see his name. I don't expect that one to be 90-10.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what those numbers present themselves with. And here we go. Michifu on the right side of the screen, Line on the other side, red and blue. Spain versus Korea, and Michifu trying to stay alive, as is Line. This is another $40,000 match, and man, that adds a lot of pressure. Here we go.
I mean, I play, you know, I used to play tournaments for $50 and I would get nervous. Like, as a player. When I was coaching, it was okay. You know, it was my job to get the nerves out. I cannot imagine playing one best of 3 for $40,000. Once you kind of process that, it is insane.
Yeah, and when you talk about what we saw out of these guys earlier in the day today, Michifu did look a little bit out of sorts playing against Mugi, and I believe it was game number 1. I think he bounced back in game number 2, but he just did not look like he had his interactions dialed in. Again, a big part of that probably is nerves. Line on the other side of it, eliminating Lciop. Very, very close finish, but that's got to do a ton for your confidence, and it didn't really work out for Morton coming off of a win. We'll see if that works for Line or if Michifu can bounce back.
Yeah, and a close win is an understatement. You know, it is very early in the morning here, and I think everyone woke up to the excitement from everyone here with the ending to that match. And if we get another ending like that, whether it's from Line or Michi, I'll be happy. I want to cast one of those endings with you. But you said Michi looks out of sort, and he did.
Yeah.
The only difference is it was against Mugi, and Mugi actually played in top Mugi form. So I think most people would look out of touch, you know, not feeling the greatest. The only thing I will say is Line is not playing at the same level as Mugi. He played very well. So Michifu, reset, understand, and you should be okay.
Yeah, I think it was actually Michi that picked up game number 1, if I'm correct there, my mistake. And then it was games 2 and 3 where he looked a bit more out of sort. Line on the other side of it, he looked pretty consistent all the way through, but like you said, not maybe quite at the same level as Mugi at the moment. And when Michifu dropped that mortar down, he was not happy to see a P.E.K.K.A in the same lane, tanking for it as this Ram Rider connects on the opposite side. Nice use of the Archer Queen ability.
I love when people understand that they need to get their opponent to use that ability on their own side.
Yeah.
Once you get them to, you know, once you force that out of them, everything is just so much easier on defense. You could, obviously you're not going to let it get full on target onto tower, but if it happens and you need to save up some elixir, you're going to be okay. If you are not able to get that ability out, you are in deep problems.
Michifu there thirsting for elixir, could not get a Valkyrie down in time as that Bandit connects on the right-hand side, bringing it all the way down to 20-27 as he sends in another Royal Hogs push here. We'll see if he goes P.E.K.K.A plus Ewiz or if he's just going to go with one-shots here on each of the P.E.K.K.As. Your hands are up in the air. Is that because of the under defense or?
No, that is because I have never seen a P.E.K.K.A choose the right hog 4 out of 4 times.
Yeah.
I am actually in shock there. Like, at least one of them is usually the wrong one. It leaves in one hit. The tower is there. It gets a little more damage. This is the smartest P.E.K.K.A I've ever seen.
Michifu going to have to be careful about playing those Spear Goblins up high. That Mother Witch should be looking for him in the future, but now Mother Witch cycled down low. Archer Queen getting some good shots in here on this Golden Knight, staying away from that Princess Tower, and like you said, using it on their side of the board. No offense going to come in.
That was so key that he did that, and the Ram Rider connects.
Big
How does
connection
that
there? I don't know. Rich is always talking about it.
I don't know what's going on with Lions troops right now, but it is working. But look how much damage he just took. Mortar hit tower. It hits again.
Gets another shot in. Golden Knight too close, bringing that tower down to 975. And just as quickly as it felt like Lion was starting to run away with it, Michifu comes bouncing back in. Golden Knight does not go to the Princess Tower there. Goes back to the Valkyrie. Ram Rider in with a very healthy P.E.K.K.A on the board.
I don't know how that didn't make it to tower. I thought
don't either.
I mean, it's part of the adventure. You know, it's part of the Golden Knight adventure that we have here with Clash, and it seemed close enough. But even with the dash, I believe the dash does like around 300. It still was not enough to get him where he wanted to be, and this ability is going to take everything out.
Michifu is playing this so clean right now. Those defenses are on point. He's never overextending himself offensively. Yes, he's using that Archer Queen ability on his side of the board, but he is getting so much value out of it every single time.
You think it might have something to do with the fact that he is very good friends and practice? Oh
my goodness. Ram Rider in on the tower. Golden Knight up on the board. Ram Rider is still there. Golden Knight still healthy. 1791, 1761, 50 seconds remain. But that Earthquake cycle is trouble here for Lion. Can he make enough happen in such a short window of time?
Yeah, and these skellies are going to be gone, which means that P.E.K.K.A should get some more value there as well.
The dash.
What was that?
He didn't cross the bridge. Spear Goblins are too high.
It was like it was like a ping pong table there. I don't know. I've never seen that version of the dash before.
And that, I mean, we talked about the P.E.K.K.A doing work for Lion early on, targeting down the pigs. Michifu got some blessings from the Clash Royale gods when you talk about that Golden Knight dash. So close, so many times, but only one big-time connection.
I think it was 3 times where we both thought it was either going to hit tower or clean everything up, and it did not happen. And that is the risk when playing Golden Knight. It is not as consistent as, you know, the Archer Queen. You know exactly what you're going to get. I'm going to take this ability. I have this hit speed. I'm going to do this much damage. The Golden Knight, you just see a bunch of troops. You press that ability and you start praying. I'm surprised that that's not what Lion did here. But
here we go. This is exactly what we're talking about. It seems like it's set up to go to the Valkyrie, but instead goes to the Spear Goblins. I guess they were too far away from the Valk, so it stopped right in his tracks. Whereas if it went to the Valk, I think it would have went Valk, AQ, Mortar, Princess Tower.
I think the issue was that the last one that it got was where it would retarget onto another troop, and that one went from left to right, being the furthest away, and that's why it did not go to the Valk. But it's just, it's very unfortunate. It is what it is. You can't really do anything about it. If you are Lion, the only thing you can do is mentally, you know, try to stay in it. It's been a rough day. Going through lower bracket and constantly going to game 3 just to win. It's not even game 3, but if he wants to win, he's gonna have to
go to game 3. He has to reverse sweep the set, which we all know he can do. He's done it before, but Michifu looking really scary right now. Not only were his interactions completely locked down, he had some really great defenses. Yes, maybe those Golden Knight charges we thought would have gotten to tower, but I still don't know if that would have won the game for Lion.
Yeah, I don't think it would have just straight up won the game for him. You can't just blame it on that, but it might have added a little more pressure, which causes some mistakes out of Michi. He took full control once he realized how much he was up on HP, and I don't blame him. You sometimes you gotta just pray that it works out in your favor, especially with the Golden Knight, and it definitely did. So whoever you prayed to, Michi, keep it going.
And maybe saying some prayers of their own is Lion on the other side of it. The South Korean on the verge of being eliminated. $40,000 will be going to his pocket, which is quite a nice consolation prize. But when you know you're just a couple matches away from $200,000, that bit of perspective adds just a little bit of pain to that prize purse.
And don't get me wrong, $40,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah, let's go.
But
Just take it.
$200,000 on a Sunday, you know, afternoon for Michi, that is life-changing.
I was just going to say, there are seldom moments in your life where you can sit down and go, this one moment, this one day changed my life. And someone, honestly, two someones will be saying that today with our $300,000 grand finals. But that's still a $100,000 match.
And I'm laughing because I'm already picturing someone saying that one golden knight that just quadruple dash from downtown won me 200,000, and on the flip side, that one golden knight, how did it do that? It cost me 100,000. Right? I just have that weird feeling that that's how we're gonna end the day today. But E-Giant against Mortar, Line gets a perfect matchup here.
Fantastic things to come here as this Mortar is up and going to connect on that tower. And just like you said, this is a really, really great matchup for Line. You've got the Mortar to pull that Electro Giant. You've got the Archers to add great single target DPS. You can always cycle that cannon cart in the same lane as the Electro Giant, so your opponent is more reluctant to pull the trigger on a lightning or big spell if they have it. Line in a great spot here in game number 2.
This is exactly what you wanted if you're Line. I know you play Mortar, and whenever you see E-Giant, it's a sigh of relief. You know that it's in your hands, especially when, you know, as you move on in the game, if you're able to maintain a lead, all you have to do is go full defense mode. Make sure to spread everything out exactly like he's just doing. The range on that E-Giant allows you to do it. He has arrows for the bomber, and it should just be smooth sailing.
Absolutely, and the other great thing here that Line has in his arsenal is the fact that he can pull the trigger on a graveyard opposite lane if he needs to create pressure. And there we go. Thank you so much, Line, for making me look like I know what I'm doing up here. E-Giant comes down, should see a Mortar. There we go.
Cannon cart.
Cannon cart on the right-hand side. I'm so distracted by what's going on the left. Cannon cart on the right. That makes two of us, me and Michifu, not looking at the right side of the board. Cannon cart connects for 1193 as the remaining health on that right-hand tower. And talk about easy defense. This cannon cart is going to do more than enough.
Yeah, and he can't even dash now because that would activate King Tower when that Archer's placement comes down. And that is a smart decision there by Line. He knows that he was going to dash. All there was that cannon cart. He throws down the Archers and he stops it. So smart out of him. I need to start implementing that. And for people at home, this is awesome because you're enjoying it and you're learning it.
Yes, that is a great point that you make. That's why you're one of the best coaches that's ever played the game, or I guess coached the game. That Archer setup is something that Line, what a brilliant call there. And there you see the other side of it. When you don't sequence your troops correctly, this is actually really, really bad here for Line.
Yeah, he's having to overspend a lot. He's down to 5 elixir, but somehow, some way, he goes, don't worry, I'm just going to go ahead and let this Mortar connect. But damage was actually done, and triple elixir is the one time where Mortar doesn't look all that great against an E-Giant, especially if you're blocking on the bridge right after he uses Graveyard. Maybe go ahead and dash. He dashes and
it only hit one. I know, he went the wrong direction. Skelly's piling up. 441 remaining on that tower. I like the high E-Giant to keep that Inferno Dragon in place, pretty much take it out of commission. And now we see a push coming in here. Another Inferno should come down. There it is.
Yeah, and he has the dash again. There you see the dash. He's just trying to get rid of the cannon cart, which is a smart option, but again, how are you going to defend this? He goes E-Giant, but that's not a defensive unit. Nadal there as well. Now he doesn't have it for offense. Just overall, nothing he could do.
And you knew there was a big spell there as the 8th card. We hadn't seen it yet. Was not necessary. Fireball comes down, pushes that Gold Knight just a hair away. And of course, Graveyard in there, finishing things out. Line bouncing back in game number 2 with an exceptional matchup, one that you would dream of. But that's match 2, game 2. Now we're going to game number 3, and I don't expect his luck to be that good when you talk about numbers. I mean, what is that, a 90-10?
Yeah, that is, you pick the deck and you hope for 50-50s, 60s, 60-40s, 70-30s, right? That was perfection. You go into the game and he knew what he was playing against within the first minute, which is even better. And I mean, Line, if he lost that, it would have been like a shocker. every time you have Mortar, you want that E-Giant matchup.
Yep, you never want to get aggressive with that Mortar. You're happy if it gets on tower when you play it defensively, as we saw Line do a bunch. And I heard a handful of people, or I should say I saw a handful of people talking online on Twitter after day one when I was interviewing Morton. He talked about how quickly he knew that he had won that matchup just when he saw the cards. That's exactly the situation that we just saw here between Line and Michifu in game number 2. If you have Cannon Cart, if you have Mortar, if you have Inferno, your win conditions graveyard, you cannot lose against E-Giant. So it is impressive that Michi was able to get as much damage on the board as he did. That Golden Knight, once again, shaking things up. You love to see it, but not enough. Champion could not carry him through to the win. So what are we doing again? We're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3, and there's moments where you want, 2-0s, you want to move on in the bracket. Right now, they want to change it to best of 5. We'll have game 5s. I don't mind. This is the time where I want all the game 3s. I want to see what these players are made out of. It makes it that much more sweet when you win the World Finals and you went, through the gauntlet. I was one game away from getting eliminated 5 different times. I made it through. That's why for me, that 1 HP, a lot of people see it as like, the greatest match, the funnest to watch. For me, it was like the determination that Surge showed and everything that he went through to get to World Finals. This is the same thing. You want that journey. The journey's such a big part of actually winning.
There's a reason why sweeps are fun to watch. It's always fun to watch domination on one side of the board, but there's also a reason why game 7s go down in history, and that's the equivalent here as we're going into game number 3. It doesn't get deeper than this. It doesn't get steeper than this. $40,000 on the line. Top of your screen, Spain, and Michifu, bottom of your screen, South Korea with Line. Here we go.
Wow, and wall breakers coming out of Michifu. He's not known for wall breakers, so I don't know if he's been practicing them or what, but he's putting everything on the line, and it looks like we're getting 2 quick cycle decks to finish this off, and that usually means a photo finish.
You do not want to put yourself in a spot where you cannot outplay your opponent in game number 3. Those matchup conversations, the matchup conversation that we just had, is what you truly want to avoid with everything on the line. So what do you do? You go fast cycle, high damage, high interactions.
Yeah, this makes for a fantastic game 3. Both of these players, really understands how to play these decks. Even though they're not their main decks, they've been around for so long. And I expect to stay in this 100, 200 damage difference range. That Fire Spirit obviously buying him some time there, but the bats are not targeted by the Tesla.
Oh,
and
that Spear Goblin.
Yeah, that Spear Goblin saved them from some extra damage. But it feels like he should have never had to toss down those Spear Goblins.
Right. It was a bit of an overspend there, which is the last thing you want to do in these quick cycle matchups. Miner goes to the back. E-Spirit is there. High Royal Delivery here on top of the AQ. She does activate her ability. Doesn't get a whole lot out of it, but does take some defense off the board. It looks like Line is up, but not really. They're actually even at 3, considering the Knights on the board.
Yeah, they're even on Elixir. They're even basically on damage as well. Just a little bit ahead here for Michi. And he uses the delivery early. Is that able to get out to tower?
I love the idea there. I think we both did. He baits out that delivery early on. Line goes with the delivery instead of the Fire Spirit. I don't think he'll make that mistake again. He should probably use the Fire Spirit solely for the bats, use that delivery solely for the wall breakers. It's easier said than done, though, and Michi's going to try to make him make mistakes.
Yeah, and that was a lot of damage on the other side from Line. It was kind of an all-in push there from Michi, and it didn't work out. If one of those wall breakers connected, it would have already been worth it. For him, none of them connected. He was down on Elixir after that, and it really cost him. In a game where it's this close, 200 or 300 make a huge difference.
Delivery needs to be timed perfectly. There it is. Fire Spirit did help take 4 of those bats off the board and apply a little bit of damage to the, delivery tank coming across, but pretty clean there from Line. 1966 to 1626. That Royal Delivery is just cycling crazy.
Yeah, that Royal Delivery is such a good defense for the Archer Queen. And this time around, no damage at all from Dark Prince or Archer Queen. And look at the miners down below. Well, I guess both miners are putting in that work. Actually, Line's put in a lot more work.
Yeah, Michifu just kind of forced to eat that entire miner. This is going to be a really nice delivery. And first, there's the Tesla to come back around. Line now, the one that is overspending, does have some Dark Prince on the board. Pretty healthy Dark Prince, actually. High AQ, there it is.
I forgot that he had the Tesla. He's defended so many times without it that in my brain I just had completely forgotten. He doesn't have anything for bats, so I really like that defense onto the miner there. But still, same result. You are not able to break through. We need to see a change. It's always been miner and then bats coming through. There are no changes so far, and I mean, if you repeat the same thing over and over again, you're going to get the same result.
Yeah, definition of insanity there, trying to do the same thing over and over and expect different results. Although on the other side of it, Line, he has changed up his defense almost every single time. Sometimes Fire Spirit, Dark Prince, sometimes Royal Delivery up high. Tesla, which you and I think both almost forgot about because he hadn't been using it. And here we go, Dark Prince up high again, easy cleanup, going to send in a miner on the back end, and then maybe a spell, we'll see.
This is the moment. Triple elixir, 800, 756, 698.
There it is. There's the spell we were talking about. That is a devastating blow here. Michifu feels this game slipping away from him. He's got to make something happen. It's not going to happen. Michi already knows it. He is going to be eliminated. Line has worked through the lower bracket, and he is staying alive for one more set at least.
Rocket, it'll do it to you. Rocket, it will do it to you. It is so impressive how the win percentage for Rocket is like 75% at this rate, and no one touches Rocket. Such a smart way of playing it if you are Line. He did not show his card at all. We had no idea. And when that Rocket came out for the first time, it seemed like Michifu had no idea either.
Well, I mean, you heard me say it. I was going big spell. It's got to be a big spell. It's not poison because poison would have came down before. So you're thinking maybe fireball, I guess.
Lightning,
but I feel like he used it
fireball.
before. Yes. Yeah, so Rocket comes in. What a great pull there. I mean, we've seen it a couple times this weekend where someone held that big spell till the very end. Yesterday, we saw Igor get that brilliant lightning in on the Fisherman. I think we saw him play it one other time in the game, but this time around, Line holds it for the entirety of this match. 4 minutes and 5 seconds, and boom, Rocket finally comes in, and Michi's hopes and dreams ended with that rocket landing.
I mean, you could see it in his face. As soon as he saw the rocket, he knew it was over. You cannot cycle quick enough to make that comeback unless your miner connects the whole thing and then the poison takes all the way through, and you know Line is not going to let that happen, so it was just a matter of time before he was out.
Line staying alive, proving his worth and showing he can do it here on the biggest stage in the world. Michifu, I think kind of a dark horse to making it this far in the tournament, will walk away with, you know, 40K. Not bad. Him and Morton just made $80,000 between the two of them. It does hurt to be eliminated, but, you know, $40,000 makes you feel a little better.
It hurts a little less, you know, just a tiny bit less to know that 40,000 is going to land in your pockets. But we have someone very, you know, knowledgeable on all of this. Rich standing by. Let's check out his opinion on all of this.
Nope, you guys just keep staring at us.
Thanks a lot, guys. And man, Rocket at the end. Sure, why not? We've all been there before, but let's go back to game number 2, where this really important moment changed everything for Michifu in a tough matchup where he was already up against that mortar cannon cart with E-Giant. Before we start, just look at the board right now, right? He has the Goblin Cage down right here to work against that cannon cart and the 2 archers. This should be an effective defense here, but as we start the clip, you'll see where everything goes wrong. As we go across, the archers and the cannon cart go towards the Goblin Cage. The Graveyard right over here is going to pull that Goblin Brawler over to mess with this, meaning cannon cart goes right onto tower. Oh no, GG, well played, tons of damage there, and then we're not done yet with the E-Giant coming on the left-hand side, gets taken care of by the mortar and the cannon cart, and the high skeletons right back there at the bridge take care of the Golden Knight Dash. So on both sides of the board, Line with the Graveyard, pulling the Brawler over out of the way of the cannon cart, and then nice control on the defensive side of the board. This is what Line's been doing for a long time, and that's why the no-tilt world champion now has a great chance at becoming the Clash Royale League world champion. Great play by Line. See you later, Michifu. Let's go back to the desk with Josh and Andrew.
Here we go, back to our upper bracket. Will we be seeing, I know, Igor and Mugi battling things out. Rich? Am I rich? I love it. I love it. I've always wanted to be him, and here we are. This is going to be a fun one. You look at what they've done along the way. Igor and Mugi both have played through some incredible competition, even just today, and now they run into what appears to be their hardest matchup yet. Igor and Mugi, but Igor, I got to admit, has looked just a little bit cleaner throughout this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, especially after his performance against Mohamed, like, I mean, the man does not miss. He has played such a phenomenal game this entire weekend. Every single time he brings out something new, he brings out something impressive. He plays the game perfectly. It is so beautiful to watch.
And when you look at the road to victory here and what these guys have had to accomplish or who they've had to take down along the way, you look at Igor beating Hajime, Surge TS, and Mohamed Light. It does feel like that is a bit steeper of a slope than what Mugi had to work through with Framcito, Sandbox, and then just a moment ago in Michifu. So you talk about being warmed up, you talk about who they've beaten along the way. It does feel like Igor is a bit of a favorite here, but there was that moment. Everyone was talking about it. Mugi is the greatest player in the world, and what a great moment for him to show just that.
Igor, I mean, Mugi, this, you know, at the beginning, it wasn't something that I expected. I really expected Mugi to struggle in this. He hasn't looked all too impressive in these past, 6 or 7 months. Same thing with Igor, and both of them are showing that's no longer the case. These two competitors, I didn't think that we'd be seeing them at this point. And after the first 2 games, it feels fitting. It feels like this is what we should, like, these are the 2 best players right now.
It feels like it. You talk about day number 1 there for Mugi specifically. We didn't really get to see him show his stuff because of the situation he was put in with the whole repeated card. And then also, he's kind of struggled through sets just a bit more, where Igor looks like he has been a dominant force. But that was day 1, day 2, even earlier on in day 3. What's all that time used for? Practicing, sharpening your tool, getting ready, getting that wherewithal, building your confidence, and staying composed. We saw both of them celebrate, maybe Igor just a little bit more than Mugi because of who he beat. But now it's time for them to dial in for this incredible upper bracket semifinals here, where one of these guys will ensure a lot more money moving forward than the other.
Yeah, and listen to this. Overall, the vote is split down the middle, 50-50.
No.
50 for Mugi, 50 for Igor.
Really?
Dead.
You guys
dead
are just
even,
messing with
dead
us?
even.
This is incredible. This is exactly what you want to see. I'm in the same boat. I think I just go with Igor because of what I've seen. He's a former world champion, but the fact that it's split down the middle just lets you know how many people, and you heard Rich and Eric talking about it. There is a reason why Mugi has so many fans, and here we go. Our winners bracket finals. Igor, top of your screen. Mugi at the bottom.
Every time Igor wins, okay, so the reason why I think Igor is going to win is because of the celebrations. And basically, I just want to see Igor win because every single time he gets more emotional, every single time the smile gets a little bit wider, and I just can't wait to see what happens, especially if he was to win it all.
I mean, Igor's a guy that a lot of times you'll see is either unbothered or maybe even just a little annoyed, right? You see stuff come out of him and maybe he's annoyed with his opponents, but today, in this whole entire weekend, you'll see that he is so incredibly invested in this World Finals. He's worked so hard, coming in as an underdog, as a former world champion. It's kind of crazy to say that him and Lciop were both underdogs coming into this tournament, and here we are as Igor tries to add a little bit of pressure on that right-hand side with a golem being dropped here by Mugi. Big surprise.
Yeah, 2 plays we don't often see. The Royal Delivery placed behind the King Tower, and then the other play we don't often see, the Golem placed behind the King Tower. Not something that we see all that often. Bomber should be getting a shot, but I don't think it should matter. The Mega Minion plus Royal Delivery and Valk are going to make these defenses so easy. Once double elixir hits, then it could be a different story. But so far, he should be able to clean this up pretty nicely.
That's an interesting thing it looked like Mugi was trying to set up when the defensive unit on the ground has to follow the Golemites towards the Princess Tower. You then line up that Golden Knight to connect on the Princess Tower. So we'll see if Igor allows him to do that at all. He was really slow playing his defense, I think, maybe waiting for the next layer to come in from Mugi.
Mugi sees that the Prince and Golden Knight are going to have a lot of synergy together, but believes that the Dark Prince is going to be a little bit stronger. We've seen Igor use Rocket, and so that could have actually played into it. If he uses the Prince, he's giving way too much value to Mega Minion, Baby Dragon, Prince, Golden Knight, and so that could have played a huge role as to why he chose Dark Prince.
Last card in the deck could be Rocket, could be Poison. I'm curious to see what it is, and Lightning comes down to take that Tesla out of play. Another high Tesla up, but it does miss the Golem. Skeletons are there, which is actually really fortunate for Igor, those high DPS skellies. Baby Dragon demands that Mega Minion. Mega Minion distracted by those Golemites, and so the baby will get on tower.
Wow, almost makes the best Skeletons placement of his entire career. Not going to be the case, though, and Baby Dragon is going to lock onto the tower, getting it down to 1391. And Miner cycle and down 1300 HP. I don't know what he's going to be able to do. I mean, even now, he's giving too much lightning value, the Valk plus the Tesla, and that's going to be a Golden Knight dash onto this. I don't think he's going to be able to stop this at all.
You know, it's a couple times now where we've seen these gods of the quick cycle kind of get bested by the Golem. We saw it on day one where Lucas, X-Gamer, ran into a lot of trouble. We're seeing it again here. This is just an excellent deck choice out of Mugi. Doesn't matter if Igor's not losing his tower yet. With only 1:40 remaining, Elixir flowing even faster, like you said, Josh. He's behind by 1,154 HP at the moment, which is just a horrible spot to be in. And the only thing he's doing with his Elixir is defending. And there's the poison, finally.
Golden Knight down the right lane, trying to predict the Tesla. He's going to allow it to go to the tower, and there we go. Doesn't place it high, and I really like that. You can play the Skellies after, and then you're not going to have to worry about that. He can't even dash, because then it's just going to go backwards, and you're not really getting that value. Just needs to get really aggressive with these Mega Minions. Val coming down the lane. Mugi's playing this beautifully. We've known that he is able to play any type of deck. We didn't expect that type of deck to be Golem. But the amount of resets we see, every time he has Golem, he places it behind the King Tower because he knows he's getting positive trades that are just really good.
And the worst that can happen is a minor poison comes in that he defends just a little bit, and then he's back on offense. And again, you see Igor overspending. Minor gonna go in, Log comes in, looking for anything, does not matter. 305 down to 157, down to 9. NATO or Lightning will do it. And this is just a tough matchup for Igor. You wonder if he slows things down in game number 2 or if he keeps up with the fast cycle. Maybe he goes to Mortar. But that was just one of those situations where his number got called in terms of matchup.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything. He started off so slow. If he stays in the game, he's, within that 500 HP range, he can, out-cycle. He can get those poisons on the tower. He can start cycling everything that he needs to. And we've seen him be able to do that. But it was just such a strong start and just brilliance from Mugi to be able to continue to cycle the Golems in the back, place the troops all over the field so he can't get a lot of delivery value. And it was just as simple as that.
I mean, that's what you got to do when you're going up against a master of the micro, someone who could pull off 1,000 interactions in a second. In Igor, what do? Slow things down, 1.4 Elixir more on that average Elixir cost, 4 more Elixir just to get around once, and it didn't even seem to matter. Every single time that it felt like Mugi would like to have another Golem to set up in the back, he did. He didn't even need to worry about minoring that, NATOing that miner to King Tower because it didn't matter. Wasn't ever going to get enough damage in. He could just drop 1 unit down, whether it was the Bomber early on or the Dark Prince. I mean, Josh, was there any way for Igor to play through that, or was he just kind of in a bad spot? We're talking about in those 90-10s.
Yeah. No, I think it comes down to he started off too slow, and then the other thing is Mugi played it too well. The Golden Knights on the right lane, you see too many people stacking a little bit too much, giving too much poison value, giving too much delivery value. He knew that that is the play that Igor wants. So what does he do? Golden Knight at the bridge opposite lane and uses the dash. I mean, Igor tried to work around that, but we saw it too late. He goes with the Skeletons and allows it to hit the Crown Tower. Like, Igor was making the right plays, but when both players are making the right plays and Mugi had already started off so strong, the end result is going to be that way.
There's no way to play through it. And, that kind of mentality of pressuring opposite lane became really, really popular with the rise of E-Giant, right? You'd always see buildings be dropped on the opposite side of the board because the range or the side of the E-Giant was so great, and then it would pull it all the way across. So what did people start to do? They started to play units up high or in the opposite lane, and that's exactly what happened here with the Golden Knight. Teslas could not be played where Igor wanted. He had to pile them up higher, which makes it just easy cannon fodder for that baby dragon. So brilliant stuff there from Mugi. Like you said, AC, not only was it a perfect matchup, he played it perfectly. We'll see if Igor can bounce back in game number 2.
So no lightning for Mugi. Archer Queen should be available for Igor, and it's just going to be interesting to see how he wants to approach that. No miner though, so we could see Royal Hogs. I have loved how many players are using it. It is such a strong deck, any variation of the Royal Hogs.
So AQ is out here from Mugi, and an AQ out in response from Igor. Most likely going to go to a a graveyard deck with Knight and Archers there supporting this Archer Queen.
Mugi looks to be using the MK deck that we've seen. He's used it in the last round, I'm fairly certain. It's just such a strong deck, but I think that deck involves lightning, so he's going to switch it up, going to use wall breakers instead of the usual Mega Knight deck that we see.
Nice defensive miner there, comes out just in time, pulls the distraction here from the Mortar, and Mortar hits the second time around. Miner should get a shot in on that tower. You know what? Not bad, but Mortar gets a responding shot. 27.86 to 29.94. Fireball in.
No delivery for Igor in this game, so it's going to be interesting to see how he wants to be defending these Archer Queens. Archer Queen is going to go invisible, is going to disappear from the field, forces out a snowball in response. Igor's last card cannot be miners, so it's going to be Royal Hogs is what I would assume, but he could switch it up, maybe go Skellies, maybe go something like that. Can't wait to see what he brings.
Archers up high here to take care of those bats. Prince does connect. We haven't seen a lot of Prince, but he actually hasn't been too bad here. Zap comes out from Mugi. I think we've only seen Zap maybe 2 or 3 times all weekend long as those Archers get picked off by the Princess Tower. Miner going to go in here, maybe a Knight to catch. Does go to the wrong side, though.
So Mugi, I do believe that he's going to be running MK right here. He is going to be switching up the old Musketeer Bandit Ghost deck, going to be switching it around, going in with the Prince, going in with the Archer Queen, just adapting to the meta, and there we go. We do see the MK getting a lot of value right there.
I like that Fireball, getting that Archer Queen out of play though, but now Igor thirsting for Elixir a little bit here on defense. High Mortar going to pull those wall breakers in. Nice play there. Archers up high as well to take care of that Miner, and that Knight's going to be more than enough to keep that MK at bay.
Mortar not getting the shot that he was looking for. Ice Spirit was in cycle, so had he played that, he could have looked at 1-2 shots, but you know, if he had predicted that incorrectly, there would have been a lot of pressure with the Miner. It's so hard to be able to predict when you're two incredible pros. It's just these mind games. Which cards are you going to be playing? Because even if the situation says, hey, I'm going to be placing the bats, you know each player knows what they're supposed to be doing, and so you can't always do that.
What a great Knight. Distracts the Prince, distracts the Mega Knight, distracts the Archer Queen all the way back around to Mortar. Again, this Prince is going to get taken away from those Archers, but that Ice Spirit not doing exactly what he wanted. Prince takes it off the board, and that Royal Ghost connecting on the right-hand side. Luckily for Igor, it wasn't his weaker of the 2 towers, but it now is by about 400, so Mugi swaps lanes.
Yeah, that Prince was a hero right there, able to allow the Ghost to be perfectly healthy, get into the right lane all the way under 1400, and he is going to struggle with this. Archer Queen is still going to get a shot if he doesn't defend.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ice Spirit not doing what Igor wanted. Archer Queen does get a shot in. Fireball comes in last second there from Igor to knock it back. Ice Spirit came down but didn't do what Igor needed as Mugi is starting to run away with this one. Miner into the back, getting tanked for by that Royal Ghost. We get a zap to reset, so Royal Ghost gets on the tower. There is a King Tower activation, but this might be it. Royal Ghost gets another shot in. Josh, that is trouble. Miner plus zap is all he needs.
MK should go down on top, not even going to be able to take the aggro of the tower. Goes in with the Miner. The zap is going to finish it off. Mugi 2-0.
And a clean 2-0. Not just in game 1 where you talk about the matchup and how difficult that was for Igor. Igor maybe going to need to slow things down with his first deck choice. I think that's the first time in my life I've seen Mugi's eyes. He finally shows them to me after an incredible set. 2-0 and in dominant fashion.
Yeah, you don't expect the deck that he uses in game number 1. The Golem deck with the Golden Knight. Beautiful adaptation to the meta. And then the same thing with game number 2. Uses MK Archer Queen instead of Musketeer. And then the Prince plus the Ghost. Everything pairing together. I mean, that that was the deck choice. The MK deck did have a lot of success against the Mortar decks in the previous metas, and he knows how strong the Mortar is in this meta in this weekend. Just a brilliant deck choice from Mugi in both games.
Really, and you were even talking about that second deck that we saw out of Mugi, kind of an evolution of things we've seen before with MK Minor Wall Breakers with Bats. You saw the adjustment with the Archer Queen, the change up with the Royal Ghost, just beautiful stuff there. Sure, 4-card cycle, 9, no problem. Mugi 0.2 slower, no problem. He uses all the right moves at all the right times. He gets some great lane changes in there. You saw Igor struggling with interactions with a card that we have talked about so much all weekend long, the Royal Ghost. It is so frustrating to play against.
I was actually going to bring that up. The Royal Ghost is so insanely difficult to stop if you don't have 2, 3, 4 answers, because these pros are so good at getting rid of those answers that you should have. You know, we've seen it time and time again. The Gob Cage, the this, the this, the this, and they just get those out of cycle.
And this is just a perfect deck choice here from Mugi on the left-hand side. We've harped on it a lot, but you can see right there, very, very heavy as opposed to very, very quick on the other side. And the issue here was that Igor could never send his Valkyrie on offense. If you can get the Valkyrie with Skelly's behind, Miner on the other side, send in a poison, that sounds great. Sounds like a good amount of damage, but there was so much pressure for so long. Just no chance. Going on to deck number 2, what we just saw, Mugi slowed things down in game 1. Well, let's speed things up just a hair as we go to deck number 2 from both of these guys. Igor going back to Mortar. I don't hate it. It's not just Mortar Miner bait. Obviously, Miner wasn't in play, but it is Mortar GY. And honestly, he only got 1 graveyard out at the end of the game, and we all knew that was too little, too late.
Yeah, I like the Royal Hogs, I like the Mortar, and I love the combination between the two. Mortar, when you don't have Miner in play and you're using this weird Mortar plus graveyard variation with Ice Spirit, it doesn't seem like it's the right deck choice to use.
We're moving through our brackets, so what do we need? How about a bracket check-in with Eric and Rich over in the analyst booth? Whew, how you guys doing over there?
We're doing pretty well here. Andrew, of course, been on the edge of our seats this entire time, and this last matchup puts Mugi at the top of the food chain right now. He only has to win 1 more best of 3 to be our world champion.
He could fulfill that, you know, what everyone expected to come of Mugi last year. It could be this year, and it would mean so much more being an individual world finals. A little bit sad for Igor. I have that soft spot, but I gotta give it to Mugi also on the decks, and he is just 1 best of 3. I still cannot believe it.
Yeah, he has been phenomenal, of course. He's had a pretty interesting road here to get to our grand final, starting with Framcito, then going through Sandbox, Michifu, and now Igor. So you could say that the road has been maybe one of the less harrowing, but of course beating Michifu and Igor these last 2, and he's gonna meet against one of 3 phenomenal players, because he'll either face Igor once again, who drops down into our lower bracket, or he's gonna face potentially Mohamed Light or Line. So a lot of danger there for Mugi in that grand final, but of course he does have that 1 life to give.
Yeah, he obviously is in the best position you can be in when you are playing in a double elimination bracket. But like you said, Mo's still in there. Igor's still in there. Line has made some games that you think that he has no shot to win, just winnable games, and it's been incredible to see. And this lower bracket that they are about to cast is going to be some of the best Clash to go down in history.
This is going to be fascinating. This top 4 is so stacked. You, of course, have the consensus #1 of 2021, Mohamed Light, who has won pretty much everything throughout this year, up against Line, who has an argument for being the top 1v1 tournament player if he can get to and win that grand championship. Of course, the winner of that then goes on to face Igor, who's dropped down, who's been having the best tournament up until this mass matchup against Mugi, and the winner of that then has to do double duty against Mugi in our grand final.
It's a journey. I know it doesn't seem like it because we only have 4 players left, but when you really break it down step by step, from the position that Mo and Line are in, there is so much to be a world champion, as opposed to Mugi just sits back really enjoys all these matches, gets his analysis done, and he has one best of 3, and that is it.
Well, that's why you take a look at how much more difficult that lower bracket is. The value of being in the upper bracket, the road is so much shorter. As soon as you get that loss, especially if it's earlier, you have to go through so much to win that championship and that $200,000.
Yeah, and I mean, in a game like this, you're exposing decks, you're doing so much every time you play, that the advantage also for Mugi is that people haven't seen as many decks from him.
Yeah, they have not seen as many, so of course a nice advantage for Mugi in a good spot, but he gets to sit back and relax for a little while and see who of these 3 will become his opponent for that grand championship. The trophy, the money, all of it on the line in a few minutes, but first, let's go back to Josh and Eric, or to Josh and Andrew as we get ready for our next matchup.
Talking about that money, Rich, I'm so glad that you just mentioned that. $55,000 does go to the loser of this next matchup, but one thing that is guaranteed is that Mugi has won 6 figures here at the CRL World Finals. He is guaranteed. He has insured himself in that second place spot, which means he will be taking home a minimum of $100K. And a couple guys that would love to get a shot at that prize of $200,000. It's going to be Mohamed Light and Line. It's not surprising to see Mo down in the lower bracket when you look at the competition that we've seen this weekend. It's not really surprising to see anyone down in the lower bracket if Mohamed Light is there, but both of them trying to stay alive as they have had so much great competition, but it just keeps getting tougher as the day goes on.
Oh, tougher and tougher, and that's how it goes. Mohamed Light, wow. You know, it's not surprising. It is surprising. It's kind of just a weird combination of both because we just know how good he is. This man, alongside his coach/analyst, Julesy, that duo is so scary. It's just, this is going to be such a phenomenal match. Line against Mohamed Light right here.
Good luck comes out from both of these guys because when you're at the top of the line, why not? $55,000 to the loser. Winner gets to keep their life, their hopes alive, as Line's going to go out with a quick cycle deck. Hog and Skelly's early on, and not super happy to see a Tesla from Mohamed Light, but I don't think anyone is ever happy to see Mo with a Tesla.
Skeletons plus Hog plus Log, you know it's going to be a quick cycle, probably looking at Earthquake, but we've seen it before. We've seen it with Igor. He was able to, you know, steal a free victory because he was able to sneak in the Lightning. And here we go, an aggressive push. Skelly's on defense from Line, but an aggressive push. That Hog is going to do a lot of work getting the tower down to 2201, but probably not the right decision.
Line recognizing that mirror matchup as it happened or as it unfolded, knowing that Log was out of cycle, knowing that Earthquake had just been used. He was happy to just defend that Hog on the opposite lane with Skeletons. He did take some good damage in, but he also created a lot of his own on the opposing lane, 1858 to 1808. And it was maybe 2 metas ago or 2 seasons ago where this mirror matchup was everywhere. Everyone was playing Hog Cycle with Firecracker and Earthquake.
Everywhere. Firecracker against Archers, and then right there, Mohamed Light reacting just a little bit. He actually missed a King Tower activation, an accident right there. We are going to see it, and he does have the Lightning, Log plus Archers, and we get the activation right now, but a slight lead for Line, and good aggression, but that Tesla is going to be fine.
Yep.
And he's not going to get any damage as we head into double elixir.
And the tough thing here for Mohamed Light is he's playing against one of the best in the world, so you know that Tesla can go to about 4 different spots. You don't know where to Earthquake. Is it up high at the bridge? Is it up high in the center of the river? Is it down low to the left by the Princess Tower? Or is it in the traditional spot in the middle of the map? So what does Mohamed Light do? I don't want to play that guessing game. I'm just going to straight up Earthquake the tower. But that means with that send that Line can get a little bit aggressive. No Earthquake for this Tesla, which means he can turn this into a great counter push.
We do see the Tesla high, not going to give value. That way he can't catch the Crown Tower as well. And we are going to see him cycle the Earthquake probably. Right there, Firecracker plus Log. Does he get the interaction correct? He does indeed. Earthquake is finally going to come out. There we go, absolutely. Now the question becomes, does...
Oh my goodness! The Firecracker does not get the shot in. Hog does, and just like that, in this mirror matchup, it is so unforgiving. Or not mirror matchup, but you guys know what I mean. In this common archetype. And there it is, a late Tesla as well. Earthquake comes in, and Lion has a bit of a smile on his face knowing that he just made a grave mistake. Mohamed Light loving the results of game number 1.
How does that even happen? He was cycling Earthquakes. That, you know, if you're cycling Earthquakes, you should have the Tesla set up. He just didn't have the Elixir. You know, we saw early on the aggression does work out. Then we see right there, it doesn't. He doesn't have the Elixir to get the Tesla down in time. Earthquake, regardless, would have been able to take that out. And the Earthquake cycle, plus the Hogs getting to the tower, Mohamed Light comes from a huge deficit to be able to get a nice victory.
You have to know that matchup inside and out. It's a little more difficult because that Hog Lightning variant has been a lot more popular as of late, whereas the other one, yes, it wasn't Firecracker, it was Archers, but the general makeup of Hog, Fire Spirit, Log, and Earthquake is something that has been very popular all of 2021. Mohamed Light, recognizing that matchup early on, knew exactly what he needed to do. Cycling those Earthquakes is really stressful because it just adds a lot of pressure in for Lion to feel like he has to create offense, and anytime that he was going to create offense after that first Lightning came down, it was really easy for Mo to clean up with that Tesla up high.
I really like what Mohamed Light did with his deck setup. What does he do? Firecracker for Archers. We've seen so much Graveyard appear, and a lot of the time it's, you know, Fireball plus Snowball. We saw it with Igor's deck. The Archers would have put in work, and it allows him to match up well against a lot of different decks with that slight variation. Especially with how the meta is set up, Firecracker isn't getting enough value sometimes, and I'm sure that's something that they discussed quite heavily. Is it worth the trade-off? And right there we saw the Archers, you know, they didn't do that much, but the Firecracker didn't either. So in those mirror matches, it's okay that he made that swap.
Yeah, the Firecracker just a little bit less reliable. You know, the Archers, you know where you're going to drop them. You know what their range is. You know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to shoot their arrows in that same pace. Whereas with a Firecracker, you're hoping that shot lands where you need it to. And we saw exactly the opposite of that with that one Firecracker from Line. A sliver, a 1 HP Hog Rider still ends up connecting because that burst just didn't get to where he needed. Now, it is great when you set up what he did early on. Hog Rider plus Valkyrie plus Firecracker behind plus a Lightning on the Tesla. Wonderful stuff. Mohamed Light is not going to let you do that more than once in a game.
Yeah, and oh, man, that is just brilliant. I really like just how they set that up. I don't think that evolution from Mohamed Light right there, it's clear that, you know, they discussed what was happening between that last set. They want to be prepared for anything, and I really like that choice for them.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that out of Mohamed Light, kind of slowing things down in his last set against Morton. Now just going right back to what you expect, which is going fast and quick. We see Wallbreaker cycled behind tower again with a little bit of BM coming out from Mohamed Light. Must be feeling himself.
Behind the King Tower, wow, that is just not something I've seen.
Yeah, it's the second time he's done it today, and the first time he did it, he even cycled a log that ended up hitting an Ice Spirit, so he's gotten really aggressive with these starting hands, and I'm not sure exactly what that's all about, but, you know, maybe we'll get to talk to him about it in the future.
Mega Knight doesn't get the jump, so, oh, that
nice
zap combination
and
is
look
brilliant.
At that. No ground unit in cycle. Mega Knight leaps to tower, and now you see the send on the opposite lane, and Lion is just smiling, knowing, man, I just got caught looking.
Oh my goodness, no bar barrel in cycle. Archer Queen is going to come down, and I think they discussed Mega Knight plus Archer Queen plus Minor Wallbreakers. This is a very, very solid deck. It gets so much value. It matches up so well. We are seeing a lot of success recently from the MK, and that Dark Prince is going to have to come out on top of the Archer Queen. The Miner is going to get the tower down to under 1,500 HP.
Yeah, I think Mo Light sent it to the front of the tower, hoping that that Miner could maybe tank for the AQ before she became back visible. I can't remember the word that Rich always uses. Whereas sending it behind the tower would have been much better, would have got more damage in. Dark Prince would have walked away.
And misses the King Tower activation. Down 0-1 in the set, and you're missing King Tower activations. The stress, the pressure, you can't make that mistake, but I get it. I would make that mistake too.
Yeah, I don't know if I would.
Okay.
Wallbreaker connects again. We've been seeing a lot of smiles out of Line as he makes mistakes, but on that last interaction after the smile, you kind of saw the hand go to the forehead. I think he knows and can see the writing on the wall, and you kind of expect it when you're going against the best in the world in Mohamed Light. MK going to come down right on top of that, keeping the AQ alive. Turns around, gets the Barbarian away, so the overspend at the bridge, nothing there for the Miner, no tank for the MK, and this is just trouble for Line.
Yeah, the use of the Zap with this deck, the synergy between it is so strong. Every single time he plays that MK, he's getting so much value. With the Zap, the bar barrels are just not amounting to anything. Archer Queen does need to clean that up. Nice little NATO, not going to change anything with 20 seconds left. Good game coming out from Line. 2-0 for Mohamed Light. What a bounce back set right there. This is exactly what we expect from him.
Things may be ending for Line right here with a $55,000 paycheck as he applauds his opponent. Hard not to do it. Mohamed Light has done so much for Clash Royale in 2021 and so much for the pro scene. Line is eliminated, but Mohamed Light will be going up against Igor once again for revenge in our lower bracket finals. A $75,000 match coming your way, and you know Mohamed Light is out for blood, and I just wonder if Igor is tilted even just 1%.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, I wonder that as well. Mohamed Light, Igor to face Mugi. These three players, some of the players with the most amount of fans, and for good reason. All of them arguably the best in the world. They've been the best in the world at one point or another. I cannot believe that this is the final trio.
The former world champion in Igor, the consensus #1 of 2021 and maybe moving forward, Mohamed Light. And then everyone thought Mugi was a force to be reckoned with early on in the year, and he has proven just that. Those are our top three competing for almost $400,000 left in that prize pot. And you can see here, Line just not able to do it in game #1 or in #2. You saw here with the Graveyard deck, Line was really never able to get on offense.
Yeah, I mean, the Ghost, you talked about it, the Ghost just gets so much value in this, and you know, especially when we miss NATO activations onto the King Tower, every single time you place it, it's getting at least 3 or 4 elixir, and it's one of the only cards that you can play offensively that continues to get positive elixir traits.
Absolutely, and you see right here that 3.6 average cost, the same all the way across the board, but 3 more elixir to get back around, and when you're playing against someone as good as Mo Light, he is going to punish you for it. The Zap to get the defense off the board. MK comes in, gets on top of tower. The overspend from Line means wall breakers connecting in the opposite lane, and that was basically the tale of this entire set, was make Line make mistakes and then punish him for it.
And he did it every single time, just how he did it, and as quickly as he would. The fact that it was a minute in and the game was already over, I was blown away at how fast he was able to recognize the deck. I mean, that is exactly what we like to see. Speaking of what we like to see, Eric with a deck breakdown.
And that is the Mo that we are used to seeing. Mo is back, and he's back at the right time because he is in the top 3. And a lot has to do with the deck picks that he had. These were 2 amazing deck choices, and I'm going to break those down for you really quick. At first, we have that mirror match. It is a mirror, but someone has lightning and someone has earthquake. It will always be the earthquake that wins in a hog mirror. Why? Because there is no real lightning value. It slows down your rotation as well. And when you get late game, which you usually do unless someone makes a mistake, but when you look at Line and Mo, there are really no mistakes to be made. That earthquake cycle at the end makes it so much easier to get that damage in without really costing yourself 6 elixir and then being caught off without enough for a Tesla or a log or even pressuring yourself. So deck #1, Mo had a clear advantage there with the earthquake as long as he can just make it to that double elixir with enough health on his towers. And then moving on to deck #2, this was a masterclass deck pick from Julesy. I don't know if it was Mo as well, but you give Mo the Miner, you give Mo the Wall Breaker, and then you add a Mega Knight and an Archer Queen, which allows him to control everything a lot easier. If he would have just gone with the Wall Breakers Miner like he did earlier on in the day, we might be telling a different story here saying goodbye to Mo, because there was NATO, there was Bar Barrel, and there was Fireball. With that Mega Knight and the Archer Queen, it forces Line to play a lot more defensive, and he's not able to get all the pushes in, and then he has to over-defend because that Mega Knight with the wall breakers behind, it's just too much of a tank, and that zap play from Mo was incredible. But it's time to get into that top 3. I'm gonna hand it over to the desk. Rich and Josh are over there, and let's get to it.
Thanks a lot, Eric. Here we go. The top 3 for the Clash Royale League 2021 World Finals. And Josh, what an amazing top 3 we have. Waiting in the wings, of course, we have the 17-time top 10 finisher on ladder in Mugi, the MVP of CRL East in 2020. And before that, we have 2 of the top players of all time, Mohamed Light, on a run. And we have to ask you this question in a few minutes here of whether or not he's already secured this year as the best of all time. And then up against, a crazy upper final against Igor.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say it. I do believe that Mohamed Light has locked up the #1, position right there. The run that he's had this entire year, every single time no one wants to play against him. It's not fun to play against him. It's not entertaining to watch him sometimes. This is the only player that can make 25 outplays in a row, and I'm kind of just sitting back and not really enjoying myself because it's what we expect, it's what he does, and he does it so easily that sometimes he doesn't smile, and I like to see people enjoy themselves.
And certainly we have seen some enjoyment and some also hearts broken throughout this weekend as we've gone from 32 players with our opening first single elimination portion of the tournament and then through the double elimination bracket. And here we go to the lower side of it, where both of these players at our lower final, Igor and Mohamed Light, neither have had the worst road to get here. But of course, for Mo, it's been a little bit more challenging after losing to Igor earlier, but went and 2-0'd Morton, went and 2-0'd Line, and now has to go do it once more against Igor.
Yeah, it's actually insane how many, with Igor and Morton, or Igor and Mugi and... Who's our last guy?
Mo.
And Mo, yeah. It's insane how many of them. It's just 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-0. I mean, the consistency and the high level that both of them are showing off, this is otherworldly.
So here we go. Igor versus Mohamed Light. You talk about the 17 top 10 finishes for Mugi, our guy waiting for the Grand Championship, the Grand Final. Igor on Royale API has the #1 ranking overall in ladder. Of course, there have been some arguments as to who really the #1 ladder king is, but Igor might have that title.
Yeah, the dude just finishes #1 every single time he wants to. Every single time he doesn't, he'll just get top 10.
Yeah.
Right.
It's pretty crazy on his side. Then, of course, Mohamed Light, what we've seen throughout the year, and not just in Clash Royale League. There's a robust competitive scene here in Clash Royale. You see things like Royale Masters. You see things like the Bren Chong Cup, the CWA Cup, the Queso Cup, all these big competitions, and consistently a name you see at the top of all of those is Mohamed Light.
Yeah, he's the only player who is, the entire year, it's just every single competition he finishes first. I haven't seen this display of talent. And, early on, 2016, 2017, 2018, we can expect players to be way ahead of competition. In 2021, 5 years into this game, you do not expect a player to be far ahead of those #2, those #3, those #4 players.
Here we go. Igor cycling log to open up, looking like hog cycle, most likely from the Russian. And Mohamed Light happy to have arrows in this matchup. Cannot feel good for Igor.
Firecracker plus log plus bats. We always see RG paired with this. Dark Prince as well could mean that that's the case, but not 100%, especially with these kind of players. The variations, the adaptations, every single facet of the game, these players, do the right thing.
Well, of course, Igor quite famously fell in love with fast cycle RG decks back in 2020 when that really was the rhythm. And here we go, immediate bridge Royal Giant as Mohamed plays the Lava Hound in that bottom left corner.
RG at the bridge, Firecracker as well. So he's not going to try and use the Firecracker on defense against the Lava, and I like that. If you're going to use the Firecracker on offense, you need to be placing something ahead. You need to be getting value with that. But it's you know, tower's not going to go down. It's going to be a lot of damage right there. And then the bats are going to be nice. We need to see the Tesla out, or he's just going to sack this tower. And that is what we are going to see.
Cycles all the way back to another Firecracker, so interesting gameplay choice here from Igor, maybe recognizing that if he played the Firecracker against the Lava in the first place, arrows would have been an easy kill there. Instead goes for the damage on the right-hand lane, but it is Mohamed Light with a significant lead right now. That Firecracker taking the right-hand tower under 1,000 HP, but 104 left on the left-hand tower.
Lava control is not something we expected on the final day of competition, but you know, it is such a strong deck. I love that we're seeing it. Dark Prince, bats on the left lane, forces out the Skeleton Dragons right there alongside the Miner, I believe it was, and great defense. And the left tower is going to go down right there. We do need to see the Firecrackers get cycled, and Gob Cage. That makes so much more sense. I was wondering why he wasn't using the Tesla to stop those Skeleton Dragons. Now it becomes so much more clear.
Brawler does not make it past the Flying Machine, and Miner will take care of the Firecracker. Things looking very difficult right now for Igor. Not sure how he survives this. Looking like it might be GG well played in game number 1. You see Mohamed Light with the fist pump. I think he knows it's over. Game 1 going towards the Prince of Egypt. He takes one step closer to our grand final.
The Tesla for Gob Cage. We talk all the time about, you know, making the variation, making the adaptation where it works out for you. Right there, that was a huge mistake. The Tesla would have changed the game. It would have allowed him to defend those Skeleton Dragons, keep that left side alive. That's why we saw that RG early on and the Firecracker behind, because he understood this matchup is kind of impossible.
Kind of impossible. Nearly made it a little bit more possible for a moment, but in the end, great pick there. And he talked about how rarely we've seen Lava Hound this weekend, and especially not expecting to see it in our top 3 matches. But that's, again, part of that good research coming throughout the year. And again, we've talked about all the different staff who've been supporting people throughout these events, but there's been no pairing more important than Mohamed Light and Julesy, no more impactful in this dual mode season than those two.
Yeah, the synergy, you know, we get to talk about synergy between cards. The synergy between people with Julesy and Mohamed Light, they work so well together. And, you know, Julesy makes it easy for Mohamed Light because, you know, his analysis is great. Mohamed Light makes it easy for Julesy because he's willing to use those cards. The trust that they have in each other shows when you use Lava against Igor in game number 1.
Well, we've talked so much about this in the past where in CRL teams, a coach would tell a player to use something or not to use something. The player goes, okay, coach, and then goes up on stage and does something completely different. You know, you've been a part of that maybe once or twice yourself, and that trust is important. It's important to build, and especially in a version of Clash Royale that's so specific, right? We operated in Clash Royale League for so long with, at one point, single bans, and then we moved into no bans, and there was a lot more flexibility there. But here, that analysis is so critical, as every single game you add, you're essentially adding on your side of the board 8 cards that are banned and then 16.
Yeah, the adjustments you have to make, especially after game 2. Game 1, you know, you kind of have that set plan, even when you don't have, you know, set decks and you don't have to send them in.
Sure.
But game 3, that's when it all becomes this crazy thing. And, you know, that's why I like that you don't have to set your decks in this format, because everything becomes wild even after just game 1.
Yeah, we've seen that before. Of course, a player who was here this weekend, Sandbox, was notorious for making very strange deck picks in game number 3 based off the information from game 1 and game 2. Sometimes no win condition all over the place. We saw how well that worked for him, obviously taking him to the CRL World Finals. And of course, it's an interesting feature, right? Where not only do you deal with 8 ban cards, then 16, but so does your opponent.
Right. The fact that, like, so many cards get taken out of the way, but it's like, it's broken down where, you know, you can't use these 2 spells. You can't use these 3 buildings. You can't use this NATO. You can't use this Fisherman. It's so interesting to see how all of them combo together. And then every single time, like, there are still 4, 5, 6, 7 meta decks that are available to you. But, you know, it's whether or not you want to use the meta or you want to go that crazy route. And, you know, We see the crazy route working out every once in a while.
We've certainly seen it before. And of course, we get to this point here where Mohamed Light is now 1 win away from going to the championship match. And so here's the question for you. You kind of answered it earlier, Josh. Win or lose in these next couple of games, is this now the best year any player has put up in Clash Royale?
I believe so. I mean, this is on par with Surgical Goblin's dominance, and it's just 4 years later. You don't see this. It doesn't happen often, and the fact that he did it in so many tournaments in a row and is still able to produce in CRL with everything on the line, you know, that pressure gets to a lot of people. That round 1, where it was single elimination, that could have been scary for him, but he just 2-0'd. I mean, it just seems like this is his year. This is just so impressive.
Well, he still has another 4 to 5 minutes to play in this game to get past Igor, and of course might lose and have to go to a game 3, so nothing is set in stone quite yet.
Uses the boost right there, but I think it was the tower that was locked onto it. That would have done so much damage. It would have locked onto the Archer Queen, it would have locked onto the tower, and it would have allowed the Archer Queen and tower to reset and start targeting the miner. So just brilliant play right there, but this is so much damage to be giving up right now.
You had to spend the Royal Delivery on the Archer Queen, and of course that's the best response he has to the Royal Hogs. So Mohamed Light, recognizing the situation, just goes in hard, and you see that little laugh there from Mo. My guess is that's him and his team saying this is already over.
That 1 elixir spend on that Golden Knight might have changed the game and lost him that right there. Just that one mishap could have lost him the game.
And we haven't seen much of it this World Finals, but the fish punch, now 2 times, has not been a lot of emoting from Mo, but now starting to bust it out, maybe feeling comfortable at this stage.
Yeah, I saw his leg bouncing or something. I think he thinks this might be wrapped up. The Earthquake cycle is going to be so strong, and the fact that he can use the Tesla, the Royal Delivery, and the log, he has to feel so confident at this point, especially when he's throwing out these fish pumps.
Archer Queen gonna help on the Tesla, and man, this goes from bad to worse for Igor. And there you go, the emote storm starting to come on in. Wow, Mohamed Light looking like it's all sewn up. Igor trying to make a case the opposite direction, but you're playing minor cycle, down a game, and this is just absolute domination. Goes for the flex version of the Earthquake. We saw earlier, we saw Mugi do the same thing on the outside of the tower, maybe a more respectful version of the final Princess Tower take. But here you go, Mohamed Light saying, hey, this is my year, Igor. You might have been the hero in the past, but there's going to be a new world champion in 2021.
What a run Igor had. He impressed so many players. He showed that Rocket was a great card. He showed so many things. He showed that miner control is, you know, impactful in this meta still, but not impactful when you go against Mohamed Light. 2-0, so clean against such a phenomenal player.
And there you go. The #1 player of 2021 has 2 more best of 3s to win against one of the all-time ladder greats, the 2020 CRL East MVP in Mugi. Mo Light had already won so much money this year, $40,000 plus alone in CRL, not to mention all the money from outside of Clash Royale League. And here he goes, adding a minimum of $100,000 and maybe 100K more if he can win that championship. Congratulations, Mohamed Light, for making our top 2. Igor, great run all the way through, but in the end, it was Mo coming out on top here in our semifinal.
Mohamed Light, what a run he's had, $100,000 locked up. And if there's anybody who can go in that loser's bracket and then win the best of 3, it's going to be him. I mean, just to go against Igor and win that way, the Royal Hogs, the deck choice in general so far has just been insane. And Igor just couldn't do anything about it.
Well, we talked about Igor being unpredictable early in this tournament, and it felt like at the later stages he got predictable again. The things that he'd done that we didn't expect on the front end, he kept going back to them, and we went, hey, Rocket, early on, and then we went, hey, Rocket, and then we went, oh, hey, Rocket, right? And you see, you give these players who have these great teams behind them, a team like Julesy and Mo in particular, the opportunity to kind of get a good matchup on you, that's going to pay off.
Right, and it just... the way he set his decks up early on were phenomenal, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you're exactly correct. You can't stick with something like that when you need to evolve, especially in this dual format.
Well, speaking of evolution, we are now getting to our final match, our final form, and it's time. Coming up in a few minutes, we will have our grand final, and you can get in on the action, not just watch, but go ahead and vote. Who's going to win? Hashtag Light for Mohamed Light, the #1 player of 2021, or hashtag Mugi for the 17-time top 10 2020 CRL East MVP. A battle for the ages coming very, very soon, but we have a bit of time to kill before we let Mohamed Light get his deck set and get ready for this big championship. So for now, let's go to the analyst desk where Eric is standing by.
They call me Mr. Deck Breakdown at this point, but I'm going to come back at you with Mo again. And again, he picks two amazing decks. He reads Igor like no other. This is Mo and Julesy at their best. It seems like they were waiting for the right moment to bring out all the snipes, and here is the first one. Igor going a little bit too comfort, showing that he has that weakness against the heavy decks in that first matchup. You see the lava, it comes with arrows. It seemed like they were kind of going for this because the arrows are perfect here for the firecracker. And even though Igor made some amazing plays early on, he was never really able to get through. Why? Because of that goblin cage and that flying machine. He has to go ahead and lightning. It makes the push too expensive, and then the defense is just too tough. That cage on Igor's deck just makes everything a little bit more difficult to defend. If he has a Tesla, if he has an Infernal Tower, which we've seen those variations sometimes, he would be able to defend this. But with the cage, he has absolutely nothing on defense other than that firecracker. The firecracker and the bats both can get arrowed, and that was just a very tough matchup. And then we go over to deck #2, and Igor goes back to Miner Rocket. He had one of the greatest games this whole competition with Miner Rocket, but you can only use it so many times before people start figuring out that game #2 is either Mortar or Miner Rocket, and that is why you see the deck here from Molite. He has the quick cycle Earthquake. He's always able to catch that Miner. It was just a masterful play from Julesy and Mo. The mechanics were there as well for Mo. He played 100%, no mistakes, and then combine that with the decks, it was just, I mean, it was a very tough road for Igor. He played amazing, but right now we have something special. We have an interview from Andrew with some very special guests from Supercell standing by.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deck Breakdown. I like that. It rolls right off the tongue. I'm here with our community managers of Clash Royale, Max and Rick. We would not be here without you, so I'm going to hop right into it. The other thing that wouldn't be here without you guys are champions. How does it feel to see them at such a high level of competitive play? And it's also shaking it up quite a bit. How you guys feeling?
I'm feeling good about this. Like, as a team effort working on the champions, we're always a little bit nervous about how they're going to be played and such, but seeing this kind of level of play really is showcasing them so well. And you've got to really think about those abilities being pressed at any moment. Like, you have no idea. We've seen so much being done with these battles so far. It's so good to see them being played.
Yeah, I'm glad you talked about the abilities because I want to know what goes into the design of these. And maybe, Max, you can help me out here. When you are designing new cards, new champions, what goes into that thought process? You guys have done such a great job with balances in 2021, and now with the champions being such a success. What's going on in that head of yours?
I think it's the same as for like old cards. They have to be cool, they have to be fun, they have to bring something fresh to the game, to expand the gameplay, to bring new strategies and open up like the deck archetypes. So it's always the same thought process, and yeah, we'll look forward to adding more of them in the future.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the changes in the archetypes, and you just talked about hitting that ability button. Was that always part of the design? Thinking about that ability button being activated, taking your elixir, no matter what happens with that champion in the following milliseconds even?
Yeah, I think it was a lot of like game testing, a lot of like, you know, play testing with players as well. But we finally found that was the best way for it, and it just made some great gameplay in the office.
Yeah, Max, you have anything to add to that about the ability button specifically and where that came into play, how it came with designing it?
No, I think Rick said it all. We had a lot of tests, and yeah, that was the best solution we came up, and we are really happy with the results.
Yeah, again, we are too. Do you guys have a favorite moment of the day yet today? Was there something that really stood out to the two of you?
For myself, I think the line Lciop, sorry,
yeah.
the lightning at the last moment, that was just madness. I love that.
Oh, it was so
Yeah,
intense.
Morton versus Sandbox for me. It was a really nice match too.
It was such a great start, and they also used such different decks. And again, you talk about the champion shaking things up. That was a huge part of it, and having to think about that. So last thing before I let you guys go so we can all sit down for our grand finals, do you have anything to say to Mohamed Light or Mugi? This is a $300,000 best of 3, maybe best of 6, depending if we go to the reset.
I just say good luck to the both of you. I don't even know who's gonna win, but like, go for it, guys, go for it.
Yeah, good luck, have fun, be proud of where you are, because it's such a great achievement to be here today. So yeah, good
Max,
luck.
Rick, thank you guys so much for everything you do. Thanks for taking time to hang out and talk to me. Now we gotta all go sit and watch our grand finals coming your way right now after a little bit of a highlight package of the great plays that we've seen so far.
After all of that, you talk about damage averted, maybe not damage averted, damage delayed.
Yeah.
And here you go one more time. This Royal Ghost has been an absolute problem for Mugi.
Yeah, Mugi is having a very hard time, and on top of that, he gets a dash. This is game. I don't see him coming.
In this mirror matchup, it is so unforgiving, or not mirror matchup, but you guys know what I mean. In this common archetype, and there it is, a late Tesla as well. Earthquake comes in, and Lion has a bit of a smile on his face, knowing that
Miner will take care of the Firecracker. Things looking very difficult right now for Igor. Not sure how he's... Of course, World Championship. Here we are, the top 2, Andrew, once again ready to crown a champion. This is what we live for all year, and I know you and I are both so excited.
Oh, we've had the honor of being here since the first time CRL crowned their world champion. We were there for Nova. We were there for every single one of them. Liquid, I guess we were kind of there for Team Queso, but here we are once again crowning not only the world champion, but the best player in the world for maybe the highest prize purse of any BO3 I have ever seen in my life. This is a $300,000 matchup.
That's so crazy to say, and a matchup that for Mugi on one side, he only has to win one best of 3, but keep in mind, because of the dual elimination, the double elimination format, Mugi only has to win once, Mo has to beat him twice.
And that is a very, very good spot for Mugi to be in, obviously, because it's always nice to have a life to give. But talking about beating Mohamed Light in back-to-back sets in the grand finals, that's a really difficult spot to be in. So Mugi playing with house money here, coming in as our 11th seed, 11th on the global leaderboard, as you said, a ladder god, but he is going up against the man that has had a target on his back all year long, the Prince of Egypt, and on top of that, the highest trophies ever recorded in a single season at 8,946. They're both ladder gods.
Yeah, they're both completely insane. The one difference between these two is that Mohamed Light did his run for CRL this year partially on ladder, but mostly in competitive play. He has been the most dominant competitive player in duel mode without question. Mugi did it by crushing ladder this year with just finishing top 10 over and over and over again. Never had quite the same success in the competitive portion. We never saw him in a monthly final. It's a very different thing. So Mugi was not a favorite to make it here to the absolute final. Of course, he's gone on and done it, and here he is.
Were those real?
Were
those numbers real? 89% for Mugi? Is that real life? I am blown away. That is real. 89% for Mugi, 11% for the consensus #1 in the world, and you have to think that the reset of the bracket is a big factor in that.
That's a major factor, of course. On one part, the other part of it is that a lot of people probably have Mugi's poster on their wall, whereas Mohamed Light maybe isn't as popular in the same way as Mugi always has been. So here we go, kicking off our grand championship. Mugi, top of your screen, Mohamed Light at the bottom. Your Clash Royale League World Championship starts now.
Wallbreaker cycled in the back. It's the third time that Mohamed Light has done that today. Guards to catch with a Tesla there. Guards have been paired with Lava Hound already a few times, but we've also seen it with a little bit of bait aspect. So we'll see if that's the same thing, and looking like it already from Mugi, rocking some Wallbreakers as well.
Love seeing this from these two players. This is the kind of matchup you want to see. Look, one of them might go Golem here. We already saw Mugi do it. One of them might go Lava here. We already saw Mohamed Light do it. That's not the matchup we want to see. We want to see these two guys playing high cycle, insane micro.
It's exactly what you talked about earlier, Rich. It's what you've talked about for years. Go for decks that give you outplay ability. That's what both of these gentlemen are doing with a bit of a change-up. You see the guards on one side, the Prince on the other, but still the wall breakers plus the miner to create a lot of chip and a lot of pressure, and that's a great zap again. Zap we haven't seen a lot in competitive. We've seen it a ton today.
Miner goes to the outside. Prince tanking for the Miner. Wall breakers just to play some defense, and Mugi knows he just got caught.
He spent way too much and got so little out of it. Mohamed Light strikes first, strikes hard. 16-30 ticking down with that Miner on tower. His tower's virtually untouched.
What a crazy way to open. And Andrew, I'm a drill spammer. Everybody knows it. I talk about it a lot. Drill has not been very successful at this World Final.
No, you know, we saw a ton of it on day number 1, and it was maybe split down the middle or much closer than we've seen in days 2 and 3. It seems our competitors have kind of locked down that drill, figured out the best ways to defend. And the other thing about drill is that that's the thing you have to really worry about the most. And they've been having a good time defending easily at the bridge.
And we just saw a little bit of laugh out of Mohamed Light at the bottom right-hand side of the screen. And so far this weekend, that has been a terrible sign for his opponents.
That's very true. And you know what? You got to feel like it's got to be Julesy on the other side of that headset. And you have to give credit, not only for his analysis, but the fact that you can keep your competitor having a good time at this level with this much on the line. That's a lot for a coach to do.
The defense Mohamed Light just played against that drill wall breakers push was absolutely brilliant. He played the wall breakers defensively to pop the drill, and then arrows behind. That is next level gameplay.
And you talk about the arrow value. Not only did it clean up those goblins, it also took the wall breakers off the board that were coming in. There's that zap, but the zap ends up allowing the wall breakers to connect. Nice connection there, but still down by about 1,000.
And now this is where Mugi started to take control a little bit. He's gotten a better rhythm. I think that maybe he was a bit out of sorts in cycle earlier in the game. Now he has the guards pretty consistently for that Prince. Doing a good job, but now this Mega Knight's going to set up a pretty big push to the right-hand side.
And I was just going to say, I would really like to see Mohamed Light use that Mega Knight on this defense specifically. You saw a big-time spend by Mugi in both lanes, so use that MK, stop the wall breakers, and create a bit of a counter push.
Minute 40 remaining here in sudden death overtime. Around 2,000 HP, 2,100-ish on both sides for Mohamed Light, currently in the lead with that 1398 on the opposite side of the board.
Prince coming in. That Prince value with the MK is something I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of as this continues to tick down with only 80 seconds remaining. Miner going to go to the back, does miss the Valk, and now Wallbreaker's tanked for by that Musketeer.
12:24 the mark on the right-hand side, and now is going to tank for the Bomber in the left-hand lane. Is that drill. Wallbreakers will not touch this time, getting taken care of early enough, and that Muskie now will pull the Valkyrie. Good spot here as we go into triple.
That Tesla up high, unfortunately for Mo. That Musketeer does not stay alive and assist the offensive push he had coming in, but Miner on the tower once again. And if there's one guy that knows how to cycle miners rapidly, ravenously, it's Mohamed Light.
And you kind of see a little tilt of the head there from Mugi in that moment. Just cannot catch a break right now with those miner catches. Good variation here so far from Mo.
And that's the other thing, that mind game that goes in. Nice pre-cycled guards, but he goes to the front with the arrows, and that is why everyone is calling him the best in the world. 3 miners not caught, even with pre-cycled guards, and a brilliant set of arrows to get that cherry on top.
And cannot believe those wall breakers did not connect on the left-hand side. Miner now going to the right-hand side for Mohamed Light, adding to that lead right now. Arrows to go on top, and that Miner is just putting the hurt on that right side tower.
Incredible. Zap plus arrows will do it. Mohamed Light takes game number 1, and he's one step closer to sending this to our super grand finals. Mugi not loving what he's seen, but he does still have a lot of life to give.
He can still win these 2 games and win it out right now. And if he does it, he still has a whole nother bracket reset, another best of 3 to go. So Mugi's still in a great spot. But if Mo's playing like that, dialed in this way, and of course they have the analysis down pat, man, I don't know who I'd rather be right now.
And I'm just gonna, us, yeah, until he wins the $200,000. But Mohamed Light, again, I want to go back to this. You know, Julius is not a person that I have spoken about a lot. He's not even a person I speak to very much, but I have to commend him for what he's doing for the mentality of his player.
Yeah.
Could you imagine being a $300,000 Clash Royale best of 3 and be smiling, laughing, having a good time against someone like Mugi? That's incredible.
No, I'd be sweating, swearing, trying not to break my phone the entire time. That would be so insanely stressful. So nice work so far on the mentality for Mohamed Light, and one game up. And if he wins, I'd love to get that poll going again and see what everybody says.
Absolutely, that would be a blast. And you talk about the decksmanship. I've heard almost everyone use that term. Finally, after 4 years, it's become part of the game. And you have to commend Mohamed Light with what we see here at the bottom of the screen. I mean, look at what we got. We have the MK plus Miner plus Wall Breakers. Doesn't have the Royal Ghost in this time, and instead he decides to throw in the Prince and the Musketeer. So what is the idea here, Rich? Well, I'm hoping you're going to use a big spell. I'm hoping you're going to use Lightning or Fireball, because now I have AQ available. Now I have Royal Hogs available. All the most powerful win conditions are all still available for Mohamed Light. Maybe he didn't get the spells out that he wanted, but he was at least able to feel out his opponent.
So game number 1 goes to Mo, and Mugi now has to go back to the drawing board because, again, Drill has been very up and down this weekend, has not been a phenomenal way to actually get true tower damage. And you saw the Drill Wall Breakers together nearly getting it done a couple of times, but it feels like Mugi has to really take a different route. And we've already seen him do that with that Golem play. I'm wondering what other creativity he has here for game number 2.
That's a really great call on going heavy again, whether it's to the skies or on the ground. The one thing, it's tough to say here because Mugi is such an exceptional player. He has done so much in his career, but running Wall Breakers plus anything against Mohamed Light, trying to out-cycle the Cycle God, trying to out-Wall Breaker him or Morton, it always seems like a bit of a bad call. It's like going, you know, Hog against Viper, like going Mortar against Igor or Lciop. They just know it so well, and you saw it. Mohamed Light was on top of his cycle that entire game.
Well, we had some really good pieces there, of course. The concern was in the early part of the game, if he could keep up with it, with the Mega Knight being so heavy, but did a great job with the arrows, great job with the zap. So now we go into game number 2, and we'll see what Mugi has in store. Game 1, Tesla gone, Guards gone, Fire Spirits, Drill, Fireball being out as well, and that, of course, opens up a lot for Mohamed Light.
So Mother Witch cycled in the back here to meet that Royal Ghost that has been such a nuisance, so I like that Mohamed Light didn't use it in that first deck, and he now has it available for game number 2.
And it is the Archer Queen, Queen versus Knight for game 2.
Barbarrel going to take her off the board. No, does not. Nice use of the invisibility there and getting great value on top of that Golden Knight.
And that's a decent dash here. You know, you want that dash to chain most of the time, but trying to open up that route or at least force more expenditure out from Mugi.
And yeah, you do really like that call. It's exactly what you should have done in that moment, but Mugi was ready for it. Tower's basically untouched. Mohamed Light is the first one to draw blood. 28-28 to 230-52s.
And Mugi right back to the AQ. P.E.K.K.A. into that lane, and that got a response out of Mugi.
Yeah, I mean, again, and that's exactly what Mohamed Light and Juicy are trying to do. Make your opponents keep guessing. We've seen Mohamed Light go to this deck twice today, once in game number 1, now here in game number 2, and seeing him slow things down this much is really nice to see. And also, that was a great activation of that invisibility while Mama P.E.K.K.A. was mid-swing.
This is going to result in some serious damage here, though, with the Mother Witch, who was the center of the Clash Royale meta for so long, getting some good value, some pig damage, and of course, making Mugi make some choices.
So that Brawler plus Cage is on the board as Mohamed Light ticks to 10. Looks like he might be up by 3, but really technically down by 1, but now he has his Golden Knight here to respond.
And again, the bad sign there, a little laugh and a smirk from Mo.
It's amazing what that can do to your mentality. Oh, and look at that. That is a brilliant sequence.
Wow.
Royal Ghost up front, P.E.K.K.A. behind with a Golden Knight in tow. Now, he didn't get a lot out of it this time around because of a great lightning, but you think about that push coming in, that is a devastating blow.
This is a difficult spot here for Mo. The Royal Giant left-hand side, able to take care of the AQ as she already did pop her ability. But this is going to be, I believe, a lead change here as that last shot, no, just barely not getting off.
Great use of the Fish Boy there, pulling that Royal Ghost away, but since it was a Royal Ghost, a bit tankier than maybe Mugi would have liked, Ewiz does its work along with the Golden Knight up to protect the Ewiz again, but look at this cycle. Another Royal Giant down, Ram Rider comes in to slow it.
And we've seen Ruben use that Ram Rider against the Royal Giant defense quite a lot, and it did not work out for him yesterday, but you see here Mohamed Light using that idea and getting great success.
Yep, and talking about great success, this Poison getting excellent value on top of these Mother Witches every single time around, bringing that tower down to 22-43, but Mugi just a little bit behind and definitely has a great opportunity still to take game number 2. This is a big send.
Ram Rider getting nowhere near that Goblin Cage, so Ram Rider will get a close to connection, but Log does stop it.
Yeah, Lightning plus Log is nice there, but you see Mohamed Light just ticked to 10 when that Bar Barrel came out. Up in Elixir by a little bit here, about 2 or 3.
Well, 2 or 3 can be so massive when you're playing bridge spam. So we'll see if he can find a way to take advantage, and of course you see stacking to the bridge right now is Mo.
Looking for a poison here on top of the Mother Witch. There it is. No dash coming in from that Golden Knight with the Royal Ghost up front. Easy to make that decision.
And again, Mother Witch being huge for Mo. He takes the lead even further on that left-hand side.
Lightning in here. 1913 to 1981. Mugi behind by just a hair. He has Mo beat by spell power. Can he keep this lead?
Fish Boy gets cut off its strings by Mama Pekka. And now setting up in both lanes is Mo. Lead goes to Mugi now with that Lightning on the left-hand side.
That cycle with his defense, Rich, is starting to get devastating for Mohamed Light. Mo has to sequence a perfect offense. And there you go. Golden Knight dashes on the tower. Fish Boy does pull it away. Only 300 separates him on the right-hand side, 200 on the left.
This Royal Giant is going to be a big game maker.
It's on.
How many shots does it get? Lightning in, Archie on the tower, and this is looking like Mugi's got game number 2 all sewn up.
And you figure with that Mama Pekka that it maybe would have been a little bit more involved in those Royal Giant defenses, but Mo, always knowing that Fisherman is in play, pulling that Mama Pekka away, sacrifices the tower. So Mo tries to slow play his defense a bit, and he gets punished for it. Mugi doing a great job, not overextending himself, and then lightning cycling when he had no other options.
Great work by Mugi, and now we are all tied up, and here we go. A game 1. Can Mugi secure the Clash Royale League World Championship in our next game, or will Mo extend it to a brand new best of 3?
This is a best of 1 for Mugi for $200,000 guaranteed. He just needs to win one more game. 5 minutes stand between him and potential greatness. That bracket reset will be devastating for his confidence. Now, he's played great so far, but you don't want that reset against Mo.
No, you most certainly don't. We've seen the momentum that can go with that bracket reset, and of course with the research that can be so dangerous. And this was the story. This is I guess we're getting close to the end here, where this one right here, the Lightning comes in, the Pekka gets slowed down, stunned for a moment, and even with all the DPS, that Royal Giant gets a ton of damage on that left-hand tower.
It was just a great recognition. Ram Rider cycled in the back. There's nothing up high to slow down. So what's the best response? Well, a Pekka right on top of that Royal Giant. But Mohamed Light doesn't want to do that because he knows the Fisherman is right around the corner. He knows it's going to be cycled out. So Mohamed Light, by cycling that Ram Rider early on, he kind of put himself in a rough spot defensively.
Yeah, that's a tough spot overall, but Mugi able to capitalize on Mohamed Light's opening, and now we go to game number 3. 3 to 5 minutes, and this is a legacy game for both these players. Obviously, Mugi, a big win here would be a championship for Mohamed Light, the reset on the line, but both these guys have already proven themselves so much, but there is one thing that you can't replace, and that's not just the money. Money you can earn. There's only one of these.
There's only one of those. And there's only one moment where you can be called the best Clash Royale player in history. I mean, I know that seems like a very big statement, but we've seen it with teams before, and we've seen how much the game has evolved, even from 2020 to now, let alone 2019-18, and the last time we did have a world champion, a singular world champion, in 2017. Whoever wins this set, whoever walks away with this championship, will be the consensus best player in Clash Royale history.
Man, what a weight to carry at this moment. And you got to wonder how Mugi's feeling right now. More importantly, how Mo's feeling right now. Again, that breath of fresh air maybe on Mugi's side. On Mo's side, man, you know you've put in so much work all year. You've done it so many times. You have to do it just one more time. Here we go. Match point, championship point for Mugi.
Mohamed Light trying to stay alive and extend this to one more best of 3. But the Japanese great in Mugi, the MVP of 2020, has a lot to say about that.
And a bit of a slow start here. Mo opens up with an earthquake cycle, and Mugi doesn't even respond.
You wonder if he's going to go heavy. Mo already showing that he's going light and fast. Happy to cycle an earthquake early on. A bowler. We have not seen bowler since I think day 1, and I'm pretty sure this means Loon Freeze. It could mean something else, but that's mainly what we see bowler with.
Bowler Loon Freeze against Archer Queen and the Mortar. Normally, you'd feel pretty good about that for Mo, but of course, both those 2 cards out. This might be Mugi's best opportunity right here, but he's not going to go to 0 with Mo being almost full.
Happy to get that rage, though, makes it so that Mohamed Light has to spend on this Knight, and that Knight pressure is just a little bit less than he'd like. Bar Barrel out, not back around to bowler yet. Maybe NATO comes into play. There it is.
Yeah, the King Tower activation here, but as we say often, at what cost? Tons of damage. This is a rough matchup for Mugi.
It's a nice setup there with the Inferno Dragon to block those Spear Goblins from getting on tower, but here we go. AQ running into a bowler, and we wonder when Mugi's actually going to go on the offensive. With only 3.5 elixir in the tank, I think he just holds steady.
Spear Goblins, Archer Queen, Mortar. All 3 good responses to that Loon, not to mention delivery, certainly also valuable.
Yeah, that is a great setup there. You have the Spear Goblins to bait out a spell, or the NATO. You have the AQ with the ability, the Mortar to reset, and of course that delivery to drop on top. So here we go. The first Loon send is in. Mohamed Light was waiting for it. Tanked at the bridge, so the Princess Tower's on top of the balloon. But that means the Lumberjack's getting tanked for.
Yeah, that Mortar not doing what he wanted, and the freeze comes in. Oh my word.
And look at
the
Mohamed Light. You can see him freaking out.
Oh no, tower down. Mohamed Light in trouble. 45 seconds left,
Rich,
and that might be the championship.
That's it. There is no way that he breaks through this, but he is hoping, praying for a chance. But that was just an exquisite send. That Lumberjack did so much work, and Mohamed Light can see the writing on the wall.
That Mortar, what an interesting place for the Mortar, and it gave such a clean, easy way to get that freeze in. Cannon cart down, 22 seconds left.
Mohamed Light looks despondent. Freeze is going to come in defensively. And Rich, we have our 2021 World Champion in Mugi.
Unbelievable. I guarantee you fans around the world celebrating like crazy. Posters going up on walls. Mugi is your 2021 CRL World Champion.
He's done it. $200,000, and he busts out not only the Prince Lance, but the Loon Freeze late in the tournament. We only saw it one other time, and Mugi takes Mohamed Light out with that deck.
Bowler Loon Freeze in early versions of dual mode was so popular and basically fell out of favor. I'll say this, only mid-upper tier players were still using it consistently in dual mode sets. And in this moment, Mugi pulls it out, and from the get-go, Mohamed Light looked uncomfortable.
And here we go, our world champion celebrated here in studio. That trophy is his, $200,000 is his, and the greatness, the legacy of being the best Clash Royale player in the world goes to that young man.
Unbelievable. I can't say it enough. Mugi, who did not succeed in competitive play all year, who did not seem like dual mode was his mode, comes through on the biggest stage, the most important time, and the only time it matters is right here at World Finals. And here we go to Helsinki, to Supercell headquarters, and only one player in Clash Royale history can ever have what's happening right now.
They get their face up on the most important building to all of us Clash Royale players out there, Supercell headquarters in Helsinki, Finland. Everyone in that country is gonna know who Mugi is if they don't already.
I have a feeling they probably do. Clash Royale, of course, huge in the home of the game, but there's only one player who's ever had their face that big anywhere in that country, maybe anywhere in the world. Mugi, your CRL 2021 world champion. This is a day, this is a night, this is a time he'll remember for the rest of his life.
What a beautiful scene to set there for Mugi to celebrate his $200,000 prize, and now he gets to hold the title of the best Clash Royale player in the world. A bit of an underdog, as crazy as that seems. Like you said, not a lot of competitive success in 2021. Everyone's eyes were on Mohamed Light, on Morton, on so many other players that have proved so much in our monthly finals, but Mugi takes the cake.
We know you talk about the players who've been fans of CRL East for a long time, and his run with Ponos last year in CRL East was amazing. He was the MVP for a reason, of course, overshadowed a little bit by that year's CRL world champion in Team Queso and Ruben, who did take the win over him in that matchup, but took his time, crushed ladder this season, and came through right here to get that beautiful trophy and, of course, $200,000.
Let's take a closer look at that prize pool and how much money this guy's going to walk away with. If you don't already know, I'd be shocked. $200,000 goes to Mugi. $100,000 goes to Mohamed Light, and that's where it ends at the 6 figures. Those two guys in a $300,000 best of 3. Mugi comes out on top with a life to give. You know what that means? He didn't lose this weekend.
Wow, unbelievable. Complete straight run from the single elimination through that double bracket all the way to our championship. A perfect run for Mugi, and to get their thoughts on it, I know we're excited here. Of course, our co-casters, Eric Benamu and Joshua Sharon, standing by with probably their excitement over what has been an amazing performance. Guys, take it away.
What an insane ending to this World Finals. I don't think any of us predicted Mugi, but to go undefeated and have the road that he had is absolutely incredible. Obviously, look, it's sad for Mo with the year that he had. This was basically the greatest year ever that anyone could have in CR if he would have just closed it out. But Mugi takes it. What did you think of that last match?
I mean, come on. You're going to everything on the line, and you're going to be running that deck against a player like that. Deck is so strong because when you go against weaker players, you can outplay. Oh, he doesn't have this, this elixir. He doesn't have this in cycle. Against Mortar, that is hard to beat. The Lumber Loon freeze.
Yeah, and we see deck number 1 here. It seemed like everything was on track for Mo. Again here with the Mega Knight, Miner, and Wall Breakers deck. It seems like this is his bread and butter. I haven't seen him use it that much, but the past 2 matches, the 2 most important matches, he decides to break it out, and it works perfectly for him. He has the perfect combination of control with high pressure, with the ability to really defend, and not much Mugi can do here.
Yeah, and then game number 2, Mugi able to bring it back. RG Lightning going against Pekka Ramrider. Look, the first 2 minutes, the first 3 minutes of those, of this matchup in that game, it's going to be favorable for Mohamed Light, but eventually you're going to be able to wear them down. The Fisherman pulls, the RG Lightning pushes, the Goblin Cage value, the Archer Queen value. You have an Archer Queen going against a Poison and a Barbaro, you can't take the Archer Queen out. You have so much power on defense.
And this is where it got really fun. Deck number 3. If anyone would have told you that this is the winning deck for World Finals, I don't think you would have believed it. I still cannot believe my eyes looking at this. And it all really came down to one play. He did not have a good matchup here. It wasn't in his favor, but Molite did what everyone expects you to do, right? You block that Lumberjack on the bridge so that the Loon goes in front of it, but Mugi was kind of expecting that and decides to bar barrel to keep that Lumberjack alive, and then that's what takes the game. It was the most impressive under wraps play that I've seen in a very long time, and Mugi deserved that win.
Absolutely. I'm so happy for the guy. What a run that man had.
Yeah, and favorite matchup of the day. It doesn't have to be the finals, just overall, maybe the one that you casted, one that really just sticks with you.
Can I cheat and say the final match once again? Okay, It has to be the final match. Are you kidding me? Game number 3, everything on the line, Lumber Loon. It doesn't make sense. My brain wants to explode. I don't know if that's due to tiredness or due to
It's a
that
combination,
matchup.
but you did tell, like people to just overwhelm themselves, right?
I did say that, yeah.
That's what you go with. And yeah, for me, I just had a lot of fun watching a lot of players that we didn't expect to make the runs, make these runs. Igor obviously has a special place in my heart with that ex-teammate of mine, but people like Michifu and watching Lciop make a run when no one expected it, and then Morton, I mean, it wasn't second place at least, but it's still watching him compete. It might be the last time, so those memories with those players are incredible, and that Lciop line match with the Lightning was on another level.
I mean, we saw so many outplays. We saw so many lightning blocks, just lightning plays in general. Just, the decks that were used, the adaptations, or later on in the days, we saw people start to move over to MK Archer Queen cycle. We saw Muhammad Light start to use the minor cycle. We saw the Lumber Loon. So many different decks were used. So many different champions were used. And we saw, Skeleton King be used day one, and then everybody decided to just forget about it.
It was like a global ban on the Skeleton King. It doesn't really make any sense to me. I got all excited. I started doing homework. I'm like, okay, this is the fun part. We get to see new decks. But no, that was the end of it, day one. And I guess it was just catching people by surprise. But we have one more thing before that, and that is Andrew standing by with our world champion.
Thank you so much, Eric and Josh. What an incredible showing here. Mugi, congratulations, and joining Mugi is an interpreter here to help me out. James, thank you for being here. First thing up, how does it feel to be the best Clash Royale player in the world?
まず最初にお聞きしたいんですけど、世界一のプレイヤーになってどんな気分でしょうか？
いやもうマジでめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
Yeah, I'm really happy right now.
I can imagine. You brought out Lumber Loon Freeze in the game-deciding match. What made you want to go to this deck?
ランバールームフリーズを最後で出したんですけど、なぜそのデッキを出す選択をしたんですか？
そうですね、ちょっと直前に話し合って、なんかもう時間がなくてちょっと緊急で決めたんですけど、なんかそれがたまたま刺さったって感じで、はい。
Yeah, I talked about it before. I took some advice, and I got kind of lucky with the deck, to be honest. But
hey, sometimes that's what you need, is just a little bit of luck to get to the very, very top. You just won $200,000. What are you going to do with your prize money?
賞金の2000万円どう使う予定ですか？
そうですね、特に決めてないんで、今のところは貯金かなと思います。
I haven't decided on anything right now, but for now it's just going to go in my savings.
It's a lot smarter than I was when I was his age. Last question here for Mugi. After climbing to the top, what's next for you? What can we expect out of you in 2022?
これで最後の質問ですが、2022年、来年は、どう期待できますか？麦選手から。
もう一回どうなんですか？
何を期待できますか？どういう麦選手が見られますか？
今以上に強い来年はもうチャンピオンとして立ちはだかりたいなと思います。
I want to stand as a stronger champion, even stronger than I am right now next year.
You love to hear it, and a lot of confidence earned there, and deservedly so. Mugi, congratulations. It was an honor to watch you compete. We loved every moment of it, and just to let you know, RF in the booth had you picked from day one, so congratulations to you. We look forward to seeing you next year.
おめでとうございます。こちらのキャスターの方も麦選手が勝つと予想していましたので、本当おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。期待に応えれて嬉しいです。
That's it for us here with Mugi and James. Thank you so much. After 4 years of being together, we crowned the best player in the world. Josh, Eric, Rich, what a treat.
What a treat. I'm just impressed by your Japanese there at the end. And What a great competition this has been from top to bottom. And I'm going to start with you, Eric, and some of our final thoughts here. You've been a world champion before. You've hoisted the trophy and won the money. What means more in the end? The life-changing money here that he's won, or that thing right there?
It's this thing right here. I won like 3 years ago, and I still say I'm a world champion. Like, no one can take that away from you. Money comes and goes, but the world champion, you put in so many hours. And if you think about it now with this individual format, only one person wins. All these hours, all these tournaments, all the leagues that you play for, to be able to say that you are the world champion, that is above everything.
That is absolutely huge. Now, Josh, of course, you've been a fan of Mugi for a long time. You and your 2v2 teammate RF, we just heard, huge fans of Mugi. What does this mean for Mugi's legacy, and what does this mean for you as both a competitor against him and a fan of him for all these years?
I mean, it just cements who we thought he could be. This man, the run that he had, the fact that he never dropped a set, like, that is insane. You just don't pull that off with everything on the line, with all the pressure. Right? But yeah, you know, he has to feel great. It's amazing to be able to watch what he was able to, produce.
And finally, Andrew, we've been a part of a lot of World Finals, of course, 4 of them now. How does this one stack up? Any other final thoughts after that?
You know, I say this every single year. I'm just so grateful to be a part of this crew. I'm so grateful to be a part of Clash Royale League in general. It's changed my life. It's changed all of our lives. You see how emotional these competitors are. We saw Mohamed Light yesterday break down. We see there on the interview, Mugi clearly had just come off of some emotions. I'm just so grateful to be here, and I am so thankful for such an incredible World Finals.
Well, grateful and thankful is a really excellent word right now, because I'm going to give you a little bit more to be thankful for, because right now we're going to announce CRL will be back in 2022. So
yes!
you at home, polish up those cards, get ready, and get in shape, because we are back next year.
So what's the best way to join in on CRL 2022? Well, you saw in 2021, anyone could be a part of it. Anyone could be here on the biggest stage in the world. So what do you got to do? Follow along in all the places that matter. Go follow us on Twitter at Esports Royale EN. Make sure you're subscribed here on YouTube. Get a follow on Twitch. Hey, maybe even sub. We just gave away over $1 million. Why not throw a couple back our way? We love you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. And of course, a huge thank you to the crew here who has worked through both the Clash of Clans World Championship and ours, pulling insane days for 3 days in a row. We couldn't make this happen without them. And of course, Andrew Guy, Joshua Sharon, Eric Benamou, I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you next year. And as always, be excellent to each other.
Bye.
Bye.
Nine underdogs won today.
But it seems like the better the opponent, the better he plays.
We're about to see the defending world champion get unceremoniously booted from CRL World Finals in a 2-0 sweep.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing
these
good.
These games have been insane.
We'll get arrowed. Oh, the arrows miss!
What?
The arrows miss! Oh my word!
Golden Knight goes coast to coast. And there you go, the big-time celebration for Mohamed Light. You know, a big part of this celebration is coming from, look, I've been perfect through the weekend.
Yes, this is about money. Yes, it's about that trophy. But more importantly, it's about the chance to become legendary.
That's it.
Snowball.
Lciop stays alive. Where's the snowball? Where's the lightning? Where's anything? Anything? Nothing.
And
There's the lightning. There's the lightning.
Oh my God!
You have to be careful. The marching archer comes in, but he's ready with the log. And Igor takes down Mo.
2-0 for Mohamed Light. What a bounce back set right there. This is exactly what we expect from him.
Mugi is your 2021 CRL World Champion.
Here we go. Our world champion celebrated here in studio.